Did you know that the great Sir Laurence Olivier was offered a role as a mutant in Revelation of the Daleks? Or that the Ninth Doctor's first companion was almost an elderly grandfather? Or how about the story of Matt Smith's Albert Einstein fanfics? There are many tall tales and bizarre anecdotes throughout the history of Doctor Who, and those are just the tip of the iceberg. I'm Ellie for WhoCulture, here with 10 unbelievable Doctor Who facts that are somehow true. Number 10. The Twin Dilemma writer's typewriter explodes. The Twin Dilemma is a deeply flawed story, and there's plenty of blame to be doled out for the failures of the Sixth Doctor's debut. One of the guilty parties was the serial's writer, Anthony Stephen. Progress on the script was painfully slow, and what was submitted didn't meet the approval of script editor Eric Saward or director Peter Moffat. Although Stephen eventually fell ill, forcing Saward to overhaul the story and do the rewrites himself, he did offer some increasingly wild and out-there excuses for the delays to the script. The one that the production team remembers is that Anthony Stephen's typewriter literally exploded, which certainly trumps the dog eating your first draft as an excuse. Whether Stephen's typewriter actually exploded or not isn't known, but it's clear that the more than 60-year-old screenwriter wasn't up to the task of writing his first and only Doctor Who story. Indeed, with the exception of further credits on drama series All Creatures Great and Small, The Twin Dilemma would be one of Stephen's final writing gigs altogether. To borrow a word from the Master's vocabulary, it was a rather ignominious end for the veteran screenwriter. Number 9. CBC wanted to dub Christopher Eccleston. From the very beginning, Doctor Who has been intrinsically linked with Canada as the brainchild of Toronto-born TV producer Sydney Newman. You know what? Shout out to all of WhoCulture's Canadian subscribers while we're here. You're awesome. We love you. In 2004, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation agreed to invest in the upcoming revival of Doctor Who, starring Christopher Eccleston as the Ninth Doctor. It wasn't a no-strings-attached fling, however, as they did have one bizarre request that Russell T Davies was very quick to shoot down. That request? That CBC could completely redub Eccleston's voice with the voice of a Canadian actor. This was presumably because some far-off executive thought that the Doctor's northern tones might be unintelligible to the average viewer in Canada, as though Salford is some alien planet and not a place in England. To his credit, Russell T Davies put his foot down, telling CBC that they would definitely not be doing something so utterly insulting to their lead actor. Given how fraught the relationship between Christopher Eccleston and Doctor Who was in 2005, it's truly a relief that this insane request was turned down. Number 8. Chris Chibnall's Star Wars show. Entering pre-production shortly after the release of Star Wars Episode 3, Star Wars Underworld is one of the great unmade Star Wars projects. Paused in 2010 and then quietly forgotten after Disney acquired Lucasfilm 2 years later. It's notable for all sorts of reasons. The projected budget of $4 million per episode, the fact that over 50 scripts were completed, and the fact that Battlestar Galactica's Ronald D. Moore was one of the writers involved with the project. But most interesting for Doctor Who fans was that none other than Chris Chibnall was a major part of the Star Wars Underworld writing team, alongside Fear Her and the Rebel Flesh and the Almost People writer Matthew Graham. Chibnall and Graham spent several years working on the project and completed 2 seasons worth of scripts in close collaboration with George Lucas himself. These scripts have never seen the light of day, but it's still crazy to imagine the writers of 42 and Fear Her being an integral part of George Lucas's next major Star Wars project. Chris Chibnall and Matthew Graham weren't the only Whoniverse writers circling Star Wars Underworld either. Russell T Davies has revealed that he was also approached for the series, but he was too busy making Doctor Who to attend a meeting with George Lucas. Hell of a flex there, Russell. Number 7. K9 was almost a man in a dog costume. Created by Bob Baker and Dave Martin, K9 would go on to become the Fourth Doctor's most loyal companion between seasons 15 and 18. The initial task of designing and building K9 for his debut story, The Invisible Enemy, lay with visual effects designer Ian Scoones. But rather than the sleek and simple design we eventually would get, Scoones envisioned K9 as a heavily armed robotic Rottweiler that could be operated by an actor, much like the Daleks are operated by a human inside the casing. Fortunately though, producer Graham Williams quickly vetoed this idea because he didn't want the Doctor's high-tech new companion to be seen as a man in a dog costume. And understandably so. Given how Doctor Who portrayed rats and dinosaurs in the 1970s, you can see how K9 as an actual dog probably wasn't a concept they could have executed convincingly. From here, K9's new designer Tony Harding came up with a smaller radio-controlled version, which would be voiced by John Leeson. That is from the studio floor and not crammed inside the dog's chassis, sassy like Ace Ventura stuck inside that giant robot rhino. Interestingly, many years later, Canine co-creator Bob Baker introduced a heavily armored robot dog in Wallace and Gromit's A Close Shave. All weird ideas get taken up eventually. Number 6. Wendy Padbury discovered Matt Smith. What do Tegan and Zoe have in common? Well, both Janet Fielding and Wendy Padbury went on to become talent agents after leaving Doctor Who. It's well known that Janet Fielding was Paul McGann's agent when he was cast as the 8th Doctor in the 1990s. But it's less well known that Wendy Padbury signed a fresh-faced Matt Smith many years before he was cast in Doctor Who. At Gallifrey 1 in 2009, Padbury recounted the story of how she went to see a National Youth Theatre production of The Master and Margarita and was struck by the magnetism of young Matt's performance. Padbury asked Smith about his career aspirations and invited him to a meeting at her agency, which also represented the Brigadier himself, Nicholas Courtney. Smith then signed with Padbury, and the rest, as they say, is history. Perhaps this is the real reason that Matt Smith was so drawn to the Patrick Troughton era while researching the role of the Doctor. It was a second Doctor companion who ultimately helped him get cast as number 11. It's hard to believe that in such a busy industry, two huge Doctor Who stars would find each other like this. But as the 11th Doctor famously said, you should never ignore a coincidence. Number 5. Billie Piper caught fire during Tooth and Claw. Even in real life, being a Doctor Who companion can put your life at risk. Famously, Sophie Aldred was almost drowned while filming Battlefield, and Mark Strickson suffered a seriously bad fall during the production of Enlightenment. Billie Piper also had a nasty accident on set, when she found herself on fire while shooting Tooth and Claw. Not as in she gave a really great performance, but actually literally on fire. But thankfully, the situation was quickly dealt with before becoming much, much worse. So how did this happen? Well, set on one dark, moonlit night in Torchwood House, there are a lot of candles on display during Tooth and Claw, which, when combined with the sheer amount of hairspray used to achieve Rose Tyler's hairdo, proved to be combustible. And so when Billie ran past some candles on a take, she managed to set her hair alight. After quickly patting out the blaze, she was said to offer the cast and crew a chance to smell her scorched curls, something that delighted Queen Victoria actress Pauline Collins, who responded, I love the smell of burning hair. Still, fire safety in the workplace is not very amusing, is it, Mom? Number 4. The Special Weapons Dalek is made of plant pots and a bin. The battle between the Imperial and Renegade factions in remembrance of the Daleks was so explosive that the Metropolitan Police were quickly on the scene to investigate a potential bombing by the Irish Republican Army. But in the reality of Doctor Who, these spectacular pyrotechnics were the work of the Special Weapons Dalek, the most tank-like variation of Davros's original Mark III travel machine. In real life, though, the Special Weapons Dalek was much less able to withstand its explosive capabilities, because it was partly constructed from some plant pots and a bin. Yep, you heard that right. The most fearsome weapons in the universe made out of random items from your back garden. The dome was a combination of the standard white Dalek dome spliced with a black plastic bin, while the gun attachment was constructed from plastic plant pot trays and MDF discs. The fact that this never even slightly occurs to you when watching Remembrance of the Daleks is a testament to the design team, whose work to augment the Special Weapons Dalek with rivets, weathering, and copious amounts of spray paint gives every impression of an unstoppable killing machine. Number 3. Torchwood the Musical. Given that West End and Broadway veteran John Barrowman was the lead, it's surprising that Torchwood never did a musical episode. More surprising than that, however, is the fact that Benny and Bjorn were involved with a prospective Torchwood stage musical. It seems utterly bizarre that while basking in the smash hit success of Mamma Mia, the ABBA boys found themselves drawn into this mad little show about sex, weevils, and more weevils in Cardiff. Russell T Davies revealed this mind-boggling potential collaboration in the behind-the-scenes book The Writer's Tale, The Final Chapter. And in a 2024 interview with Games Radar, Russell T Davies revealed that he regretted turning down a meeting with Benny and Bjorn. He said, quote, "I turned the meeting down. That never happened. How stupid was I? ABBA wanted to do a Torchwood musical. Honestly, if I could have a TARDIS and travel back in time, I would go clout myself on the head over that decision. What was I thinking?" Sadly, we'll never know if Torchwood the musical would have made some serious money, because instead of saying gimme, 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 RTD refused to take a chance on Benny and Bjorn. Okay, I'm done. I promise I'm done. For now, it seems like the Devil's Chord's crazy dance sequence and the Interstellar Song Contest will be the closest Doctor Who gets to doing an actual proper musical episode. Although it does feel like it's only a matter of time until it does happen. Number 2. Bernard Cribbins auditioned for the 4th Doctor. Bernard Cribbins will always be remembered for playing Wilfred Mott in various Doctor Who episodes between 2007 and 2024. However, things could have been very, very different if an important meeting from the mid-1970s had gone another way. And that meeting was about playing the Doctor. In 2008, Cribbins revealed that he had auditioned to play the Fourth Doctor in 1974. He was one of the many names in the frame to succeed Jon Pertwee, including fellow Carry On star Jim Dale and Doctor Who and the Silurians guest star Fulton McKay. While it's hard to see anyone else but Tom Baker in the role of the Fourth Doctor, Bernard Cribbins feels like the one name who could have taken Doctor Who to something approximating that level in terms of popularity. "I would have loved to have done that," he said in 2008. "We concluded the interview and I went home and didn't get the job." Bernard, you're not alone. There's a part of all of us that would have loved to have seen that too. Still, if Cribbins had played the Fourth Doctor in the 1970s, who would have played Donna's beloved grandfather in the late 2000s? While it may have been disappointing for Cribbins back in 1974, this failed audition worked out beautifully in the end. Number 1. The FBI investigated the Daleks. The Daleks may be one of the greatest threats to all of creation, but in reality they're just monsters on the telly, right? Well, Dallas-based writer Paul Riddle claims that a workplace joke about the Doctor's arch-enemies once led to him being investigated by the FBI. In 1987, Riddle was working for Texas Instruments, a semiconductor company with a contract to design a high-speed anti-radiation missile that could destroy enemy air defenses. Due to its important role in national security, the specifics of the system were a closely guarded secret. One day, Riddle's boss jokingly asked if he'd sold any of these secrets to the Russians, to which Riddle replied, quote, "No, but I sold a few to the Daleks." With Doctor Who being a curiosity confined to public access television in late 1980s Dallas, Riddle's boss suspected Riddle could actually be an enemy agent and sounded the alarm. Riddle was then subjected to questioning by various lawyers and agents, before it was discovered that the Daleks weren't actually real and the whole thing was dropped. So how did Riddle respond to all this? He said, quote, "I told them I would never sell us out to the Daleks anyway. The Cybermen or the Sontarans, sure, they pay more." What a legend. Every episode of Doctor Who is an ensemble effort, with various departments working to emphasise the ideas in the writer's script. And whether it's a costume choice that exemplifies a character trait, or a piece of set dressing that hints at what's really going on elsewhere in the Doctor Who universe, many of these extra flourishes are not at all easy to find. So don't blink. Blink and you might miss these details we're about to point out to you. I'm Ellie for WhoCulture, here with 10 Doctor Who secrets that were hiding in plain sight. Number 10, there's a hidden Dalek language, Rose. Just as Rose Tyler scattered the words bad and wolf across time and space at the end of Series 1, so too did the Daleks send their own message using their own language. This was an in-joke by production designer Edward Thomas and his team, who seeded this graffiti into various sets and props in non-Dalek episodes. It can first be seen to the right of some mannequins in a store window in the opening moments of Rose, but strangest of all is that you can also see it in World War III when Jackie Tyler seeks refuge in Mickey's flat. In the bottom corner are two large red wooden objects that look like bits of a coffee table or an elaborate magazine rack, but actually they're designed to mimic the same Dalek graffiti glimpsed elsewhere in the series. This graffiti made one of its last appearances in a Radio Times photo shoot to promote Series 2 in 2006, a subtle nod to the fact that the Daleks would make a surprise return in the finale. Thomas has also claimed it can be found in most episodes of Series 1, so keep those eyes peeled. Number 9. Clara's stair lift is visible early on, Last Christmas. It's hard to know what's real and what's a dream in Last Christmas, which is presumably why we all miss the fact that there's a stair lift in Clara's house right at the beginning of the episode. Now, yes, Clara may have been spending Christmas Day with her gran, which could explain the stair lift. But wasn't Granny Oswald looking pretty sprightly when she was ogling a naked 11th Doctor the previous Christmas? While the stair lift isn't there during Clara's dream of Christmas with Danny, we can just assume that these are the circumstances of that particular dream. The stair lift at the beginning implies that this version of Clara's house is occupied by an elderly person. And of course, the ending confirms that it's owned by a much older version of Clara herself, who is visited by the 12th Doctor on what will be her last Christmas. It's a brilliant reveal that leads to a heartwarming scene between the Doctor and old Clara. But if you were paying extra close attention at the start of the episode, you could have guessed what was going to happen. Of course, it turns out that old Clara was also a dream, but this wasn't always the case. Last Christmas was once intended to be Jenna Coleman's final Doctor Who episode, and the ending would have been this scene between old Clara and the Doctor. However, Coleman signed on for one more series and didn't need that stairlift after all. Number 8. The War Doctor wears combat boots the day of the Doctor. Long coat, neckerchief, waistcoat. Despite what he may say to the contrary, John Hurt's costume in The Day of the Doctor really does scream, I am the Doctor. And from a behind-the-scenes perspective, there are two thoughtful additions that brilliantly play into the true nature of this forgotten incarnation. One is the bandolier previously worn by Cass in The Night of the Doctor, that the War Doctor wears across his chest as a reminder of the life he failed to save. Since at least the 15th century, bandoliers have been used by soldiers to carry ammunition. So for the War Doctor to also wear a bandolier, something so intrinsically linked to the field of combat, is a big sign that he is not your average incarnation. Less obvious are the boots that the War Doctor wears throughout the Day of the Doctor. These are actually combat boots, as clearly evidenced by the footprints he leaves in the red sand of the Gallifreyan wilderness. When the Doctor has worn boots in the past, they've been worn for style and comfort, such as David Tennant's iconic Converse. So to see the costume designers put in this much care truly helps sell the idea that this is a much different kind of Doctor than we've ever seen before. Number 7. The Rwandan proverb on 15 Sonic, the church on Ruby Road. Not every hidden detail in Doctor Who relates to the story. Sometimes they can relate to the actors themselves. For example, the 15th Doctor's sonic screwdriver has a particular detail that references Ncuti Gatwa's own life. As revealed by the man himself, the gold disc in the centre of the device is emblazoned with Gallifreyan symbols, which translates to an old Rwandan proverb reading, "The sharpness of the tongue defeats the sharpness of the warrior." It's an appropriate proverb to have engraved on the Doctor's sonic, because the gadget has come to symbolise Doctor Who's unique outlook. As Stephen Moffat famously observed, the Doctor has never been given a gun. They've been given a screwdriver to fix things. It's also appropriate because, more than any other hero, the Doctor loves to talk. They delight in belittling alien tyrants with a well-timed quip, or rattling off utter nonsense to distract foes from what they're really doing. So the sharpness of the Doctor's tongue has been defeating the sharpness of the warrior for over 60 years now. Number 6. The Doctor's speech is written on the wall, Heaven Sent. Heaven Sent is topped and tailed with two great Peter Capaldi speeches, and the first one can also be glimpsed in a blink-and-you'll-miss-it shot on the walls of the castle. At first glance, it appears as if someone at the locations used to film the episode forgot to obscure some tourist text, but on closer inspection, it's clear that this is in fact the 12th Doctor's opening monologue about death, and not some obscure information about Welsh castles. A deleted scene would have apparently shown the Doctor reading this speech from the wall, but this was changed so that it became an opening monologue instead. And considering how effective that opening is, this was no doubt the right move. Not to mention that the Doctor standing there reading from a wall wouldn't have been the most riveting scene, despite how incredible Peter Capaldi is as an actor. This can also be interpreted as the Doctor's confession dial decorating the castle with somber speeches and sentiments in an effort to wear the Doctor down. Although, from an interior design standpoint, I take "You begin your life and it begins a journey towards you" over "Live, laugh, love" any day of the week. Number 5. The 8th and 2nd Doctors team up, The Name of the Doctor. As well as revealing that the Great Intelligence was responsible for Dragonfire's bizarre cliffhanger, The Name of the Doctor also gives us an insight into a hitherto unseen multi-Doctor story. When Clara is splintered across the Doctor's time stream, she meets many of his previous incarnations, including the 3rd and 1st Doctors. She also bumps into the 2nd Doctor mid-adventure, and right at the start of this scene, you may have also noticed a figure dart across the screen in front of her for a mere handful of frames. Upon closer inspection, this is revealed to be the 8th Doctor, whose blink-and-you'll-miss-it cameo indicates that he and the 2nd Doctor once went on some sort of joint mission together. Were they hunting down a rogue Pating? Caught up in a meddling monk scheme? Who knows? Although a much bigger question than what brings the 2nd and 8th Doctors together is the wardrobe choice. Clara and the two Doctors are in a park, lined with palm trees and a beach nearby. While it looks a little bit overcast, it surely can't be cold enough for the 2nd Doctor to don his fur coat. He must be roasting! Number 4. The Cyber Brig is a cyber leader, Death in Heaven. We can argue all night about whether the Cyber Brig was a tribute or an insult to the memory of Nicholas Courtney. However, at least the Doctor Who production team had the good grace to reflect the Brigadier's seniority even when cyberized. It's not immediately obvious, but the Cybermen in Darkwater and Death in Heaven also have cyber leaders, which are usually designated by their black head handles. But unlike previous models, these Series 8 Cybers don't have fully painted handles. Instead, it's just the corners of the handles that are black. It's subtle, but the black cornering is definitely there on a handful of the Cybermen in Darkwater and Death in Heaven, and the Cyber Brig is one of them. Clearly, Missy or the cyber technology itself identified the Brigadier as a born leader with substantial military experience. Indeed, the Brigadier's mind is so strong that it's not just worthy of use as a cyber leader, it also completely breaks its programming to save both Kate Stewart and the 12th Doctor. While the concept of the Cyber Brig is still pretty bleak, there's some small comfort in the fact that even after death, the Brigadier is still the boss and still looking out for those closest to him. Number 3, London Credit Bank, The Runaway Bride. When you want to buy a brand new home entertainment system in the Doctor Who universe, your first port of call is Magpie Electricals. However, if you need some extra credit for the purchase, then a lesser-known fictional brand has you covered. Just pop into your local branch of London Credit Bank. Because London Credit Bank has never been involved in a nefarious alien plot like Magpie Electricals in The Idiot's Lantern, that we know of at least. An evil banker wouldn't be a huge surprise though, would it? Its branding is easier to miss, however, although it consistently does appear throughout the first Russell T Davies era. It's first seen in The Runaway Bride, becoming the go-to financial institution in the Doctor Who universe. The 10th Doctor uses the Sonic on one of London Credit Bank's cash points to spew money out on Christmas Eve as a distraction to escape the robot Santas. A year later, in Voyage of the Damned, the prepaid credit card that Mr. Copper eventually uses to establish his foundation comes courtesy of London Credit Bank. The Doctor and Wilf also walk past a branch of London Credit Bank while entering the cafe in The End of Time, before Clyde Langer attempted to withdraw some money from one of its cash points, only to be stopped by the curse of Hetekumtek. Number 2, the Cybermen cameo in a painting, The Day of the Doctor. The Day of the Doctor features several paintings that are brought to life as the Zygons utilise 3D art to invade present-day Earth. The paintings themselves are stored in the National Gallery's Undergallery, curated by a future version of the Doctor. Another painting stored in the Undergallery is the Raft of the Medusa, but with a twist. This painting can be seen behind Clara while the 11th Doctor is trying on his latest fez, and it's not immediately clear that this isn't the version of the Raft of the Medusa that art scholars would recognise. That's because the real-life shipwreck depicted in the painting is fully crewed by the Cybermen. Clearly there's an unseen celebrity historical in which the Doctor teams up with a French painter to halt a Cyberman invasion. It's a clever flourish by Doctor Who's production designers, given that hiding aliens inside paintings is the plot of The Day of the Doctor. As the 3 Doctors have to contend with Zygons and Daleks, it's a good job that the Cybermen didn't also join the party. But it's fitting that they did at least appear to celebrate the show's 50th anniversary. Number 1, that low-hanging plane is real, The Magician's Apprentice. Missy's plan in The Magician's Apprentice actually had some real-life inspiration that was implemented in the finished edit. In the episode, Missy freezes a number of passenger jets in order to get Unit's attention to negotiate a face-to-face meeting with Clara Oswald. One particular plane in the montage, seen at the 11:50 mark, depicts a blue and white jet hovering dangerously close to the ground, which you probably assumed was a complete fabrication, but it wasn't. This is in fact a real-life clip shot at Maho Beach in the Caribbean, where planes fly scarily low above the heads of beachgoers before landing on the airport's runway. Stephen Moffat specifically requested footage of Maho Beach in the script, saying that it was terrifying. Another unbelievable real-life clip Moffat requested was footage of Hong Kong's Kai Tak Airport, where planes had to navigate right on top of buildings when they came in to land. Of course, these airports were both perfectly safe, and they were great choices to visually communicate the terrifying reality of Missy's showboating. Still, I'd much rather take the TARDIS if that option was available. Delete, delete, delete. A lot goes into making any TV show, but when you've been going for over 60 years, almost as much gets left on the cutting room floor. From forgotten companions to game-changing villains, Doctor Who history is littered with abandoned characters that never made it to the screen. So today, we're going to take a look at some of the show's most fascinating and overlooked almost people. I'm Ellie for WhoCulture, here with 10 deleted Doctor Who characters you've never heard of. Number 10. Prime Minister Aubrey Fairchild. The Stolen Earth already features what must be close to the maximum number of characters you can fit into the end credits of a Doctor Who episode. So it's in some ways both surprising and unsurprising to find out that there were even more who didn't make the cut. One of these characters would have been yet another British Prime Minister, with Russell T Davies planning on introducing someone called Aubrey Fairchild as the successor to Harold Saxon, continuing the chain of fictional PMs that began in Aliens of London. Fairchild's premiership would not have been long, however, as he would have been promptly exterminated after an ill-conceived attempt to negotiate with the Daleks at Westminster. He was removed from the Stolen Earth script when RTD realised that the Daleks probably wouldn't bother faffing about with negotiating and would skip straight to the exterminating. Fairchild's role in the episode was subsequently reduced to a line about Torchwood losing contact with his plane, and he was gone altogether by the time of Torchwood Children of Earth in 2009, with this story introducing Brian Greene as the new UK Prime Minister. Meanwhile, Russell T Davies would reuse the name Aubrey Fairchild in a 2008 Christmas special, The Next Doctor, with the Doctor and Jackson Lake investigating his house after he's murdered by the Cybermen. If nothing else, Fairchild would have at least held the honour of being the least evil Prime Minister of the original RTD era, although that might have just been a result of not having enough screen time to start massacring retreating aliens or trying to take over the world. Number 9. The Conjoined Autons. A lot of these deleted characters are notable because they represent some sort of major what-if, whether it's taking episodes in drastically different directions or fundamental changes to the show itself. But some of them wouldn't have done any of those things. Sometimes they just sound like they would have been really, really cool. One of the best examples of this is an abandoned idea from the development of Rose, where at one point Russell T Davies considered making the main villain of the episode 2 Autons that were fused together. Perhaps instead of the giant CGI monster lurking underneath the London Eye, the Nestine consciousness would have taken the form of Rose's twin bosses, who were always seen holding hands because they were in fact 2 plastic bodies that were joined together, something that would have been revealed in a big twist moment. It's one of those ideas that sounds like it had the potential to be laughable or deeply chilling, depending on the execution. Either way, definitely sounds more frightening than a burping wheelie bin. Number 8. Rain Cunningham. Though Doctor Who's standing within the BBC suffered a slow, sorry decline in the 1980s, it wasn't considered an inevitability that the show would be cancelled in 1989. At least, not on the production side. In fact, the production team actually got as far as creating a plan for a potential season 27, before word came down from on high that it wasn't going to happen. One of the biggest elements of this plan was Rain Cunningham, the Doctor's new companion and replacement for Ace, who was to leave the TARDIS and study at the Time Lord Academy on Gallifrey, and that's a whole other kettle of fish. Rain's introduction alone would have likely made her one of the most memorable classic series companions, with her staging an audacious jewel heist during a high society party, expertly cracking open a safe only to discover the Doctor himself hiding inside. When Doctor Who was taken off the air after season 26, Rain was relegated to being one of the show's great what could have been companions. But on the plus side, a version of the character did ultimately see the light of day on audio in Big Finish's The Lost Stories range, though she did end up playing second fiddle to Ace here, who featured a lot more in these audio versions than she would have done had they originally been made for TV in 1990. Just think, if classic Doctor Who had lasted one more season, it might have been Rain who returned for a heartwarming reunion with the 7th Doctor in The Power of the Doctor, rather than Ace. Number 7. Valentina Kerensky. Doctor Who is known for its big celebrity guest stars, and they don't come much bigger than the Hollywood royalty that nearly appeared in 2009's The Waters of Mars. Originally intended as a Christmas special titled Red Christmas or Christmas on Mars, one thing that remained a constant throughout development was that Russell T Davies wanted the one-off companion to be a strong, older woman. To that end, Russell T Davies hoped to get Academy Award winner Dame Helen Mirren to play Valentina Kerensky, the Mars colony's Russian commander. This would have been such a get for Doctor Who that it was initially planned to use Mirren in one of that era's signature cliffhangers, with preceding episode Planet of the Dead closing off with a knock at the TARDIS doors and the Doctor opening them to find Mirren on the other side. However, Valentina Kerensky ultimately didn't make it into the Waters of Mars, and for quite an unusual reason. During development, Russell T Davies decided to massively overhaul the character out of concern that she was too similar to the spacefaring Soviet captain played by Mirren in the film 2010, The Year We Make Contact. The episode's Christmassy tone was also dropped, and somewhere along the way we got the British captain Adelaide Brooke leading the Mars colony instead of the Russian Kerensky, with Lindsay Duncan assuming the role once intended for Mirren. The surname Kerensky, meanwhile, was recycled for Yuri Kerensky, the Russian nurse on board Bowie Base 1. Considering that The Waters of Mars is one of the best and scariest scariest episodes of the modern series, it's hard to feel particularly bad about any of the changes made during production, though it would definitely have been mind-blowing to see Dame Helen Mirren fighting water zombies. Number 6. The Queen of Time. The most recent season of Doctor Who reintroduced the Pantheon, a collection of sinister interdimensional gods who are each defined by a different concept, and are all intent on wreaking havoc throughout the universe. The Pantheon's inclusion was a massive shake-up, taking the show in a distinctly fantastical direction and establishing the Doctor fighting gods as a new normal. It's also an idea that had already been attempted nearly 60 years earlier. The Queen of Time was a serial originally pitched for Doctor Who's 5th season back in 1967. It would have introduced Hecuba, the titular Queen of Time and sister of the Toymaker. But where her brother was all about toys and games, Hecuba had dominion over time and clocks. The Queen of Time serial would have seen Hecuba trap the second Doctor and his companions, forcing them to compete in a gauntlet of time-themed trials for her amusement. Like the aforementioned Rain Cunningham, a version of Hecuba did see the light of day in a Big Finish audio adaptation, though it is incredibly disappointing that such a fascinating character never made it into the show proper. Still, you never know. The Pantheon is back and we've already met the child of the Toymaker, so who's to say we won't meet his sister in season 2? A character with the omniscience of Mrs. Flood sure would seem to fit the bill of a time-themed god, just saying. Number 5. Biddy, Lola and Cliff. It takes a long time to create a brand new television series, and along the way there are countless ideas considered, altered and thrown away, and Doctor Who was no exception. During the show's development in the early 1960s, the basic characteristics of what would become the original TARDIS team were established quite early. There would be the Doctor, of course, travelling alongside a teenage girl, a young teacher somewhere in her mid-20s to early 30s, and an action-focused younger man. While these are pretty consistent with the trio of Susan, Barbara and Ian that we ended up with, the original plan was for the names and the specifics to be quite different. Biddy, Lola and Cliff were the original characters to fill the 3 companion roles. Biddy wasn't actually related to the Doctor at this stage, and simply discovered the TARDIS alongside Lola and Cliff, who, unsurprisingly, was named after pop legend Cliff Richard. Even the Doctor himself went through a few big changes, with some original documents describing him as fleeing some sort of interstellar war, while his time machine was going to be invisible. Watching the finished result, it's hard to imagine things being any other way. Would Biddy, Lola and Cliff have been as iconic as the characters who replaced them? Who knows? Number 4. The Rain Gods. It took an insane amount of effort to get the Doctor's wife beamed out across the world, even by Doctor Who standards. Originally planned for Matt Smith's first series, it was delayed by a full year due to budget issues, surprise surprise, and various elements were changed, rearranged and cut altogether. One of those cut scenes was the episode's original opening. As written, the Doctor, Amy and Rory would be on the verge of being sacrificed to rain gods by a tribe of primitive aliens, who would then be scared off by the arrival of the Corsair's hypercube, which led into the rest of the episode. Aside from the fact that Rain Gods is just a really awesome name, the fear that the hypercube strikes into the tribespeople would have done a lot to build up the mystery of the Corsair, which in turn would have made House even more frightening. Not that he wasn't a fairly creepy villain already, let's be honest. A version of this scrapped Rain God sequence was eventually produced, but as a minisode on the Series 7 box set. This version featured River Song, the best character, in place of the Ponds, with her and the 11th Doctor almost being sacrificed on one of their intergalactic date nights. Number 3. Ulysses, the Doctor's father. The production history of the 1996 TV movie is as long and complicated as just about any Doctor Who story out there. Sandwiched between the classic series and the BBC Wales revival, and now viewed as a bit of an oddity, there were many ideas thrown about for the TV movie during its development, and many more proposed for the full series that was hoped to follow it. And one thing that many of these ideas had in common was that they would have made some drastic changes to Doctor Who lore. One early concept was to follow the Doctor's quest to find his father, the long-lost Time Lord explorer Ulysses. In this version, the Master, who had become the president of Gallifrey, was the Doctor's half-brother. The Doctor's search would take him to his mother's home planet of Earth, where he would have searched for Ulysses before returning to Gallifrey to depose the Master. Eventually, the decision was made for the TV movie to continue on from the classic series rather than reboot it, which in hindsight was clearly for the best. If you're one of the many fans who recoils in disgust at at the idea of the Doctor being half human. Just remember, it could have been much, much worse. Number 2, Penny Carter. Donna Noble might be a fan favourite companion today, but back when she first appeared in The Runaway Bride, she was only ever meant to be a one-off character, briefly filling the gap between series like Astrid in Voyage of the Damned or Lady Christina in Planet of the Dead. And so when the time came for Russell T Davies to plan the 4th series of Doctor Who without Martha Jones, he did the obvious thing. He created a new companion, Penny Carter. While Russell T Davies did have an actress in mind to play Penny, there aren't too many details on what the character would have been like, beyond that she was going to be introduced in Partners in Crime and was described as being similar to Donna Noble. It's unsurprising then that as soon as Catherine Tate showed interest in returning to the show for a full series, Penny was dropped. With Donna having such a massive influence on the Doctor's life to the point that the 14th Doctor chose to retire with her and her family, this is no doubt one of the biggest what-ifs in the modern era of the show. And as for Penny Carter, she did still show up in Partners in Crime, with the journalist investigating adipose industries also being given that name. This character bore no resemblance to the original version of Penny, however, and was simply a way for Russell T Davies to pay tribute to an unused companion. Number 1, The Lost Lord. While the version of Hyde that made it to screen is relatively low-key, the original plan for the episode had a much wider scope. Not only did writer Neil Cross want it to be a crossover featuring Bernard Quatermass, the hero of 3 BBC serials from the 1950s that heavily inspired Doctor Who, but he also planned for the villain to be a figure from Time Lord mythology. In the first drafts of Hyde, the mysterious creature trapped in the Pocket universe wasn't the lonely crooked man, but the Lost Lord, an ancient Time Lord who had been trapped so long he was remembered on Gallifrey only as a myth. The Time Lord's bogeyman, essentially. And while the Crooked Man was trying to break into our universe in a surprisingly heartwarming attempt to reunite with its long-lost lover, the Lost Lord's ambitions were a little more nefarious than that. He wanted to absorb all of time itself. Though Hyde is generally a well-regarded episode, if it had stuck to the original plan, it would have been one of the biggest episodes of Series 7. Gallifrey and Time Lord history is still somewhat nebulous, and so getting insight into a Gallifreyan ghost story would have been an interesting way to flesh things out, without compromising any of the mystery or intrigue surrounding the Doctor themselves. The End of Time has some of the craziest and most heartfelt moments in Doctor Who. It's a story that really felt like the end of an era, and there's never been a better time for a deep dive. So let's get cracking. I'm Ellie for WhoCulture, here with 20 things you didn't know about The End of Time. Number 20, The Regeneration That Never Was. The End of Time was the swan song for the much-loved 10th Doctor. After saving good old Wilf from a radiation booth, 10 embarks on a goodbye tour for the ages, before regenerating into Matt Smith's 11th Doctor in a blaze of glory. However, it could have been very different. Russell T Davies originally wanted 10's goodbye to be a subtle affair, where the Doctor would die rescuing a seemingly unremarkable alien family. He liked the idea that the Great Time Lord was so noble that he would sacrifice himself to save a group of ordinary people. This was changed for 2 reasons. Davies was worried that such a simple story wouldn't play well over 2 hours, and that audiences would be disappointed to see a beloved character go out in such low-stakes circumstances. And he was probably right. Number 19, Heath Ledger inspired John Sim. After a beautifully unhinged performance as the Doctor's nemesis in Series 3, John Sim turned the crazy dial up to 11 for his second stint as the Master. Zapping people with force lightning and chowing down on some burgers/turkey/homeless people, Sim's manic energy fit the character perfectly, and perhaps one of the reasons it was so good was that he took cues from a Hollywood heavyweight. Sim was inspired by elements of Heath Ledger's Joker from The Dark Knight, which had come out the year before. It was also his idea to dye his hair blonde to indicate something had gone wrong with his resurrection. Now imagine if it had been the other way round and Ledger had requested a scene where the Joker danced to Voodoo Child. I'd watch that. Number 18, RTD and Matt Smith's awkward first meeting. With one Doctor out of the way, a new one was needed to take his place. Enter adorable man-boy Matt Smith, whose first scene as the 11th Doctor was in The End of Time Part 2. This means that Smith actually spent some time with Russell T Davies during the shoot, which is kinda weird to think about, isn't it? Since Smith is so intrinsically tied to Stephen Moffat. As the new Doctor arrived to film his first scene, everyone had been cleared out of the TARDIS set to ease the pressure on him. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, this meant that everyone was now stood outside, and Smith had to wade through them all to get to set. Among them was RTD, who wanted to stay out of Smith's way and let him get on with it. However, Smith spotted Davis right as he was turning around to avoid him. Ooh, awkward. Number 17. The Doctor almost met Trinity Wells. Oh, good old Trinity Wells. You know what? At this point, I feel like WhoCulture is basically just a Trinity Wells fan account. One of the most consistent parts of RTD's first stint as showrunner was a familiar American newsreader who cropped up whenever there was a big incident to report on. Trinity Wells appeared in several 9th and 10th Doctor stories, covering events like the spaceship in the Thames, the Sycorax invasion, and the Atmos crisis. She was the calming voice of reason within the madness, and she was almost a lot more than just a face on a screen. The idea was floated that the Doctor would finally meet Wells in the ruins of Broadfell Prison, mainly because Davis wanted to give her a bigger role. Eventually, this was deemed unnecessary and a bit self-indulgent, so AMNN's biggest star was reduced to her usual cameo spot instead. But we're still holding out a sneaky bit of hope that we may well see Trinity Wells again in the upcoming weeks. Number 16. Moffat shot down the Daleks. Of the 4 regular series finales Davis oversaw, 3 of them involved the Daleks as one of the main villains. It stands to reason that he would want to include the diabolical dustbins in his final crescendo, but he didn't count on one thing: the intervention of a middle-aged Scotsman. Davis originally wanted the returning Time Lords to team up with their greatest foes to show just how far they'd fallen, but new showrunner Stephen Moffat was having none of it. Moffat asked Davis not to include the Daleks as he wanted their appearance in Victory of the Daleks to feel as fresh as possible. Not wanting to undermine his successor, RTD removed them from the story. Oh, what a nice chap he is. Number 15. The crew tricked Tennant for one final surprise. After filming his dizzying skydive, David Tennant was officially done as the 10th Doctor. Or so he thought. Because he's an all-round diamond geezer, the crew wanted to do something special to mark Tennant's departure. So they called him back onto set after his final shot under the pretense that they needed him for a final lighting reference. Tennant knew this was a load of rubbish, but he went along with it anyway. Back on set, the crew threw their star one last surprise, sending him off with a round of applause and a blast of confetti so big it could have stunned an Azorbalov from 20 paces. Cue a very emotional Tennant telling everyone how proud he was to have worked on the show and thanking them all for their hard work. I'm not crying, you're crying. Number 14. The alternate titles. The End of Time is such a perfect name for a Doctor Who story that it's amazing to think it hadn't already been done. It's a grand statement befitting such a monumental finale and has many different interpretations. Is it the end of the Doctor's time? The end of the Time War? The end of time as a concept? It's genius! Originally, however, Davis wanted the title to be the Immortality Gate, in reference to the device at the centre of the action. Other potential names included the Final Days of Planet Earth, which is pretty good to be honest, the Final Battle, a bit bland, the Final Reckoning, also bland, and Death of the Doctor, which is just way too literal. Although he did get to use that particular title later when he penned the Sarah Jane Adventures story of the same name, and somehow that wasn't so literal. Number 13. Cribbins' own life inspired a monologue. How dare Bernard Cribbins lure us all into a false sense of security with decades of novelty songs and bedtime stories, only to drop one of the finest dramatic performances in British TV at the age of 80. Wilfred Mott's heart-wrenching conversation with the Doctor aboard the Vinvoce ship is preceded by him reminiscing about his time in the army. He talks about his time in service in 1948 and about dodging a blizzard of bullets during a skirmish. Perhaps the reason Cribbins was able to deliver this monologue so well was because he wasn't acting, he was remembering. The blizzard of bullets he describes was an actual blizzard he endured while serving in real life, one of many extraordinary moments from his extraordinary history. Oh, I miss Bernard Cribbins. Number 12. June Whitfield really enjoyed her scenes. The group of pensioners known as the Silver Cloak is instrumental in uniting Ten with his final companion. One of the more memorable members of the gang is Minnie the Menace Hooper, played by the delightful June Whitfield. When the Silver Cloak gathers round the Doctor for a photo, she senses an opportunity and grabs Ten's bum, eliciting some great comedic delivery from David Tennant. Whitfield really went for it in this scene. Producer Julie Gardner described her approach as very method, while director Euros Lynn said that they had to stop her getting carried away, as she wanted 2 big handfuls of that Time Lord booty. Don't lie, if you had the chance to get a slice of Gallifrey's finest cake, then you do the exact same thing. Number 11. It was almost a body swap story. Freaky Friday, 13 going on 30, the first live-action Scooby-Doo movie. Oh, what a film. These cinematic classics have one thing in common: people swapping bodies. The End of Time nearly joined that list, as one of the initial ideas was to have the Doctor and the Master swap bodies, presumably so the evil Time Lord could do something nefarious like scribble over the Doctor's clothes in marker pen. What a fiend. This wacky notion was scrapped when RTD realised it would involve John Sim playing the Doctor and David Tennant playing the Master, and he didn't want Tennant playing any other character during his big farewell. Also, it might have come across like a redux of New Earth, where Cassandra hops from body to body, and nobody needed to see the Doctor beating out a Samba again. Number 10. Tennant rapped on a fitting Slate number. As much as we'd all like to believe that TV shows are filmed in the order that we see them in, it's actually one big jumbled mess behind the scenes. As mentioned, the final scene involving David Tennant was him falling through the air, ready to crash through the glass roof of Naismith's mansion. On the clapperboard for this scene, the Slate number, which changes every time there's a new setup, was 999, the phone number you call in the UK if you need a fire engine, a police car, or a doctor. You couldn't make it up, could you? Number 9. Return of the Zogs. When Russell T Davies was working on Doctor Who's return to television, he made sure to outline one very important point in his pitch. He wanted to make the show more human, more relatable, and less about the random goings-on in some galaxy far, far away. Or, as he so eloquently put it, if the Zogs on planet Zog are having trouble with the Zog monster, who gives a toss? Little did he know that several years later those words would return to him in an unlikely way. The scene where the Doctor visits Captain Jack Harkness takes place in the wonderfully named Zagat Zagoo bar, which is located on the planet Zog. Yep, in the final script of his first tenure, Davies made an incredibly inside baseball reference to where it all began. Number 8. John Sim's significant credit. Alongside all the standout work from David Tennant and Bernard Cribbins, it's easy to forget that The End of Time contains another knockout performance from John Sim. Sim was brought back for one last go-around as the Doctor's unhinged arch-enemy, well, until he came back again in Series 10, but shh. And due to his large role, his name appeared in the opening title sequence. This made him only the second person in Doctor Who history to appear in the titles for playing a villain, after Eric Roberts beat him to the punch in the 1996 TV movie. So not quite a gold medal for Sim, but it's still very impressive. You know who else's name never appeared in the opening credits until their last appearance? Alex Kingston. Why did River Song never appear in the opening credits? Jack Harkness did. John Barrowman's name appeared in the credits when he was in an episode. Why was Alex Kingston not? Ugh, it bugs me. Number 7. Verity's cameo was nearly cancelled. During the carousel of goodbyes the Doctor goes on before his regeneration, he stops off at a bookshop to pay a visit to someone very special. Verity Newman is the great-granddaughter of Joan Redfern, the nurse Ten fell in love with while disguised as a human in Series 3. Newman is played by Jessica Hines, who also played Joan, but her appearance almost didn't happen. Hines was in a Broadway play that coincided with proposed filming dates for the episode, but instead of cancelling her cameo, her scene was filmed long before anything else and was the very first thing taped for The End of Time. Had Hines not been available, it was suggested to replace her with Elton Pope and Ursula Blake from Love and Monsters. Can you imagine how that would have gone down? Although I am curious as to whether she's still a paving slab. Number 6. It was almost broadcast on a single day. The second instalment of The End of Time did something that Doctor Who hadn't done since 1977, air on New Year's Day. The first instalment kept the New Who tradition of airing on Christmas Day, forcing fans to wait an agonising week for the conclusion. The stress at the time was unbearable. Said stress would have been alleviated had one of the original ideas gone ahead, which was to put out both episodes on Christmas Day. The BBC had previously done this with EastEnders, but this time around they weren't having it, and the Christmas/New Year split was chosen instead. Davies was then forced to remove most of the Christmas-related references from Part 2, which makes you wonder if Rassilon was initially going to be wearing a Santa hat when he came through the portal. Number 5. Certain ideas weren't new. With RTD believing The End of Time was his final story in charge of Doctor Who, he took the opportunity to use some ideas he'd been holding on to for a while. The Hesperus dogfight sequence was borrowed from an early draft of Planet of the Dead, while the aforementioned Zagat Zagoo scene, essentially Doctor Who's Mos Eisley Cantina, was initially conceived for The Stolen Earth and Journey's End, as was the return of Russell Tovey's Alonzo. Meanwhile, the Doctor revealing to Sylvia that he bought Donna's lottery ticket with money borrowed from her late husband Jeff was a tribute to actor Howard Atfield, who was supposed to return in Series 4 but passed away at the start of production. Number 4. Matt Smith does what to the TARDIS console? Back to the Smithster and his first steps into the role of the Doctor as the newly regenerated 11 attempts to stop the TARDIS from crashing. Spoiler alert, he fails and ends up bumping into young Amelia Pond's garden. While he's flailing away at the TARDIS's console, eagle-eyed viewers might be able to spot that he randomly spits on his so-called wife during the mayhem. First of all, why? And second of all, why? Well, it turns out there's quite a valid reason. As the TARDIS set crumbled around him, some of that debris managed to get into Smith's mouth. He was simply getting rid of it, which the cameras managed to catch. And hey, his taste buds were new. He didn't know if he liked TARDIS debris yet. Number 3. Donna's role was originally smaller. Though Wilfred Mott serves as the companion for these episodes, Catherine Tate's Donna Noble also makes a sizable appearance. Tate was initially penciled in for a minor cameo during the epilogue, to show that Donna had managed to live a good life despite her tragic exit in Series 4. Her role was later expanded to include more dialogue and her confrontation with the Masters in the alleyway before she got her spot in the epilogue as intended. And that was the last time she ever appeared in Doctor Who, until it was revealed that she'd be appearing in the 60th anniversary specials. Turns out it wasn't Journey's End after all. Number 2. John Sims' insane number of costumes. Prior to him realising he was merely a bleach blonde pawn in Rassilon's game, the Master was actually successful in his diabolical plan, which doesn't often happen for Doctor Who villains. So well done there, buddy. Gold star, or white point star, whatever. The idea of the Master race was certainly interesting on paper, but in practice it presented a gigantic headache for John Sim, who had to portray every single other version of himself. As well as his bedraggled hoodie-wearing form, Sim had to play the Master in suits, army uniforms, dresses, lab coats and more, which meant a monumental number of costume changes. According to producer Julie Gardner, Sim underwent 32 costume changes in the space of 4 hours, which is 8 per hour. He must have been absolutely knackered. No wonder he was half skeleton by the end. Number 1. Those final words were a long time coming. I don't want to go. With 5 words, David Tennant sent millions of people around the world into fits of uncontrollable sobbing as he bowed out of the role with incredible vulnerability. It was humbling to watch the almighty Doctor be reduced to such a state in his final moments, and this was an idea that Davis had been holding onto for a long time. Though the first draft of the Part 2 script was completed in March 2009, the writer had come up with the 10th Doctor's final words 18 months earlier during a scripting session for Partners in Crime in September 2007. Imagine sitting on an emotional landmine of that magnitude for so long, knowing the anguish it was going to cause when you finally set it off. He's going to devastate us in the 60th, isn't he? I don't think I'm ready. At the risk of stating the obvious here, Doctor Who is a very timey-wimey show. It's like a big ball of string at this point, with so many threads from across the decades overlapping and crisscrossing. But what about the episodes with subtler links between them? Small background details, throwaway lines that mean way more than you think? Well, we're glad you asked, and with that in mind, I'm Ellie with WhoCulture, here with 10 Doctor Who episodes you didn't know were connected. Number 10. Silver Nemesis and the Big Bang. The 11th Doctor's unorthodox dress sense inspired a generation of teenagers to think that they were cool because they owned a tweed jacket. Not only did bow tie sales shoot up when Matt Smith started wearing one, but his version of the Time Lord also inspired a fascination with a certain red hat. Number 11 first appeared in a Fez in the Series 5 finale, The Big Bang. The headpiece would turn up throughout the rest of his time on the show, becoming a trademark of Smith's quirky portrayal of the character. But this was not the first time the Doctor had been seen in one. In Doctor Who's 25th anniversary special Silver Nemesis, the 7th Doctor and his companion Ace turn up at Windsor Castle and have a rummage around. And at one point the Doctor pops up holding a mop and wearing, you guessed it, a fez. Considering that 11 was also holding a mop when he was first seen with a fez, we can deduce that this moment is where he got the inspiration to wear one on the regular. Not a massive detail, but definitely a fun one. Number 9. 42 and the Power of the Doctor. For a moment, put Russell to one side. Sorry, Russell. And imagine that you are in charge of Doctor Who. It'd be pretty hard to resist the temptation to constantly reference your own episodes, wouldn't it? Surprisingly, it's a temptation that Doctor Who's showrunners generally resist. Either that or their script editors are ruthless. But inevitably, some of these self-referential nods do appear from time to time. Just take a look at Chris Chibnall's final episode, The Power of the Doctor, which includes an extremely subtle connection to the first Doctor Who episode episode he wrote, Series 3's 42. The space train that's under attack at the beginning of the episode is, as mentioned in the very first line, part of the Taraji transport network. The Taraji star system is where 42 took place, with the 10th Doctor and Martha attempting to fend off the vindictive, annoyingly sentient son, Taraji. It's a nice little full circle moment for Chibnall's time in the Whoniverse, even if it does remind us that 42 exists. Number 8. Army of Ghosts and End of Days. Series 2 finale Army of Ghosts saw the long-teased introduction of the Torchwood Institute, with head honcho Yvonne Hartman showing off her organization's cool sci-fi tech to the 10th Doctor. One piece of tech in particular catches the Doctor's eye, a Jathar sunglider, which Yvonne tells him was shot down over the Shetland Islands a decade prior. Torchwood means business, and the Doctor is rightfully concerned. That mention of a Jathar sunglider might just seem like random technobabble invented purely for this moment, and it probably was, but this wasn't the last time they appeared in the Whoniverse. Early on in the Torchwood episode End of Days, a trio of sungliders are seen hovering over the Taj Mahal in the wake of the Cardiff Rift opening and unleashing space-time chaos. Clearly this was just a case of Torchwood reusing readily available assets, but it can also be viewed as a neat bit of world building that connects the two shows together. Number 7. A Good Man Goes to War and Thin Ice. One of the more intriguing relationships in Modern Who is the one between the Doctor and his wife/friend's kid/would-be assassin, River Song. The pair are star-crossed in the most literal sense, constantly bumping into each other at different points. They go on many adventures together, one of which is mentioned right at the start of the epic mid-series finale, A Good Man Goes to War. River tells Rory, who's dressed as a Roman because, well, reasons, that she's just come back from a birthday trip with her Time Lord Squeeze. She says the Doctor took her ice skating at the last Great London Frost Fair, which sounds like a lovely day out. Clearly, the Doctor thought so, because he took Bill Potts to the exact same spot in Series 10's Thin Ice. He even admits that he's been there before. In fact, there is a deleted scene from that episode where he talks about bringing his wife to that very moment. It's a nice little connection between these two different eras of the show, although taking two dates to the exact same place? Rookie mistake, Doctor. Number 6. The Five Doctors and the Time of the Doctor. Is this the longest payoff in Doctor Who history? Well, it might just be. In 1983's 20th anniversary special The Five Doctors, the Master presents the Third Doctor with the seal of the High Council of Gallifrey, only for the Doctor naturally to assume that his longtime foe has forged it. Turns out it's the real deal though, and so the Doctor vows to return the artifact at the first opportunity. But he never does. In fact, he's still in possession of the seal in 2013's Christmas special The Time of the Doctor, where he uses it, with an assist from Handles, to decode the message the Time Lords are sending through the crack in time. Now, the Doctor does pick up all sorts of junk on their travels, so we can only assume that the seal is now languishing at the bottom of a TARDIS cupboard somewhere. Or maybe the Doctor will actually return it one day. The long way round. Number 5. The Mysterious Planet and the Name of the Doctor. Despite only appearing in a single season from 1986, Whovians still lose their collective minds anytime the Valiard comes up in conversation. Said to be a mysterious future incarnation of the Doctor, the Valiard serves as the prosecution during the 6th Doctor's trial on Gallifrey. He almost gets him sentenced to death before the Doctor seemingly puts him down. Or does he? Because at the end of the episode, the Valiard is shown to have survived. But just because we haven't seen old Valley since the 80s, that doesn't mean we've seen the last of him. Richard E. Grant basically confirmed as much. In the episode The Name of the Doctor, Grant's The Great Intelligence runs down a list of other monikers the Doctor will be known by in the future, and one of those is the Valiard. It's a quick mention that's easy to miss, but it implies that the Doctor's alter ego will return in the future, and will do something to gain himself notoriety. Number 4. The Magician's Apprentice and the Timeless Children. Former showrunner Chris Chibnall definitely left his mark on Doctor Who, for better or for worse. His decision to reveal that the Doctor is the mythical timeless child that formed the base genetic code for all future Time Lords was extremely controversial. It was the Master who revealed this secret to his long-standing rival. But it turns out that he knew this story long before he led on. Well, probably not, but he certainly knew more about the Doctor's past than we did. In the episode The Magician's Apprentice, Missy tells Clara that she's known the Doctor since he was a little girl. Fendal. Coincidentally, this is the form that the timeless child takes when we first meet them. A brilliant piece of foreshadowing? Well, at the time, obviously not, but in hindsight, you can certainly look at it that way. And it's interesting going back to watch this moment with the knowledge of the timeless child in hand. Number 3. Image of the Fendal and Army of Ghosts. Who'd have thought that a throwaway line in a 1977 serial would suddenly become relevant almost 30 years later? In the first episode of the 4th Doctor story, Image of the Fendal, Dr. Fendelman instructs his colleague to tell Hartman, "I want a security team here within 2 hours," after a corpse is discovered in the woods. Again, totally throwaway. We never actually meet Hartman, and he's never mentioned again. So why is this significant? Well, jumping once again to Army of Ghosts, and this is the episode that introduces us to Torchwood boss Yvonne Hartman. Might she be a relative? Perhaps the daughter of the faceless Hartman mentioned in Image of the Fendal? While the connection here is tenuous, Hartman is a fairly common surname after all, many fans believe that these two are indeed related, with Yvonne's father being identified as John Hartman in the big Finnish audio drama The Rockery. Number 2. The Web of Fear and the Snowmen. Back to the Great Intelligence now, and his second ever appearance in the show in 1968's The Web of Fear. The Intelligence had already encountered the Second Doctor when it lured him and his companions into the London Underground, where it planned to steal the Time Lord's knowledge. Fast forward to the 2012 Christmas special The Snowmen, and the Doctor runs into the Intelligence once again, only this time before the villain has met him. In order to preserve the timeline, the Doctor decides to influence future events, or past events from his point of view, in a way only he could, by using a biscuit tin. He presents his foe with a tin bearing the London Underground map on it. The Great Intelligence remarks that it's never seen these symbols before, at which point the Doctor sows the seed for the Web of Fear by saying that it's a key strategic weakness in metropolitan living. With the timeline now assured, the Doctor runs off to celebrate, presumably with a biscuit. Number 1. Daleks in Manhattan and the End of Time. Daleks in Manhattan features the Daleks in Manhattan, a period piece set during the Great Depression in 1930s New York City. The episode does a fantastic job of recreating that time period. It doesn't feel like a cheap set, it feels like a living, breathing place. A bouncy musical number partway through the episode helps with that immersion, as singing, dancing all-star Tallulah attempts to get over the fact that her boyfriend has been turned into a pig by doing what she does best, putting on a show. You would assume that the song here, My Angel Put the Devil in Me, which composer Murray Gold undoubtedly had immense fun putting together, would only be used in this episode, but it actually pops up later in the Tennant run, and in the most unexpected of places too. Flash forward to the closing moments of The End of Time Part 2, and the song can be heard again playing at the bar where the Doctor bids farewell to Captain Jack Harkness. Mind you, this version is a cover, not the original Tallulah version, but if only she knew how far into the future her music would last. When you travel around time and space as much as the Doctor does, it's inevitable that you start to make connections between your various trips. These connections can be like a huge unmissable neon sign, such as a modern sequel to a classic adventure, or, as we've discussed in a couple of videos already, they can be a lot more subtle. I'm Ellie for WhoCulture here with 10 even more Doctor Who episodes you didn't know were connected. Number 10. Frontier in Space and Bad Wolf. In Frontier in Space, the Third Doctor is accused of espionage and gets sentenced to hard time in a penal colony on the Moon. This is in the 26th century, where the lunar penal colony is reserved for political dissidents and spies. Of course, the Doctor immediately tries to escape, with assistance from outer space Jeremy Corbyn impersonator Professor Dale. The Doctor's escape plan fails when he's double-crossed by an appropriately named fellow inmate, Cross. However, despite this scandal, Earth appears to continue imprisoning people on the Moon for millennia, long after Frontier in Space. That's because in the 9th Doctor episode Bad Wolf, it's revealed that the lunar penal colony is still in operation in the year 200100. When the 9th Doctor, Linda with a Y, and Captain Jack Harkness try to bust Rose out of the game station, they're swiftly detained by guards. The charge for blowing up Trini, Susanna, and Anne Robinson? Imprisonment in the lunar penal colony, which is mentioned by one of the guards while the Doctor is in a holding cell. Learning from experience, this time the Doctor makes a bid for freedom before he gets sent to the Moon, preventing Doctor Who from being turned into a drawn-out prison drama. Nice one, Doctor. Number 9. Tooth and Claw and the Bells of St. John. In The Bells of St. John, the 11th Doctor rides an anti-grav motorbike up the Shard to save Clara Oswald from the nefarious plans of Kislet and the Great Intelligence. The Doctor is an old hand at this because, as he tells Kislet via the man with chips, he actually rode this same motorbike in the 2074 anti-grav Olympics. The Doctor also mentions that he came dead last, but which incarnation of the Doctor was it? Well, in Tooth and Claw, the 10th Doctor offers to take Rose to the first ever anti-gravity Olympics. The Doctor and Rose never make it, however, because they end up coming face to face with Queen Victoria and a werewolf, despite aiming for an Ian Dury and the Blockheads concert in 1979 Sheffield. So after being exiled by Queen Victoria, did the Doctor and Rose head to Sheffield and follow it up with a trip to the anti-grav Olympics, where the Doctor came dead last in a bike race? Well, it's certainly possible. Let's not forget that the 10th Doctor jumped in to deliver the torch to its final destination during the 2012 Olympics. So of course he'd volunteer to actually compete himself. He may not have won, but he did get a sweet ride out of it. Number 8. Daleks Invasion Earth 2150 AD and Doomsday. The Peter Cushing Dalek movies take place in an alternate reality to the prime Doctor Who universe. However, they've had a big influence on the modern era of the show, particularly in the design of the Daleks. Since 2005, Daleks have had the larger dome lights of the Cushing movie versions, and the short-lived colourful Daleks from 2010 owe a major design debt to their chunkier Technicolor ancestors. The biggest influence, though, was a bit of Dalek lore that had first been mentioned on screen in 1966 Daleks Invasion Earth 2150 AD. This second Peter Cushing movie established that Daleks measure time in rels. The word rel had been introduced by Dalek creator Terry Nation in his 1960s tie-in books, but Daleks Invasion Earth 2150 AD, what a mouthful, was the only on-screen source to use it, until 2006. 40 years after Daleks Invasion Earth 2150 AD, hit cinemas, Russell T Davies canonised the use of rels in the prime Doctor Who universe in the episode Doomsday. When the Cult of Skaro is looking at some footage and notices the 10th Doctor in the background, it is instructed that this footage be rewound by 9 rels. From that moment on, the new series Daleks have measured time in rels, even though nobody is entirely sure how long a rel is. Though based on the rel counter pictured in Daleks Invasion Earth 2150 AD, it appears that 50 rels is equivalent to 60 seconds. Number 7. Time and the Rani and A Christmas Carol. Sylvester McCoy's debut serial, Time and the Rani, is as camp as Christmas, but that's not the only thing that connects it to Matt Smith's first festive special. While trying to convince a young boy that Santa Claus, also known as Jeff, apparently, is real, the 11th Doctor shows him a photograph of himself posing alongside the big jolly fella, with legendary physicist Albert Einstein also pictured. This photo was taken at Frank Sinatra's hunting lodge in 1952. But what does all this have to do with Time and the Rani? Well, it's clear that the 11th Doctor is on good terms with Einstein. Who else would have vouched for him with Frank Sinatra? And the reason the two are good friends is surely because the 7th Doctor previously rescued Einstein from the clutches of the Rani in Time and the Rani, where the villainous Time Lord had captured him to help in the creation of her giant time brain. That sort of thing bonds people for life, especially as the Doctor has a time machine that is obviously of particular interest to Einstein. At the end of Time and the Rani, the Doctor even promises to show Einstein how the TARDIS works. Clearly, they kept in touch and went on to have wild Christmassy parties at Frank Sinatra's hunting lodge throughout the 1950s. Number 6. The Day of the Doctor and the Witchfinders. In The Witchfinders, the 13th Doctor attempts to take the fam to see the coronation of her ex-wife, Queen Elizabeth I. Unsurprisingly, given the Doctor's history with Elizabeth, the TARDIS gives the coronation a swerve and instead lands them in Balhurst Crag in the early 17th century. This passing reference to Queen Elizabeth I isn't the only link between the Witchfinders and the Day of the Doctor. The Witchfinders also features King James, who takes a particular shine to Ryan and reveals his complicated family history to him. James was the son of Mary, Queen of Scots, who was seen by many as the rightful heir to Elizabeth I's throne. In 1562, the same year that much of the Day of the Doctor is set, a potential meeting between Mary and Elizabeth to mediate this power struggle was abandoned due to a civil war in France. From there, the story of Mary and Elizabeth's rivalry becomes long and convoluted and very bloody. But King James neatly sums it up for Ryan when he explains, "My father was murdered by my mother, who was then imprisoned and and beheaded. And who ordered that James's mother be beheaded? Elizabeth I, the Queen of England, and the Doctor's ex-wife. This is one bit of family drama the Doctor should probably stay out of. Number 5. The Girl in the Fireplace and the Legend of Ruby Sunday. Remember how Russell T Davies told the Radio Times that the Legend of Ruby Sunday would reveal that UNIT was harbouring a long-buried secret from the era of the Third Doctor? Yeah, not quite. Season 1's penultimate episode revealed that UNIT has had possession of primitive time travel technology since the 1970s. It's this technology that allows the Doctor and Ruby to revisit Christmas Eve 2004 to solve the non-mystery of Ruby's mother. The Doctor specifically refers to UNIT's tech as a time window, which you might have forgotten that we actually first saw all the way back in The Girl in the Fireplace. Obviously, UNIT's fuzzy VHS holodeck isn't a patch on the impressive technology used by the Clockwork droids, but it clearly works on a similar principle. The time windows in The Girl in the Fireplace and The Legend of Ruby Sunday can only take you to one specific location in one specific time period. For the 10th Doctor, the time windows allowed him to access various points in the life of Madame de Pompadour. For the 15th Doctor, they allowed him and Ruby to watch a grainy old videotape scaled up to life size. Doesn't quite have the drama of riding a horse through a mirror, but it's an impressive bit of kit all the same. Number 4. The Angels Take Manhattan and the Crimson Horror. A made-up brand can be a good way to lend continuity to your fictional world. The Simpsons has Duff Beer, the movies of Quentin Tarantino have Red Apple cigarettes, and Doctor Who has Magpie Electricals. However, that's not the only brand that recurs across the Doctor Who universe. Brightwell and Hyman is a manufacturing company that made the matches with which Rory attempts to combat the cherub weeping angels in The Angels Take Manhattan. Unfortunately for Rory, Brightwell and Hyman doesn't specialise in anti-angel super matches, and they're just as prone to being blown out as any other brand. Although the 1938 set The Angels Take Manhattan is the first time we see Brightwell and Hyman matches on screen, the company has existed in the Doctor Who universe since at least 1893. In The Crimson Horror, a poster can be ever so briefly glimpsed in the background advertising Brightwell and Hyman quality matches. Could it be that Brightwell and Hyman owns the match factory around which Sweetville was built? It's never confirmed in the dialogue, but a similar looking factory does appear on this blink and you'll miss it poster. Despite this being so obscure that even the bloody TARDIS wiki page doesn't include Brightwell and Hyman's cameo in The Crimson Horror, it is a fun link between two stories from either side of Matt Smith's final series. Number 3. Robot and Listen. Do you have recurring nightmares? The Doctor certainly does, if Robot and Listen are to be believed. Listen centres on the 12th Doctor exploring the notion of fear itself. From a children's home to the end of the universe, the Doctor is determined to understand the monsters that might be lurking under the bed. But it's not the monsters under the bed that appear to be playing on the Doctor's mind at the end of the episode. It's the Sontarans. After being knocked unconscious, the Doctor eventually bursts awake with the words, "Sontarans, perverting the course of human history." This is obviously a nod to the third Doctor serial The Time Warrior, in which both the Potato Heads and Sarah Jane Smith first appeared. But it's also a more direct reference to the fourth Doctor's debut story, Robot. That's because these were the first words spoken by the fourth Doctor after his regeneration. It's easy to miss Tom Baker's muttered words, but Sarah Jane clarifies them for the Brigadier and the audience, explaining that he's mumbling about something that happened when they first met. Given that Listen is about constant companions, be they our fears or our friends, it's appropriate that Stephen Moffat chose to reference the Time Warrior. It's very touching that the Doctor and Sarah Jane's first meeting is still at the front of the 12th Doctor's mind so many centuries later. Number 2, The End of the World and the Giggle. Cassandra's iPod sure does get around a bit. This particular model of jukebox first appeared in modern Doctor Who's second ever episode, The End of the World, where Cassandra's gift to the assembled guests on Platform 1 housed the works of some of humanity's greatest composers, like Soft Cell and Britney Spears. Of course, Doctor Who has never met a prop it couldn't reuse, and it appears as though the production team has kept hold of Cassandra's jukebox for almost 2 decades now. It was later glimpsed in the diner in Hellbent, which was revealed to be Clara's TARDIS, and then we can only assume that the 15th Doctor took some style tips from Clara because his TARDIS also features that very same jukebox. Alternatively, maybe the 9th Doctor and Rose just snuck it into the TARDIS. I mean, we never saw what they did between viewing the wreckage of planet Earth and arriving back in the present day to go out for chips. Has the jukebox just been kept in the TARDIS storage for all these years, shaken loose by the 15th Doctor's mallet? There's loads of random clutter within the TARDIS, so you never know. Number 1. Mind Warp and Dalek. Some Easter eggs are so random and unexpected that it's not entirely clear how they even came about. That's the case with Mind Warp and Dalek, which are connected by the rather dubious honour of being the only Doctor Who stories to feature the xenomorph from the Alien franchise. In Mind Warp, the 6th Doctor is forced to assist the scientist Crozier with his attempts to transfer the mind of Lord Kiv into another body. While exploring Crozier's laboratory, the Doctor finds a glass beaker that houses a xenomorph in its infant chestbuster form. The Doctor looks suitably disgusted by what he finds, presumably because he knows how the creature came into being. Many years later, and much earlier in the life cycle of a xenomorph, an alien egg is glimpsed in the extensive collection of Henry Van Statten. This overmorph, to give it its scientific name, can be seen right next to the TARDIS, though the Doctor doesn't pay it any attention. The overmorph is a pretty smart Easter egg to include in Dalek. Along with the original Alien movie from 1979, this episode concerns a single unstoppable enemy laying waste to everyone and everything in its path. And not only that, but Alien director Ridley Scott used to work at the BBC and was almost involved in the creation of the Daleks himself. Small universe, eh?
You know the Celestial Toymaker, right? That incredibly important villain in Doctor Who's history, and... yeah, alright, listen, I'm not going to blame you if you don't. But funnily enough, they are an incredibly important villain in Doctor Who's history, and they are returning in the form of Neil Patrick Harris. But what are they? Who are they? Let's take a dive. I'm Sean Ferrick for WhoCulture, and here are 10 things you didn't know about the Toymaker. Number 10. He almost came back multiple times. The first attempt to bring back the Toymaker was in a story outline pitched by his creator, writer Brian Hales. In 1975, Hales pitched a story called The Eyes of Nemesis for Tom Baker's 4th Doctor. Weirdly, the Toymaker was revealed late in the story outline, only pitting him against the Doctor in the final episode. This idea was rejected. A decade later, the 1980s showrunner John Nathan Turner planned to bring Michael Gough back as the Toymaker for season 23. A script was written by former producer Graham Williams, which would have pitted the 6th Doctor and Perry against the Toymaker in an arcade in Blackpool. Doctor Who's 18-month hiatus killed this plan, however, with Jonathan Nathan Turner deciding to completely redraft his plans for season 23. This story was later novelised as The Nightmare Fair before being adapted as a Big Finish audio adventure in 2009. Years later, Nathan Turner suggested bringing back the Toymaker in a straight-to-home movie for the video market. He even considered using the villain in what would eventually become 1993's EastEnders crossover Dimensions in Time. Toymaker might have dodged a bullet on that one. Number 9. He has a sister. Brian Hales later wrote The Queen of Time, an unmade 2nd Doctor serial that would have introduced the Toymaker's half-sister, Hecuba, the so-called Queen of Time, who had mastery over time in the same way that Toymaker has mastery over reality. She used those gifts to pluck unwitting people from across time and space as dinner guests and potential players over temporal games. In Hales' story outline, Jamie and Zoe are forced to play various games, including times and clocks, much like Stephen and Dodo in The Celestial Toymaker. Meanwhile, rather than the Toymaker wanting to keep the Doctor as a worthy opponent, Hecuba wants him as her husband. It's hilarious to imagine Patrick Troughton's 2nd Doctor being lusted after by the Queen of Time herself, although, arguably, as the 11th Doctor and River Song, Matt Smith and Alex Kingston provide a pretty good estimation of what that would look like. Hales' outline was rejected, presumably due to the similarities with the Celestial Toymaker. The writer would have much greater success in the Troughton era when he created the Ice Warriors. Number 8. He was married to Doctor Who's Polly. The first Toymaker was played by Michael Gough, best known as Alfred Pennyworth in the 90s Batman movies, and of course the 89 movie. He was Batman's loyal butler opposite Michael Keaton, Val Kilmer and George Clooney. Not a bad resume, eh? Even back in 1966, Gough was a well-known actor of film and television who would have been a big draw for viewers. Of course, he also returned to Doctor Who in 1983 in the far less memorable role of Time Lord Hedden in Arc of Infinity. But the Celestial Toymaker and Arc of Infinity aren't the only connections between Gough and the Whoniverse. Between 1962 and 1979, he was married to Annika Wills, who joined the show as companion Polly Wright a few months after The Celestial Toymaker aired. The couple met on the set of the film Candidate for Murder and remained together for 17 years. Gough adopted Wills' daughter, who, coincidentally, was also named Polly. Polly believed that Gough was her biological father until her tragic death in 1982. Number 7. He was intended to be a Time Lord. In the age of 15 Doctors and the Timeless Child, it's worth remembering that in 1966, very little was known about the Doctor's backstory. Viewers had met the meddling monk in the 1965 serial, The Time Meddler, but the names Gallifrey and Time Lord were still alien. To that end, script editor Donald Tosh had intended to make the Toymaker another member of the Doctor's race. The Doctor knows the Toymaker by name and reputation in the serial, warning Dodo and Steven about the villain's predilection for turning people into playthings. The Doctor's knowledge of the Toymaker could be because that's the sort of thing an intergalactic traveler would know, or it could be that he knows about him because they were at the Time Lord Academy together. The Toymaker was never confirmed to be one of the Doctor's own people in the serial, but the intention was certainly there. Perhaps Russell T Davies could make good on this promise in The Giggle. Number 6. The Trilogic game cursed Peter Purves. The Celestial Toymaker was one of Peter Purves' last serials as companion Steven Taylor. After it finished filming, the actor came into the possession of the Trilogic game prop, the challenge set by the Toymaker to test the first Doctor, who played a key role in the serial. With Hartnell invisible for most of the story, it was down to Purves to lead it. This was good news for the actor, as he felt that Steven had often been sidelined during his time on Doctor Who, but unfortunately for Purves, he was further sidelined when he left the show a few serials later. He didn't work for a year and a half after his last day on Doctor Who, and he came to blame the Toymaker's cursed game for his bad luck. A day after disposing of the Trilogic prop, Purves was offered a job on Z-Cars and then the presenter role on Blue Peter. While it's surely a cosmic coincidence, this sudden change of fate was enough to convince Purves that the Trilogic game was cursed. Number 5. The Celestial Toymaker was almost a regeneration story. The Celestial Toymaker was the 7th serial in William Hartnell's final Doctor Who season. By this time, Hartnell's relationship with the new production team was strained and his own health was failing. Producer John Wiles and script editor Donald Tosh considered replacing him with another actor. In the original plan, the Toymaker would have changed the Doctor's appearance, facilitating the casting of a new lead. Something similar was done to cover Fraser Hines' absence in The Mind Robber, with the second Doctor choosing the wrong facial features when reconstructing a cardboard Jamie. 57 years later, and the Toymaker may well be responsible for the 13th Doctor's change of appearance. Did this trickster give the Doctor their old face back? Will the 14th Doctor's regeneration be triggered by the machinations of the Toymaker? With a being of such cosmic power and a showrunner like Russell T Davies, anything is possible. Number 4. The Toymaker's flashbacks were the first ones ever. Despite what the Daleks in colour may suggest, it's actually 1966's The Celestial Toymaker that's the first Doctor Who serial to feature flashback sequences. In the serial's first episode, the Toymaker uses a memory window to try and dominate the minds of the Doctor's companions, Steven and Dodo. This reveals some of Dodo's slight backstory. The script reveals that her mother died when she was still in school, as she sees a sad schoolgirl in the Toymaker's memory window, forcing the Doctor to drag her vision away. The memory window also displays footage from the Daleks' master plan and the massacre, as Steven sees himself on both the jungle planet Kemble and in 16th century Paris. This was the first time that Doctor Who deployed footage from earlier adventures. The irony being that all the stories in question no longer fully exist in the BBC archives. If only someone had an elderly Doctor Who fan and a memory window hooked up to a VCR. Number 3. He had an epic showdown with the 8th Doctor. After the 1996 TV movie failed to lead to a series, Paul McGann's 8th Doctor set a course for the multimedia landscape of the late 1990s. As well as a series of BBC books and eventual Big Finish audio dramas, there was also a mini Doctor Who comic strip in the Radio Times. However, for a generation of 90s Doctor Who fans, the 8th Doctor's adventures began in the Doctor Who magazine comic strip. The first story, Endgame, featured the 8th Doctor facing off against the Toymaker in another series of games and challenges. Written by Alan Barnes and full of so much memorable imagery, it's an epic start to the 8th Doctor's comic book adventures. It also features a terrifying marionette Doctor that does battle with McGann in the story's climax. With Doctor Who Weekly's The Star Beast being adapted for the first 60th anniversary special, it'll be interesting to see if RTD adapts elements of this classic comic strip for the giggle. Marionettes and puppetry was hinted at in the trailer after all. Number 2. He's only the 3rd Hartnell-era villain to return. Of all the strange creatures in the first era of Doctor Who, only the Daleks and the Cybermen have come back in the modern era. This means that the Toymaker is in very good company, and could even take his place among those top-tier baddies as a recurring villain in the new era. It's interesting to ponder why so many first Doctor villains haven't come back, especially as Russell T Davies' first Doctor Who era brought back the bloody Macra. The Sensorites and the Dravens have been name-checked since 2005, but they've never actually appeared on screen. One possible reason is that a lot of Hartnell villains villains were historical characters due to the show's early commitment to educating as well as entertaining. Another possibility is that Davis and his successors, who are now also his predecessors, timey-wimey, felt that monsters like the Zarbi, the Monoids, or the Vord wouldn't work in modern Doctor Who. Cowards. Number 1, he's not actually called the Celestial Toymaker. Inevitably, there will be comments that Neil Patrick Harris's character has been renamed due to Celestial being a racist term for a person of Chinese descent. This isn't the case, as the character has always been referred to as just the Toymaker. The Celestial Toymaker is the overall name of the 1966 serial, not the actual character. While the Doctor does say the Celestial Toymaker, the actual script reveals that it's with a small c. This means that the Doctor is referring to the Toymaker's origins in the stars rather than his actual title. Dodo then asks, who is the Celestial Toymaker? But she's clearly made the same misunderstanding that many others have since 1966. Script editor Donald Tosh always referred to the character as the Toymaker, omitting the C word entirely. Gone too are the Oriental-style robes that have added to the Celestial Toymaker's uncomfortable reputation. In bringing the character back in 2023, Davis will move the Toymaker on from his problematic legacy and give us a memorable villain that lives up to the character's modern-day potential.
With Ruby Sunday inspiring the Doctor to talk about family in a way he never has before, there's a chance the Doctor's heritage will be a big focal point going forward. But for now, what do we actually know? Across the past 6 decades, there have been nods to grandparents, aunts, uncles, and an entire episode centered around a test tube daughter. The mystery outweighs the facts, but there are nonetheless several interesting details that start to bring the family tree further into focus. I'm Ellie for WhoCulture here with 10 things we actually know about the Doctor's family. Number 10. The Doctor didn't grow up with money. The shabby old barn from the day of the Doctor, Listen and Hellbent heavily implies that the Doctor didn't grow up with Time Lord status, or any other lordly status for that matter. After all, it's located pretty far from the Citadel, and it's not exactly glamorous. In Listen, we see a young Doctor sleeping in this barn, scared and alone and crying himself to sleep. This suggests that the Doctor's family wasn't wealthy and couldn't afford to send him to some nicer digs, or at the very least, that the Doctor didn't grow up surrounded by wealth. A man and a woman then enter the barn and have a brief exchange. The woman invites the Doctor back into the house with the other boys, while the man is pushing for the Doctor to join the army. The man and the woman definitely aren't the Doctor's parents. The reference to other boys rather than brothers indicates that, like the young Rupert Pink, the Doctor was orphaned and then grew up in some kind of children's home. It also sounds like the adults in the children's home were raising kids for service with Gallifrey's Chancellery Guard, setting up the Doctor's complicated relationship with the military and seeding his disdain for guns and soldiers. Number 9. They used to be a parent. In The Empty Child, Dr. Constantine says that he was a father and a grandfather and now he is neither, something that the 9th Doctor relates to. The first Russell T Davies era contains several similar references to the Doctor's children, the most notable of which comes in the Doctor's daughter. Struggling to understand the Doctor's reluctance to accept Jenny as his own flesh and blood, Donna has a go at him, only to discover that this new daughter is an unwelcome reminder of the children that he lost. This is never elaborated upon, and we don't know exactly what happened to the Doctor's children, whether they were killed during the Time War or at some undisclosed point before he took custody of Susan, although the 10th Doctor does explicitly state that they died, so as far as he's aware at least, they aren't still out there to be found. Interestingly, William Hartnell once pitched a Doctor Who story in which the first Doctor would encounter his evil son, also played by Hartnell, which, had it gone ahead, may have ended up shedding light on the difficult questions surrounding the Doctor's kids. Number 8. We've met the Doctor's mother. A huge but regularly overlooked detail about the Doctor's family is that we've actually met their mother, in the form of the enigmatic woman played by Claire Bloom in The End of Time. She appeared to Wilf several times before finally revealing herself to the Doctor during his climactic confrontation with Rassilon. While Russell T Davies deliberately left her identity open-ended in the finished episode, so fans could speculate whether she was Romana, Susan, the Rani, or even Susan's mother, he flat out told Claire Bloom that the woman woman was the Doctor's mother. In the behind-the-scenes book The Writer's Tale, Russell T Davies also explained his thinking for including the Doctor's mother in this particular story, saying that, quote, "If I can't imagine a world in which our mothers are there at the end of our lives in our time of need to help us, then what's the point?" The woman tells Wilf that she was lost a long time ago, which explains why the Doctor grew up as an orphan. We also see that she opposed Rassilon's plan to save Gallifrey, and was consequently doomed to stand as a monument to shame, like the Weeping Angels of old. It's a powerful moment and demonstrates where the Doctor got their anti-establishment tendencies from. The woman being the Doctor's mother later had a spanner thrown in the works after the Timeless Child, which revealed that the Doctor wasn't actually born on Gallifrey, but was merely taken there by the explorer Tecteun. However, there's no reason Claire Bloom couldn't be the person the Doctor knew as their mother on Gallifrey, as opposed to their actual biological mother. Retroactively, this woman in the end of time could even be Tecteun herself. Number 7. Granddaughter Susan's fate is unknown. Another relative of the Doctor that we've met is their granddaughter Susan. We spent quite a bit of time with Susan in the early days of Doctor Who, but what we don't know is what happened to her after she left the TARDIS in 22nd century London to start a new life with the human David Campbell. We know that she was plucked out of time by Barusa to play the game of Rassilon in the Five Doctors, but that is about it. So does the Doctor have a great-granddaughter or a great-grandson? Was Susan enlisted into the Time War? Did she fall in some battle against the Daleks, or live out her days in peace? Apart from the occasional nod to Susan in the modern series, the Doctor's granddaughter only recently became a big deal in Season 1. Sutek's trap for the 15th Doctor was predicated on him being enticed by the prospect of seeing Susan again, hence the whole Susan Triad scheme. And yet, in the Devil's Court, the Doctor suggested that Susan may have been killed along with all the other Time Lords, referring to either the Master's destruction of Gallifrey and the subsequent explosion of the Death Particle in Series 12, or the Time War. Clearly though, the Doctor still has hopes of seeing Susan again, even if he isn't 100% sure whether she's alive or dead. With family being a big theme of the 15th Doctor's era thus far, we could potentially see the Doctor seeking some answers in Season 2. Number 6. Companions are surrogate family. You know, you act like such a lonely man, but look at you. You've got the biggest family on Earth. So said Sarah Jane Smith when she and the 10th Doctor parted ways in the Series 4 finale. And you know what? She's right. Just look at the big dysfunctional blended family that flies the planet Earth home at the end of that episode. The idea of the Doctor choosing their own family goes back way further than even this. What's the first thing the Doctor does after leaving Susan behind at the end of the Dalek invasion of Earth? He adopts a new granddaughter type figure in the form of space orphan Vicky. This chimes with the two things Doctor Who repeatedly establishes. 1, that the Doctor is alone, and 2, that the Doctor shouldn't be left alone. It therefore stands to reason that they would choose their own family via the companions they invite on board the TARDIS. The revelations that the Doctor was adopted and doesn't know where they came from give this idea a greater weight. It allowed the Doctor to relate to a foundling like Ruby on an emotional level, a connection we've rarely seen between Doctor and companion. True family? It's the friends that the Doctor's made along the way. Yes, even Adric. Number 5. Grandparents and extended family. The Doctor's family is a fair bit bigger than you might think. It Takes You Away revealed that the Doctor had 7 grandmothers, which is potentially supposed to refer to 7 different regenerations of the same person and not 7 totally different Time Lord grannies. The 13th Doctor states that Granny 5 used to read her bedtime stories about the Solitract, so less the Frog Prince and more the frog in the chair. Elsewhere, in Vincent and the Doctor, we see 11 use a species matcher which was gifted to him by a godmother who apparently had 2 heads and really bad breath. Twice. Whether this godmother was an alien friend of the Doctor's parents or a Time Lord who decided to regenerate into a non-humanoid form is unknown. And then there's the Doctor's uncle, mentioned in Time and the Rani, who could apparently disprove Einstein's postulation that all motion is relative. It's also possible that this uncle never married. In the 11th hour, the Doctor relates to young Amelia Pond by telling her that I don't even have an aunt. And depending on how you read this line, it could also be a reference to another branch of the family tree that was cruelly felled by the horrors of the Time War. Number 4. Weddings galore. While the Doctor's uncle may not have married, the Doctor themselves has got hitched multiple times. The first Doctor unwittingly proposed to an Aztec woman due to not understanding their specific customs, but his later selves have gone the whole hog. The Day of the Doctor depicted the 10th Doctor's wedding to Queen Elizabeth I, while the 11th Doctor accidentally got engaged and married to Marilyn Monroe in A Christmas Carol. However, he later claimed that the ceremony was a sham as the chapel wasn't legitimate, which sounds like a lazy excuse, doesn't it? The husbands of River Song also revealed that an unidentified incarnation of the Doctor had married Cleopatra, although since River Song posed as Cleopatra in the Pandorica Opens, maybe the Doctor can get away with that one. As far as we can tell, the Doctor has never been formally divorced from any of these women, though perhaps until death do us part is less of an issue when you have a time machine that can just skip to the end. And then of course there's River Song herself, who married the Doctor in the appropriately titled The Wedding of River Song. After years of meeting each other in a wibbly-wobbly order, the two lived happily ever after on Beryllium for about 24 years until River had to pay a visit to the library. Number 3, the Doctor's siblings. When the Master was seemingly killed in Planet of Fire, he pleaded with the Doctor to show mercy to his own something. His own what? Own kind? Own brother? Producer John Nathan Turner was certainly under the impression that the Master would have said brother if he hadn't been inconveniently cut off by dying, which is presumably why the 5th Doctor is slightly distracted when Perry asks him if he's okay. Original drafts for the 1996 TV movie would have revealed that the Doctor and the Master, like Thor and Loki, were squabbling brothers vying for power on Gallifrey. However, subsequent drafts brought the story right back down to earth and heavily suggested that the Doctor and the Master had different parents, with the Doctor claiming that he was half human on his mother's side, a detail that has since been widely disregarded. Whether it was the Master or not, we definitely know that the Doctor at least had a brother at one point, because he tells Martha that he doesn't have one anymore in Smith and Jones. Presumably, the Doctor's brother perished in the Time War, but he could even have passed away centuries earlier. The 13th Doctor also offhandedly revealed that she used to have sisters in arachnids in the UK. It's certainly feasible that the Doctor had siblings that were separated from them when they went to live in the children's home seen in Listen, although from what we learn in The Timeless Children, these siblings wouldn't have been the Doctor's flesh and blood. Number 2, their biological family is from another universe. As mentioned, it was recently revealed that the Gallifreyan explorer Tecteun discovered the Doctor, then known as the Timeless Child, abandoned at a monument beneath a wormhole. Tecteun adopted the child, but as a science experiment rather than out of any sort of maternal love. She spliced the child's DNA into certain Gallifreyans to give them the secret of regeneration. And naturally, discovering this genetic gift gave Tecteun a degree of power and influence in the early days of Time Lord society. But where does that wormhole lead? And where does the Doctor originally come from? Well, as stated by Tecteun in Flux, the other end of the wormhole leads to another universe, meaning that the Doctor isn't just from another planet, they're almost from another reality. So while the Doctor may have had siblings, uncles, and mothers, these were all part of their adopted Gallifreyan family. Their true biological family, if they're still around, lies in the next universe. Alternatively, given how little we know about the Timeless Child species, maybe they just spring out of the ground or are grown in a lab. It's possible that the Doctor has never had any biological family at all, which could be subconsciously fueling their innate desire to bring home so many strays. Number 1, the Doctor is completely alone. Long before Time Wars and Death Particles, Doctor Who asserted that our hero was on his own. In one of the best scenes from Tomb of the Cybermen, the 2nd Doctor and Victoria discuss grief and loss. As Victoria mourns the death of her father, she suggests that the Doctor probably can't remember his own parents or family given how old he is. However, the Doctor has a beautiful response that has to go down as one of Patrick Troughton's finest moments. Oh yes, I can, when I want to. And that's the point, really. I have to really want to bring them back in front of my eyes. The rest of the time they sleep in my mind, and I forget, and so will you. It's interesting to compare this speech from the one in The Doctor's Daughter. In Tomb of the Cybermen, memories of his family comfort the 2nd Doctor, while in The Doctor's Daughter, they're a source of pain. What hasn't changed, though, is the assertion that the Doctor's family was lost long ago. The Time War looms so large over the show that we often forget about the 2nd Doctor's comments here. But practically since Doctor Who started, the Doctor has believed that they're the only one one left. Now, whether or not that's true is a whole other matter entirely. There's no definitive proof that any of the relatives mentioned by the Doctor have died, and as is the case with Susan, even the Doctor can't be certain. But with all the talk of family lately, it does feel like we're getting closer than ever to some answers. He's the face of Bow, and he won 5094's Rear of the Year award, but what else do we know about Captain Jack Harkness? Since his debut in 2005, the character has charmed his way through several Doctor Who eras, bumping into Doctors from the 10th to the 13th, and even locking lips with the 9th. He also tended to show up in only the biggest and most important episodes, but despite his enormous popularity, there are still plenty of fascinating details you might not know about the one and only Captain Cheesecake. I'm Ellie for WhoCulture, here with 10 things you didn't know about Captain Jack Harkness. Number 10. His original name was Jax. Much like the Doctor, Captain Jack Harkness is a title that he has assumed. It's not his real name. In fact, Russell T Davies's original pitch document for Doctor Who Series 1 made this explicitly clear in the outline for what would become The Empty Child and the Doctor Dances. Describing the 10th episode of the series, Russell T Davies wrote that Captain Jack Harkness was better known as Captain Jax, who was a, quote, futuristic soldier from another world, the captor of the child creature here on Earth to track it down. Interestingly, Russell T Davies's pitch also states that Rose would feel intimidated by the Doctor and Jax's relationship, as she comes to see Jax as, quote, everything the Doctor's companion should be. In the final broadcast version of the story, Stephen Moffat gave us a much different yet equally interesting take on this, playing on the differences in approach between Captain Jack, the archetypal matinee idol figure, and the Doctor, the awkward accidental hero who uses brains rather than brawn. Moffat and Russell T Davies also decided to dispose of the Captain Jack's name altogether, further heightening the mystery of who Jack really is. It also avoided confusion with Jax, the chief caretaker at Paradise Towers, and would have later avoided clashing with Carla Jex, the alien doctor in A Town Called Mercy. Number 9. He has roots in the talons of Weng Chiang. Captain Jack Harkness is a time agent from the 51st century, which directly links him to the classic Tom Baker serial The Talons of Weng Chiang. The true villain of this serial is the brutal war criminal Magnus Greel, who was active during World War VI, which took place in the year 5000. After Greel was defeated, he escaped to Victorian London, where he conducted his grisly experiments, living in fear of the time agency knocking on his door. The Talons of Weng Chiang is Doctor Who's first mention of time agents, a classic example of writer Robert Holmes's talent for building rich fictional worlds with just a few words. Then, when Russell T Davies brought the show back in 2005, he made the time agency a larger part of Doctor Who continuity. Although Captain Jack was born a few decades after the defeat of Magnus Greel, he would follow in the footsteps of the very time agents that Greel had feared. Torchwood Series 2 would later introduce another rogue time agent, Captain John, which really makes you wonder if the time agency does any sort of background checks before enlisting new recruits. Number 8. Why didn't he crash Utopia's credits? Captain Jack's white-knuckle TARDIS ride in Utopia necessitated a reordering of the episode's pre-title sequence. Because we see Jack clinging to the TARDIS as it flies through the time vortex, it was felt that the episode couldn't go straight from this shot into the opening titles. Otherwise, viewers would be expecting Captain Jack to be bolted to the TARDIS as it dodged David Tennant, Freema Agyeman, John Barrowman, and Utopia by Russell T Davies. So, to provide a break between Jack's flight through the vortex and the actual title sequence, the short scene of the future kind preparing to hunt some humans was brought forward. This meant that there was a clear delineation between the Captain Jack scene and the actual Doctor Who titles. But if we're honest, where's the fun in that? In the DVD commentary for Utopia, Russell T Davies and David Tennant joke that a special edition Captain Jack edit should be made, which includes John Barrowman holding on to the TARDIS as it drifts through the vortex. This special edition is yet to surface, but until such time as the collection Blu-ray box sets reach the 21st century era of Doctor Who, we've got funny fan videos to tide us over. Number 7. He became the 6th Doctor. Captain Jack has had many exploits in Doctor Who's expanded media, from his adventures with River Song to battling giant maggots with Jo Jones. However, the one that's most worth mentioning is his encounter with the 6th Doctor in Big Finish's audio anthology, The Lives of Captain Jack Volume 2. Written by James Goss, the story Peace of Mind sees Captain Jack forced to fill in for the 6th Doctor while he recovers from a near-fatal encounter with an alien villain. John Barrowman is clearly having a ball cosplaying playing as the Doctor, and his voice even takes on a slight Sylvester McCoy-style twang. It's a hugely enjoyable audio play that gives a much different, slightly cooler version of the Doctor. Yes, even in that coat. Barrowman was even snapped in a series of photographs wearing the Sixth Doctor's coat to promote the box set's release. He may have been a judge on Any Dream Will Do, but wearing the Sixth Doctor's Technicolor costume is the closest that Barrowman might get to playing Joseph. Number 6. Rose Tyler helped cover up his return. Captain Jack's long-awaited return in the 2020 episode Fugitive of the Jadoon was an incredible bit of misdirection from Chris Chibnall and the Doctor Who team. By hyping the episode as one not to miss, they made us all believe that the episode's biggest revelation would be the return of John Barrowman, right before they unveiled Joe Martin as a brand new incarnation of the Doctor. To maintain the secrecy of his return to Doctor Who, Barrowman went to considerable expense by renovating his house as an explanation for why he was in Cardiff. But that wasn't the only strange measure taken in order to keep things under wraps. During filming of the episode, Barrowman was given a special code name to avoid members of the cast and crew having to say Captain Jack out loud. This code name was also printed in the script to keep the big secret as secure as possible, and that code name was Roy Lester. This is notable for two big reasons. Firstly, it continued Doctor Who's grand tradition of using fake names in cast lists, a sly technique employed many times over the decades to cover up the returns of characters like the Master and Davros. And secondly, Roy Lester is an anagram of Rose Tyler. It's a sweet callback to Captain Jack's debut in The Empty Child, where he saved Rose from a barrage balloon during the Blitz. It's also likely that it caused a few people to ponder whether Billie Piper was on her way back, creating yet another layer of security to keep Jack's return a surprise. Number 5. He stopped Sal Till from stealing the TARDIS. Remember Sal Till, the world's first alien superstar? No? Then allow me to refresh your memory. Between 2009 and 2011, John Barrowman was the host of the light entertainment show Tonight's the Night. The show featured live musical performances and revolved around fulfilling the wishes of ordinary members of the public, reminiscent of Cilla Black's Surprise Surprise. In 2009, Tonight's the Night ran a competition for viewers aged 18 and over, offering them the chance to create an original alien character which would later be featured in a special Doctor Who sketch. After letting the kids have their fun designing the Off and starring in Utopia, it was only fair that the adults got to have a go. The winner was Tim Ingham, whose character, Sal Till, was a blue alien criminal with a robot arm. The design of this villain was genuinely awesome, with its strange, featureless face creating an eye-catching contrast with its smart coat and hat. Sal Till gained access to the 10th Doctor's TARDIS and hoped to finally have power over all of time and space. Luckily, Captain Jack was on hand to defeat Sal Till and protect the TARDIS from this nefarious alien menace, right before David Tennant turns up to tell off the two big kids for mucking around in his time machine. This sketch is an oft-forgotten relic from that late 2000s era when Doctor Who was absolutely everywhere. And who knows, maybe the mighty Sal Till will make a return in this new era. Number 4. The BBC vetoed a spicy Captain Jack shot. What is it with people trying to cut off Captain Jack's head? In Bad Wolf, Jack has to destroy Trini and Susanna with a handily placed compact laser deluxe before they can remove his skull as part of a very extreme makeover. However, it wasn't the threat of decapitation that got the BBC hot and bothered back in 2005, it was the implication of where Jack hid his gun. According to Barrowman, the scene where Trini and Susanna removed Jack's clothes was shot full length, with Barrowman's bum on full display. This is backed up by what we see, or don't see, in the finished episode. There's a rear shot of Jack's top and jeans being dissolved by the defabricator, which quickly cuts back to his face before we see anything too cheeky. Pun intended. Apparently, the BBC vetoed the idea of John Barrowman's bare ass being on primetime BBC One, which necessitated the cut. Barrowman has since jokingly claimed that this was one of his biggest regrets from his time on Doctor Who. On the plus side, he finally got his wish to broadcast his bum on primetime BBC One 4 years later, when a naked Captain Jack was broken out of a concrete breeze block in Torchwood Children of Earth Day 2. Thankfully, there were no murderous fashion robots in sight on that occasion. Number 3. He almost met the 11th Doctor. When a good man goes to war, he needs a big army, and the 11th Doctor almost assembled a much bigger team than the one we see in the final episode. For starters, a cutscene from Series 6's blockbuster mid-series finale would have revealed Ood Sigma helping the Doctor and his allies storm Demon's Run, hence the Ood created by Russell T Davies message during the closing credits. But more substantial than Ood Sigma was Captain Jack Harkness, who teamed up with the 11th Doctor in Stephen Moffat's original version of the story. However, due to John Barrowman's commitments to filming Torchwood Miracle Day in the USA, Jack had to be cut from future drafts. There's a prolific rumour that had Captain Jack's appearance in A Good Man Goes to War gone ahead, that he would have lost his head to the Headless Monks, exactly like Dorian Maldovar. And since Jack can't die, his head would have lived on separate from his body, eventually becoming the face of Bo. This has never been confirmed, however, and given that Torchwood was still in production at the time, it feels unlikely that Russell T Davies would have agreed to let Moffat deliver such a huge revelation. Russell T Davies himself had also stated that Jack simply grew into a giant head over billions of years, rather than him being decapitated. Regardless of whether or not this would have made the screen, there's no denying that it sounds like a very Moffat-y-waffety solution to the question of the face of Bo. I kinda like it. Number 2, Barrowman auditioned with different accents. Captain Jack's American accent is an intrinsic part of the character, emphasizing his slightly cheesy space hero personality and differentiating him from the predominantly British cast. However, Captain Jack wasn't originally envisioned as an American, despite the producers singling out John Barrowman for the role. In reality, Jack's accent was something that came about organically during the audition process, as revealed by Russell T Davies at San Diego Comic-Con in 2009. He said, "We really singled John out for that part when we met him because we loved him. He did it in a Scottish accent and his normal American accent, even an English accent. In the end, I decided it made it bigger if it was an American accent. It just felt right at that time, little knowing that he would go on to have his own show." Barrowman was born in Glasgow in 1967 and moved to the USA when he was 8 years old. Interestingly, you can hear his Scottish inflection in early interviews during the promotion of Doctor Who and Torchwood. He also adopts a full-on Glasgow accent whenever he's interviewed by Lorraine Kelly or in the company of David Tennant. So it definitely made more sense for him to try and play Captain Jack with a Scottish accent rather than an English accent. Ultimately though, the American accent was clearly the right choice, and a classic Doctor Who character was born. Number 1, he was named after a popular Marvel villain. During the DVD commentary for The Stolen Earth, Russell T Davies reveals that he named Captain Jack Harkness after none other than Marvel's Agatha Harkness. The witch and former nanny to Franklin Richards is clearly one of Russell T Davies' favourite Marvel characters, which is presumably why he uses the name Harkness so much in his work. In one of his earliest shows, the family fantasy series Century Falls, there are the Harkness sisters, who help the show's young lead avert the resurrection of an ancient godlike being. A few years later, Russell T Davies' hotel drama The Grand featured Esme Harkness, who was one of the titular hotel's residents. Hilariously and purely coincidentally, the hotel was run by the suspiciously similar-sounding John Bannerman. While Captain Jack may not return to the show anytime soon, Agatha Harkness continues to inspire Russell T Davies' approach to Doctor Who. In a recent interview, the showrunner compared Sutekh's return to WandaVision's ability to get general audiences excited about a deep-cut character like Agatha Harkness, of whom most viewers would have zero prior knowledge. So yeah, turns out Sutekh was actually Agatha all along. Get it? Ho ho ho! Merry Christmas! Yeah, nothing else really to say other than Doctor Who is back at Christmas and we wanted a Christmassy video, so we thought, you know what? Let's break down this absolute banger of an episode, and here we are. I'm Ellie for WhoCulture, here with 20 things you didn't know about A Christmas Carol. Number 20, it's the first Christmas special where nobody dies. What do you think of when you think of Christmas? Family gatherings, chocolate, a sense of generosity and giving? Well, if you work on Doctor Who, you probably think of death and mayhem. Since the first Doctor Who Christmas special in 2005, these episodes have brought plenty of bloodshed to the big day. All the Sycorax get blown up, Lance and his Spider Queen are done away with, Voyage of the Damned kills pretty much everyone on the Space Titanic, there are a bunch of cyber conversions in The Next Doctor, and the Master eats some homeless people in The End of Time Part 1. While it's implied that Abigail dies soon after, nobody's death is actually shown in A Christmas Carol, which was a first at the time. Well, except for that little fishy wishy that got eaten by the shark. Oh, poor little guy. We spoke about a few other Doctor Who Christmas specials there, but I want to know what's your favourite. Let us know in the comments down below. I would say, for obvious reasons, that one of mine has probably got to be The Husbands of River Song. Number 19. Sardic Town was built from colony ships. The bulk of the action in A Christmas Carol is set in Sardic Town, named after the powerful Sardic family. It's not a particularly jolly place, reflective of its miserly owner, with everything seemingly built out of scrap scrap iron and discarded metal, and there's a reason for this. On the episode of Doctor Who Confidential that accompanied A Christmas Carol, set decorator Julian Luxton explained that the original settlers in Sardic Town arrived via huge ships, which they then broke down and used to build everything. Whether this was always the plan or not, it adds an additional layer of character to the settlement. Its first inhabitants literally built it from the ground up with what little materials they had. Number 18. The shark had a code name. Because an episode featuring the Doctor, Dumbledore, and an opera singer wasn't weird enough already, Stephen Moffat decided to add another surreal element to the special: a flying shark. This shark ends up saving the day as the Doctor uses the half of the sonic screwdriver stuck inside it to help dissipate the clouds. The crew went to great lengths to keep this element of the story a surprise, even going as far as to come up with a code name for the creature. Lawrence Belcher, the actor who played young Kazran, decided on this name, and he chose Clive. The shark was called Clive. This allowed the crew to say Clive instead of Shark in order to better protect the secret. It's a good job they didn't call it Bruce, because they may have given the game away. Number 17. Moffat wrote the script in unusual circumstances. In the first half of 2010, air travel across Europe was thrown into chaos when a volcano in Iceland erupted, billowing clouds of ash into the sky. This gigantic earth sneeze meant that flights were cancelled left, right, and centre out of fear that aircrafts might be damaged. Thousands of people were affected by this, including a certain Scottish showrunner. Along with Matt Smith and Karen Gillan, Stephen Moffat was on a press tour in America around the time of the eruption. Left stranded, he decided to distract himself by writing the script for what would become A Christmas Carol. There was just one problem. He was in Los Angeles, and it was sweltering. Hardly the most Christmassy place on Earth. To get into the festive spirit, Moffat kept his air conditioning on full blast and listened to nothing but Christmas songs all day. He must have hated Mariah Carey by the end of that process. Number 16. Arthur Darvill gets an upgrade. The man behind the lovable Rory Williams was largely absent from the first half of Series 5 before picking up more regular roles towards the end of its run. Most of them involved him dying, but they still count. He's not in A Christmas Carol much, but he'd clearly become an integral part of this TARDIS team by this point. As a result, Arthur Darvill's name appears in the show's opening credits for the very first time, making him the 16th different actor to appear in New Who opening title sequences. Making the title sequence is nothing to sniff at, but if Darvill could have chosen when to make his debut, he probably would have picked an episode where he had just a little bit more to do. Number 15. The spaceship copied the Enterprise. Outside Sardic Town, the other main location in A Christmas Carol is the starliner Thrasymachus. That's also the name of a real-life Greek philosopher and teacher, so there's another fun fact for you. And it wasn't just history that this craft borrowed from, as it also took inspiration from a fellow classic sci-fi show. The bridge of the ship where Amy and Rory speak to the Doctor in their funny honeymoon outfits was designed to replicate various different incarnations of the Enterprise from Star Trek. This could be because the first J.J. Abrams directed Star Trek movie had come out the year before, so it was fresh in the Doctor Who team's minds. Either way, the similarities are clear. Number 14. Abigail's song was very last minute. A Christmas Carol featured a marvellous performance from Catherine Jenkins, a classical singer hailing from Wales. Basically, the show finally ran out of places in Wales to use, and so it started stealing its people instead. Jenkins was a big get for Doctor Who, so you'd have thought that the idea of getting her to sing a song would have been organised way in advance. Well, think again. While it was always in Moffat's script that Abigail would sing a new Christmas tune, composer Murray Gold wasn't informed until the very last minute. He had around 3 weeks to come up with the song before it was required for filming, which wasn't a lot of time for something like this, but he managed it. Still no sign of the Series 10 soundtrack though. Chop chop! Number 13. It aired on a brand new channel. The first episode of Doctor Who to air in high definition was the 2009 Easter special Planet of the Dead, because everyone really needed to see Lee Evans' face in the clearest resolution possible. However, that episode and every subsequent HD broadcast was shown on a channel just called BBC HD, which showed high-def content from all across the BBC. BBC One HD, which is dedicated entirely to HD content from the Beebs main channel, didn't launch until November 2010, just in time for A Christmas Carol to be the first Doctor Who episode to grace its airwaves. Number 12. Michael Gambon didn't like his performance. Kazran Sardic was played by the late, great Michael Gambon, a veteran of stage and screen. He is easily one of the most high-profile actors to ever appear in Doctor Who, but sadly, according to the man himself, he sucked. At London Film and Comic Con in 2015, the former head of Hogwarts said that he wasn't very good as the Scrooge stand-in. I tried hard, but I couldn't quite get it, he went on to say, as the audience rebuked his claims. Considering that A Christmas Carol regularly appears near the top of polls of the best Doctor Who Christmas episodes, Gambon really had nothing to worry about. The outpouring of grief from Whovians following his death in September 2023 further cemented just how brilliant he was in the show. Number 11. Seamless model work completed the rickshaw scene. A concept throughout the episode is people travelling via a shark-powered rickshaw, culminating in Kazran and Abigail's final night together as they soar through the skies of Sardic Town. Unfortunately, as all the real flying sharks were busy, the team had to get creative when filming these scenes. The bulk of them were captured using a life-size rickshaw set against a green screen, with the actors doing their best to pretend that they weren't just in a random warehouse. However, this setup made it impossible to film from underneath, which is where puppets and miniatures came in handy. A smaller version of the rickshaw was built along with marionette versions of the characters, which were used to film shots of the rickshaw from below. The illusion was then neatly completed in the editing suite. And just as a side note, this Matt Smith puppet is horrifying and will haunt your dreams. Merry Christmas! Number 10. It was Jenkins' first acting role. An early idea for A Christmas Carol was to have an actress mime along to Abigail's song, which the producers hoped might be sung by Katherine Jenkins. However, somebody clearly remembered that old adage about killing birds with stones, and Jenkins was invited to appear as Abigail herself. The Welsh soprano was understandably quite nervous to take on the role, as her appearance in one of the biggest TV events of the year would be her very first acting gig. While she had appeared on TV before as herself, including an Emmerdale cameo, this was the first time she had taken on an actual character. Since A Christmas Carol, she has acted in a TV adaptation of the Dylan Thomas play Under Milkwood and in a film with Johnny Depp. Not too shabby. Number 9. It's Matt Smith's most watched solo outing. Doctor Who Christmas specials usually pull in mammoth audiences, probably because everyone's too full of turkey to get up and change the channel. A Christmas Carol pulled some monster ratings, even by these standards. Over 12 million people tuned in to see if the Ponds would survive their honeymoon, making it the 4th most viewed episode of New Who up to that point. It's also the most watched episode to star Matt Smith as the 11th Doctor, more or less. The only other Matt Smith episode to draw a bigger crowd was The Day of the Doctor, but since that also featured David Tennant's return as 10, A Christmas Carol remains Smith's biggest audience on his own. Number 8. Sardic Town was a steel mill. Is it really an episode of Doctor Who if it doesn't feature a location that's been used for the show about 100 times already? To add to the industrial feel of Sardic Town, it was decided that filming would take place at an actual steel mill in Wales. Where else, obviously. Mere Steel is located in the southern Welsh town of Newport and served as the backdrop for most of the external action in A Christmas Carol. The show had previously travelled there during the filming of Series 4's Journey's End, where it served as the inside of the Dalek Crucible. It also turned up in Planet of the Dead, where it doubled as the Tritovore spaceship, and in The Wedding of River Song as the docks of Callisto B. Number 7. Gambon wasn't the only one with a double role. Maybe Michael Gambon thought that he didn't do very well because he was exhausted from playing 2 different parts. Not only did he appear as Kazran, he also played his cruel father, Elliot, the man who set in motion his son's wicked ways. It makes sense that the crew wanted to get as much Gambon as they could, but he wasn't the only one pulling double duty. Young Bailey Pepper appeared first as Benjamin's son, the kid who lobs some coal at Kazran's head, and then later as the younger version of Benjamin, who enjoys Christmas dinner with the 11th Doctor, Kazran, and Abigail. Funnily enough, Pepper had appeared in an episode of the BBC soap opera Doctors the year before he was in Doctor Who. It's all connected. Number 6. Jenkins was nervous about the kissing. Having never had a proper acting job before, Jenkins was in for plenty of new experiences on the set of A Christmas Carol. I mean, there probably weren't flying sharks backstage at Emmerdale. Probably. Of all the things to be worried about though, there was one in particular that she was most concerned with. The kissing scene with young Kazran actor Danny Horn. My mum's got to watch that on Christmas Day, she told Digital Spy, explaining that she felt more nervous about getting this scene right than she did before singing to the Pope 7 years earlier. Luckily, Matt Smith was on hand to make sure everything ran smoothly. Oh, no, wait, no, he intentionally kept messing up the shot so they had to do extra takes. According to Jenkins, her and Horn ended up locking lips for about 90 minutes. Number 5. Everything's round for a reason. What are the round things? Well, in this episode, they're everything. Sardic Town isn't just special because Michael Gambon and Katherine Jenkins live there. It's special because the human inhabitants share their world with shoals of floating fish. As well as Clive the shark, there are smaller fishies dotted around the town, gathering round lampposts and swimming through the sky. This gave the production team an interesting job: to create a world that felt felt right for both humans and their flying friends? The answer? Round things. Almost all the windows, light fittings, and even some of the buildings in Sardic Town are circular or semicircular. Rather than lazy production design, this was done on purpose to evoke the feeling of being in a submarine, one of the closest experiences human beings can get to living underwater. Next time you watch A Christmas Carol, you won't be able to unsee this. Number 4. The new production designer had a Who connection. There's been a lot of chat about sets on this list, so it's high time the man who was in charge of designing them got a name check. Michael Pickwoad joined Doctor Who as its production designer following the departure of Edward Thomas, who had been part of the show since its return in 2005. No pressure then. Luckily, Pickwoad was in a great position to take the reins, as Doctor Who was in his blood. His father, an actor named William Mervyn, played Sir Charles Summer in the 1966 First Doctor serial The War Machines. Pickwoad also passed the Doctor Who bug down to his children, as his daughter Katie painted the portraits of Elliot Sardic and Abigail. One of Michael's other daughters, Amy Pickwoad, also worked as an art director on Doctor Who. Isn't that just the cutest thing? A whole family of Doctor Who creators. Number 3. The Doctor has a history of card tricks. The Christmas dinner scene sees the 11th Doctor try and fail to perform a card trick. It's interesting that the Doctor is so bad at it, considering all the practice he's had over the years. In the 4th Doctor serial Robot, the Doctor takes the stage, does a little dance, and then successfully performs a rather unusual card trick, much to the crowd's delight. In the 9th Doctor's debut episode, he's just as bad as the 11th Doctor, spilling cards all over Rose's living room floor after attempting to shuffle the deck. It's always fun to see the Doctor attempt these very human things, though it does make you wonder why someone with such infinite wisdom can't always pull them off. Number 2. Kazran's mansion was inspired by Citizen Kane. Though the character of Kazran Sardic is modelled on Ebenezer Scrooge, another fictional icon also played a part in shaping his portrayal. Kazran keeps himself locked away from the world in a giant mansion overseeing the rest of the town. This is similar to how Charles Foster Kane, the title character of the classic movie Citizen Kane, built himself an enormous fortress to hide from the rest of society. Kane's house served as the inspiration for Kazran's own lonely home. The gigantic fireplace set was almost entirely copied, as was the ominous portrait that hung over it. Despite not being an original idea, it was effective in communicating to the audience how a life of greed can lead to misery, as it did for Sardic, Scrooge, and Kane. Number 1. Stephen Moffat's strange fear of sharks. Movies and TV shows haven't done sharks any favours, and it's no surprise that many people are scared of them. They've evolved over millions of years to be pure eating and killing machines. No excess, just teeth, fins, and a whole load of hungry energy. A young Stevie Moff knew this full well, as he was deathly afraid of them as a boy. In particular, he had a nightmare that sharks would one day evolve to come out of the sea and chase him around on land. And now you'll all have the same nightmare too. You're welcome! Presumably thinking he might as well make a bit of money out of his childhood trauma, Moffat turned his fear into a plot device for A Christmas Carol. There's where the idea of flying sharks came from, Moffat's very real phobia that they were coming to get him. Fingers crossed life never imitates art. Widely regarded as one of the best Doctor Who stories ever, Heaven Sent challenged the traditional formula of the show by giving almost all of its screen time to star Peter Capaldi, who did an amazing job carrying the story on his own, as well as praise being given to the creature design, set design, and to Stephen Moffat's writing. When an episode is as beloved as this one, and when it's so different to everything else in the series, there are always behind-the-scenes stories and fascinating trivia attached to it. So with that in mind, I'm Ellie with WhoCulture, here with 20 things you didn't know about Heaven Sent. Number 20. The cycles didn't last as long as you think. It's difficult to gauge how long each version of the Doctor spends in the castle before the cycle resets and he does it all over again. The Doctor says it'll take a day and a half to drag his dying body to the top of the tower, so that's one small indication of the time he spent there. But how long was he there in total? Well, according to Moffat, the answer isn't as crazy as you might think. He said, "In my head, the Doctor is in the castle for several weeks. I assume it varies depending on how the rooms rearrange, but it's probably about 3 weeks. If each cycle takes 3 weeks and the Doctor is in the confession dial for 4.5 billion years overall, that's a frankly insane amount of resets required to break the wall." Number 19. Rachel Talalay's inspiration. Heaven Sent was directed by Rachel Talalay, a Chicago-born filmmaker who also directed Freddy's Dead: The Final Nightmare. But let's not hold that against her, eh? Talalay, who also directed Capaldi's other series finales, plus his overall finale Twice Upon a Time, did a fantastic job creating the suspense needed to pull off an episode like this. But where did she get her inspiration from? Apparently, she went back and watched German expressionist movies from the early 20th century to get visual help from titles like Nosferatu, A Symphony of Horror to The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. It's astonishing the amount of care and effort that went into creating this hour of Saturday night telly. Number 18. Titles in other languages. Though it's got a reputation as being more British than a bulldog wearing a top hat eating a tea-covered scone, Doctor Who is a global show with a global audience. That means it has to be translated into other languages, which can offer a unique insight into how an episode is perceived. Heaven Sent was called many different things around the world. In France, its title translated to Descent into Heaven. In German, the name came out as The Fear of the Doctor, which is very interesting. Elsewhere, Hungarian viewers got an episode called Second of Eternity, which someone should definitely steal. Number 17. Those are actually Peter Capaldi's skulls. How many times has the Doctor died in a single episode of Doctor Who? Heaven Sent has to hold that record, as the Time Lord spends 4.5 billion years getting repeatedly bumped off by a bloke in a bedsheet. As a result, the castle the Doctor is trapped in is littered with various copies of his own skull. And that statement is actually more true than you might think. That's because Peter Capaldi's own head was used as the model for those skulls. It was taken from a life-size cast made of the actor for the Ghost Doctor in Under the Lake and Before the Flood. Don't ever say Doctor Who doesn't take small details seriously, because that is some serious attention to detail. Number 16. It was too long for BBC America. Even though it didn't have to be translated to be shown in the USA, Heaven Sent did need to undergo some changes for an American audience. BBC America runs commercials as part of its programs, so it usually dedicates an hour to Doctor Who, 45 minutes for the show, 15 minutes or so for adverts. However, Heaven Sent is 54 minutes long, which is way too long for a commercial hour, but instead of cutting scenes, they simply showed it at a slightly faster speed. Fortunately, they then gave it 75 minutes during the following week's rerun. Number 15. Moffat was driven by his dissatisfaction with an earlier plotline. The Amy and Rory storyline received some criticism in its latter half, with some fans feeling that their breakup felt contrived and others unhappy that the show never truly explored the grief they must have felt after losing Melody in A Good Man Goes to War. There you go, folks. Did you really think we could do a video without me mentioning River Song at least once? Moffat was also dissatisfied with how he handled the loss of Melody and its impact on the Ponds, and Heaven Sent actually came from his desire to do that kind of loss and grief aftermath correctly. He said, "Usually big dramatic things happen in Doctor Who, then the next week everyone's absolutely fine. I never found a way to have Amy and Rory grieve over their lost baby, and I still don't know how I would do that. I could never work out how to write that, so I just cut forward several months and rather ducked the issue. So getting that kind of aftermath right in Doctor Who was on my to-do list." Imagine being so determined to correct one of your biggest regrets that you casually write one of the greatest Doctor Who episodes ever. What a guy. Number 14. The Veil was trying to be nice. The Blogs of Doom were a series of short stories published in Doctor Who magazine by prolific Who fiction writer Jonathan Morris. They offered up some ideas about some of the show's minor characters, including the Veil. According to Morris, the hooded harbinger of doom might not have been so bad after all. In his story, the Veil is just trying to do its job. It doesn't want to hurt the Doctor, in fact it wants to help him. It makes numerous attempts to point out a spade the Doctor could use to knock down the Diamond Wall, but to no avail. Should we consider this canon? Well, that's up to you, but it's really fascinating either way. Number 13. The unusual spoon mistake. What is it with the 12th Doctor and spoons? He used one to fight Robin Hood, and now there's this. The man's obsessed. When the Doctor is eating some soup, he gets distracted and drops the spoon in the bowl. The close-up of this happening is meant to be for dramatic effect, but it accidentally reveals a mistake so strange that it got a whole Radio Times article to itself. When the spoon has fallen, you can see a second one just behind it, complete with another person's arm holding it up. What was the purpose of the second arm and the second spoon? Was this spoon to perform the drip while Capaldi dropped the main one, or was it the confession dial playing tricks on our hero? It's spooky. Number 12. It took up a quarter of the Series 9 soundtrack. The Series 9 soundtrack is the perfect gift for anyone, even if they don't watch Doctor Who. Seriously, just give it to them. It's a 4-disc set that showcases some of composer Murray Gold's best work from across 2015, and one of those discs is devoted entirely to the music of Heaven Sent. Some episodes from the series are lucky to have one song featured in the collection, but Heaven Sent got over 40 minutes dedicated to it. It's an episode that relies heavily on its atmosphere, and a large part of that is the music, so it's no surprise that there was so much material. I'm just glad we got all of it. Number 11. The Veil was played by a familiar face. Apart from a brief appearance by Jenna Coleman as Clara, the only actors in Heaven Sent are Peter Capaldi and and Jamie Reed-Quarrell. Reed-Quarrell plays the Vale and does a great job bringing the silent menace to life, but this wasn't the first time Doctor Who audiences had seen his work. In fact, he appeared earlier in this same series playing Colony Sarf, an agent of Davros who was made up of snakes in The Magician's Apprentice and The Witch's Familiar. Playing two memorable villains in one series? That's gotta be some sort of record. Number 10, IMDb loves it. Ah, the Internet Movie Database. Where would we be without you? As well as showcasing trailers, cast lists, and nerdy trivia, IMDb also hands out ratings to films and TV shows. It's done this for Doctor Who, and Heaven Sent comes out very well indeed. Of all the episodes since the 2005 revival, Heaven Sent currently ranks number 2 with a score of 9.6. That means it beat out both parts of the library story, but came up short against Blink, which tops the list with a 9.8 out of 10. Wait a second, does that mean Moffat has the entire top 4 to himself? That's not good for his ego. Number 9, its unique opening credits. The Doctor Who opening credits are just as famous as anything else from the show. The names of the actors playing the Doctor and the companions flash up on screen while the TARDIS travels through some variation of the time vortex. Iconic stuff. But what about when there's no companion? Heaven Sent is the first New Who episode to only feature one actor's name in the opening sequence. Even though Jenna Coleman does make an appearance, Peter Capaldi does the heavy lifting and therefore gets to hog the spotlight. It makes you wonder why Catherine Tate was credited in the opening sequence for Midnight, despite only bookending the episode with 2 short scenes. Wouldn't it be interesting to be a fly on the wall for some of these conversations between the showrunners? Number 8, many shots were filmed many times. Rachel Talalay did a damn fine job on this episode, especially considering how much stress she was under. The director had to get this incredibly tricky episode spot on, all the while having Moffat in her ear telling her to do things she'd already done. Talalay was instructed to record the same shots multiple times, but slightly differently. This was so they could be used in scenes showing later iterations of the Doctor's journey to Room 12. Why did they have to be different? Well, because each trip around the castle was different. This made each of the rapid-fire cycles at the end of the episode feel slightly distinct, as they probably would be. Number 7, it broke a bizarre Moffat record. Series 9 was Stephen Moffat's 5th series as Doctor Who showrunner, and it ended up breaking a record when it came to his writing. Up to this point, the penultimate episode of every Moffat series had featured the Cybermen. They were part of the Alliance in the Pandorica Opens, and one of them terrorized Amy Pond earlier in the episode. They annoyed James Corden in closing time, they chased the Doctor around a theme park in Nightmare in Silver, and were at the command of Missy in Dark Water. As for Heaven Sent, not a single murderous cyborg to be found. The penultimate episode from the next series, Series 10's World Enough and Time, does have the Cybermen in it, so Heaven Sent really does stand alone. Number 6, it might not have happened. Can you imagine a world where Heaven Sent didn't exist? Series 9 would be remembered a lot differently, that's for sure. Clara Oswald was originally meant to die in the series finale, which is in keeping with how Doctor Who has done companion departures in the past. However, Moffat decided that her death would be more impactful if it happened earlier, and so brought it forward to episode 10, which became Face the Raven. As the events of Heaven Sent follow on from Clara's demise, the episode might not have happened if she'd been offed in the series finale, because, well, that would be the final episode of the series. Alternatively, Moffat could have written it as a festive special, which would have made Christmas Day 2015 a very depressing affair indeed. Number 5, it could have been a Big Finish story. God bless Big Finish Productions. This company has been making excellent Doctor Who audio dramas since 1999, helping to fill in the gaps and provide a time-travelling fix when the show is off the air. Though there's no visual element, Big Finish stories can be just as compelling as those that play out on TV. And in an alternate reality, we would have got an audio-only version of Heaven Sent. Moffat originally dreamt up the idea of the Transmat, the thing that makes clones of the Doctor, for a Big Finish story he was considering submitting in the late 90s. But of course this never happened, and he held onto the idea until 2015 instead. Number 4, the castle had been seen before. Because constantly changing castles don't exist in the real world, the Doctor Who team had to use regular old castles to film Heaven Sent in. The two they chose, Caerphilly Castle and Cardiff Castle, had both appeared in Doctor Who before. Caerphilly Castle was used as certain parts of the acid factory in The Rebel Flesh and the Almost People, and also for some of the underground tunnel scenes in The Vampires of Venice. Cardiff Castle was also used in the Rebel flesh and was also seen in the Torchwood episode Exit Wounds. Has any other show done more for Welsh tourism than Doctor Who? I don't think so. Number 3. The monster was supposed to be different. During a watch-along of Heaven Sent in 2020, Moffat revealed something very interesting about the veil. It very nearly never existed. Originally, the plan was to use another of his creations as the Doctor's pursuer in Heaven Sent, a weeping angel. Moffat tweeted out that this was the initial plan for the episode and that he'd forgotten that this was what he was going to do. While the angels are cracking villains, it was definitely the right choice to go with something new here. Wouldn't it have been very easy for the angels to catch the Doctor considering how fast they move? The veil was fresh, mysterious and creepy and was the perfect monster for this story. Number 2. What happened on the first few cycles? When we first see the Doctor stuck inside the confession dial, he's already been there for a long time. So what was he up to when the cameras weren't rolling? What happened on the very first cycle and who left the clues leading the Doctor to room 12? Stephen Moffat has the answers. In Doctor Who magazine's production notes, Moffat said that the Doctor was ancient by the time he'd first worked out how to escape the castle. That means he was a very, very old man when he first started punching the wall. Furthermore, another ancient version of the Doctor never punched the wall at all. This Doctor, realizing that future versions of himself would need to find room 12 much quicker, scratched "I am in 12" in as many places as he could and hoped that some of these messages survived the castle's reset. This version of the Doctor also wrote "I am 12" on the back of Clara's portrait, and this too survived the reset. But in Moffat's own words, the Doctor draws too much strength from her smile ever to turn her face to the wall. Just when you thought this episode couldn't get any sadder. Oh. Number 1. Moffat knew the cliffhanger well in advance. Some of Stephen Moffat's story arcs felt made up on the fly, but the man had impeccable planning skills when it came to Heaven Sent. In an interview with Doctor Who magazine in June 2014, the writer hinted at a whopper of a cliffhanger coming up. That cliffhanger would eventually be Heaven Sent, which was broadcast almost 18 months after this interview, where the Doctor returns to Gallifrey. In other words, Moffat had figured out how Heaven Sent was going to end while he was still working on Series 8. All TV shows are meticulously planned in advance, and Doctor Who is no exception. But sometimes, for a variety of reasons, things can end up in the shot that were never intended to be there. It could be a wayward crew member, a piece of equipment, or, as we'll get to later on, a rather unfortunate wardrobe malfunction. So with that in mind, I'm Ellie with WhoCulture here with 10 times Doctor Who accidentally filmed things you weren't meant to see. Number 10. The mystery foot on Bad Wolf Bay. There are few moments more heartbreaking in all of Who history than the end of Doomsday, when Rose Tyler says goodbye to the 10th Doctor from across parallel universes. Oh. Just thinking about it makes me sad. After the Doctor's message cuts out and he totally leaves her hanging, Rose runs back to her mother Jackie and embraces her in a tender moment, all while Mickey and Pete watch on, presumably with no idea how to navigate all this emotion. But what you might not know is that there's someone else present in this scene. Behind the mother and daughter to their right is the truck that they all arrived in. Right at the end of the hugging shot, a person's foot can briefly be seen stepping out from behind the rear tyre, before quickly moving out of view again, presumably after realizing what they'd done. Maybe they wanted to just run out and give Rose a hug. I mean, that's what everyone else watching wanted to do, so I wouldn't put it past them. Number 9. The Daleks camera. Rather than having the Doctor appear on the popular ITV quiz show, The Chase pitted the first Doctor and his companions against those pesky Daleks. Can't they just leave each other alone for 5 minutes? The serial gets its name from the fact that the Sons of Skaro are pursuing the TARDIS across time and space in order to exterminate its passengers. While they fail in that endeavour, they do pick up a rather unexpected bit of kit in the process. During a shot where a Dalek is giving a bunch of commands to its comrades, something can be seen hidden among the leaves of the jungle. Is it a new form of Dalek? Nope, it's just a mounted camera that someone didn't do a great job of hiding. The only saving grace here is that with the show still being in black and white, it does make the camera much harder to spot than if it was in colour. Maybe one of the Daleks was just vlogging, and we thought they couldn't get any more evil. Number 8. Pandorica Peekaboo. The first series of Doctor Who to feature Matt Smith as the lead certainly went out with a bang. A big bang, you could say. Oh, I'm sorry, that was bad. The final episode picks up where the Pandorica opens left off, with the Doctor trapped inside the cube-shaped prison by an alliance of his greatest enemies, and Amy Pond dead at the robotic gun hands of Rory. Rory frees the Time Lord via some truly wibbly-wobbly logic, and they place Amy inside the box to heal her. When she wakes up several thousand years later, we find out that something else got out of the Pandorica too. A mysterious floating thing. As Amy and her younger self are conversing inside a museum, the camera pulls out just a little too far, and on the right-hand side of the screen, what's likely a wayward crew member appears in shot for a split second before zipping out of view. Too late, my friend, we saw you. You have to feel sorry for this person as they were only out of position by a hair. But at the same time, they still made it into the episode, and for that they must be punished. I say, put them in the Pandorica. Number 7, the face of Omega. 40 years before the Avengers pulled together the greatest heroes in its universe, Doctor Who did the same thing with the serial The Three Doctors, where William Hartnell, Patrick Troughton, and Jon Pertwee combined forces to take on the renegade Time Lord Omega. As it turns out, the time-traversing trio needn't have worried too much about their enemy. He was just a random guy in a flimsy costume, as this moment illustrates. The thing about Omega is that he doesn't technically exist. His body is long gone, but his sheer willpower keeps his consciousness alive inside an elaborate suit. He even takes his helmet off to reveal that he has no head, which unfortunately clashes with what happens moments later. Stephen Thorne, the actor playing Omega, put so much wallop into his performance that he accidentally flipped his mask up briefly during a crazed monologue. Eagle-eyed viewers can spot Thorne's face beneath, completely contradicting the earlier headless reveal. Maybe he willed his head into existence for this moment, or maybe it was just a boo-boo. Number 6, Linda's secret member. What can be said about Love and Monsters that hasn't already been said? This Dr. Light story is notorious for so many reasons, and now here's another one to add to the list. When we first meet Victor Kennedy, aka the fearsome Absorbaloff, he breaks up a meeting of the London Investigation and Detective Agency, Linda for short, and says that he can help them find the Doctor. It's in this scene where we discover a secret member of the group hanging around in the back of the shot. During Kennedy's introduction, to the far left of the screen, a woman can be seen standing in direct view of the camera, just chilling, without even trying to hide, which is pretty unusual. Clearly, this person got a little too complacent with their positioning, and nobody else on set seemed to notice either. Still, at least we can have some fun with an in-universe explanation for it. Is it a future incarnation of the Doctor who's gone back in time for a laugh? A random civilian who would later get sucked into the Absorbaloff's armpit? Oh, the possibilities are endless. Number 5, a cold day in Vesuvius. For their first proper outing as time traveler and time travelee, the Doctor and Donna visit the day that Mount Vesuvius turned Pompeii into a giant museum exhibit. While hanging around the doomed city, our heroes discover a plot by the alien Pyrovile to use the volcano's energy to convert the entire planet into their new home. In a heartbreaking scene, the Doctor and Donna can stop this process, but only by causing Vesuvius to erupt. The Pyrovile's whole thing is that they're made of molten rock. They need to live in a warm environment, otherwise they'll die. So how they survive the freezing innards of Vesuvius is a total mystery. Confused? Well, as the Doctor and Donna are walking through the tunnels underneath the volcano, something curious happens. When they breathe out, you can see their breath, as if they're somewhere very cold. Parts of this episode were filmed in the UK towards the end of 2007, so David Tennant and Catherine Tate were presumably quite chilly in these scenes, which explains this amusing little detail. Number 4, that random dude hiding from the Cybermen. Attack of the Cybermen is all about what happens when there are Cybermen and they attack. Spoilers, nobody knows who truly wrote this story. The name on the credits, Paula Moore, is a pseudonym, and there are multiple accounts of who actually had the most input. Perhaps nobody wanted their name on it thanks to this glaring error from episode 2. During a scene where several Cybermen are interrogating Flast, who looks curiously like Swarm and Azure from Flux, but that's a discussion for another day, the camera starts to track the characters as they take her away. Unfortunately, in the process, a crew member that was perfectly obscured by a column ends up being caught for all the world to see. It's unclear what the guy was doing. Perhaps he was another camera operator or was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's actually incredible that he was able to hide so well for so long before an errant camera movement left him exposed. Hopefully, the Cybermen didn't come back for him after they were finished with Flast. Number 3, the De Rossi's wine bar poster. After having her wedding day interrupted by a giant demon spider, Donna Noble got a proper shot Rotter travelling with the Doctor when she met him again in Series 4's Partners in Crime. The self-proclaimed best 10-pin Chiswick is doing her own investigating into the sinister adipose diet pills when she runs into the Doctor doing the exact same thing. They meet up in the adipose offices, although if you went by one particular bit of the set dressing, then you might have thought that they were actually in a wine bar. Donna is on the phone to her mum in the adipose toilets when Miss Foster and her guards walk in. On the left is a large blue sign that reads De Rossi's Wine Bar is dedicated to keeping these facilities clean at all times. Whoopsie. De Rossi's is the name of the establishment Sylvia visits later in the episode, so we assume that the crew filmed this toilet scene there too and just forgot about the sign. Or they weren't allowed to move it. Or maybe De Rossi's wanted to ensure that 9 million viewers knew who those lovely clean toilets belonged to. Number 2, Sally Sparrow and the Curious Civilians. Blink. The Doctor Light episode that helped us forget about love and monsters. After Sally Sparrow saves the day and gives the Doctor all the information he needs to help him in his future, the episode ends on a very spooky note. It implies that any statue could be an angel, meaning that humanity is constantly in danger, constantly being watched. The great irony of this is that just a few minutes earlier, someone genuinely was watching the Doctor and Sally. During the scene where the two characters talk, we get a wide shot of a section of the street. Behind them is a newsagent's, but it's what's above the shop that we're looking at here. Peering out of their windows like a couple of peeping toms are some people who are clearly very interested in the filming going on beneath them. We may never know their names, but they managed to get themselves into one of the most critically acclaimed episodes of Doctor Who ever made. Nice work. Number 1, an unfortunate crack in time. Season 17 ended with The Horns of Naimon, a serial in which the 4th Doctor did battle with a group of Minotaur-like aliens. In a twist on the myth, the Doctor and Romana end up as part of the sacrifices sent to the Naimon by a nearby planet. They are delivered by the ship's co-pilot, who goes by the name, well, co-pilot. No bonus points for the character names in this story, unfortunately. At the end of the serial's second part, the Naimons get very cross with the co-pilot for his mistakes. Rather than giving him a stern telling off, one of them kills him with a beam of energy generated by its horns. As if being killed by a giant space cow wasn't humiliating enough, this poor fella also dies with his bum hanging out. As the co-pilot falls to the floor, you can quite clearly see that he splits his trousers, right down the crack as well. Poor lad. As a result, what's supposed to be a thrilling cliffhanger quickly turns into an Abbott and Costello sketch. Doctor Who, an endless source of accidental slapstick comedy.
Like the Daleks, Skaro has been in Doctor Who from the very beginning, and because it's been around for so long, many of its most fascinating details and secrets are quite easy to miss. I'm Will for WhoCulture, and here are 10 secrets of Skaro you need to know. 10. It features a polluted lake full of horrifying creatures. Just like our own planet Earth, Skaro is an enormous melting pot of climates, geographical features, and ecosystems, and, as you'd expect from a planet that birthed the Daleks, a lot of these are quite deadly. Case in point, the Lake of Mutations, which, as its name suggests, is a toxic lake that has mutated the creatures that live in and around it, making it extremely dangerous to pass through, even for the Daleks themselves. This lake first appeared all the way back in Doctor Who's second serial, The Daleks, where a small monster with glowing eyes rises from the water and terrifies Ian. Since this story aired back in the mid-60s, we've learned that other creatures, like the two-headed dinosaur-like Terracons, also call the Lake of Mutations their home. Basically, you're better off taking your chances with the Daleks. 9. One of its moons is a Dalek factory. Like a lot of ordinary planets, Skaro has a moon. In fact, it has 3. 2 of which are natural, and 1 of which was constructed by the Daleks for some characteristically devious purposes. This 3rd moon, Falcus, is interesting in the sense that its purpose is to serve as a Dalek-making machine, capable of manufacturing thousands of the tin cans in a matter of seconds. This means that Falcus could work as a failsafe for the Daleks, in case they ever came close to extinction. We know from the TV show that the Daleks will go to extreme lengths to preserve their species, so having a backup plan like Falcus is definitely in line with their philosophy of Dalek supremacy. 8. It's home to a race of mutated cannibals. Considering that the Daleks love themselves a scrap, Skaro has seen many battles over its lifetime. One of the biggest was the 1,000-Year War, a clash between the Khalids and the Thals, which resulted in Skaro being ravaged by radiation. And this toxic land birthed a brand new race, of sorts, the Mutos, monsters that were created by the chemical weapons used during the war. Essentially mutated Khalids or Thals, Mutos live out in the wastelands of Skaro, banished to a life life of scavenging and hiding, and one of the reasons they're able to survive might be because they'll do anything it takes to keep their bellies full. And by anything, I really do mean anything. As mentioned in the Big Finish audio dramas titled Davros and Purity, the Mutos are known to engage in cannibalism. Yummy. 7. The entire planet can switch solar systems. Skaro is obviously not part of the Earth's solar system, thank God. But bizarrely, one story showed that Skaro is actually capable of switching solar systems, should the need arise. Written by Dalek creator Terry Nation, Invasion of the Daleks is a comic strip in which Skaro is described as having moved into orbit around the Earth's sun, bringing it directly into our solar system. The Daleks have done this because they want to invade Earth, to stop humanity from exploring space. Though we've never seen anything quite like this in Doctor Who itself, the idea of the Daleks possessing planet-moving technology was featured in the 2008 Series 4 finale. Here, the Daleks steal over 24 planets, moving them from their own solar systems and relocating them to a region of space called the Medusa Cascade. This in mind, the idea of the Daleks being able to apply similar technology to Skaro itself isn't much of a reach. 6. One of its regions is under constant sub-zero temperatures. As if a toxic lake full of monsters and a race of mutant cannibals wasn't enough, there's also a region of Skaro that lives under constant sub-zero temperatures, giving the planet yet another deadly tool to add to its utility belt of death. A comic strip published in issue 77 of TV Century 21 depicts a Dalek flying its spaceship over the polar mountains, a series of icy peaks that are so cold the Dalek notes that its internal radial heat is actually starting to fail. This same comic strip also shows us a sandy desert area of Skaro, where the Daleks exterminate the living daylights out of an unidentified race of sand-dwelling creatures. I mean, they're Daleks. What else were they gonna do? 5. The meaning of the word Skaro. We've heard the word Skaro spoken countless times throughout Doctor Who history, but in the TV show, there's never been any discussion about what the word itself means. Not that it needs to have a meaning, many fictional names don't, but in this case, Skaro actually does. John Peel's 1997 novel, The War of the Daleks, features the in-universe creator of the Daleks, Davros, and touches on the destruction of Skaro in the 1988 serial Remembrance of the Daleks. In Chapter 8 of this novel, an exchange between Davros and a Dalek reveals simply that the word Skaro means home in the original Khaled tongue. Now, whether this is really canon is up to you, but since the Khaleds lived on Skaro long before the Daleks were even created, Skaro meaning home does make a lot of sense. 4. Its native plant life is poisonous and sentient. Considering the enormous amount of dangers littered across its regions, it won't come as a shock to learn that Skaro's plant life is also quite a threat. Colourful flowers and green grassy plains are two things you will not find here. The Varga plants that are native to Skaro are truly disturbing life forms. They're huge cactus-like plants that attack with poisonous thorns, which infect their victims with an overwhelming desire to kill. Over time, this poison will infect the victim's entire system, which will result in them being transformed into a Varga plant themselves. It is a grisly fate. As if these monsters weren't disturbing enough already, they can also use their roots to drag themselves along the ground. Everybody gangster till the cactus starts moving. 3. Hand mine fields are cleared by enslaved Mutos. 2015's Series 9 premiere, The Magician's Apprentice, introduced the creepy hand mines into Doctor Who canon. These monsters are named quite aptly. They're hands that lurk beneath the ground like mines, and are triggered when people walk on top of them, snatching their victims and pulling them down into the earth. Hand mines were present on Skaro during the 1,000-Year War, and they're basically inescapable. In fact, during The Magician's Apprentice, the Doctor notes that they leave you with a 1 in 1,000 chance of survival. And this brings us back to the Mutos. Handmines are extremely dangerous, and one of the only ways to get rid of them is to actually trigger them. And so, as mentioned in the Big Finish audio drama The Master's Dalek Plan, the Khaleds would capture Mutos and send them into the field to locate any handmines. Since there isn't much chance of escaping a handmine once it's grabbed you, it's likely countless Mutos died in this way. 2. Its high levels of pollution create acidic rainfall. With the Khaleds and the Thals blowing each other to smithereens during the 1,000-Year War, and the Daleks shooting anything that moves, it's fair to say that nobody on Skaro is all that concerned about the environment. For proof, we need only look at the insane levels of pollution that plague vast portions of the planet. In the video game story, City of the Daleks, the 11th Doctor and Amy Pond take a trip to Kalan, the capital city of Skaro. Upon arrival, the Doctor tells tells Amy that it never stops raining, and that the atmosphere is made up of 30% sulfuric acid. This is because Kalan contains a bunch of Dalek factories that are constantly spewing toxins into the air. A rainy Skaro was also shown in the opening scene of Series 7's Asylum of the Daleks, although in this case, we don't get a good sense of how acidic the rain actually is. 1. There's more than one Skaro. The Daleks generally don't understand concepts like mercy, forgiveness, and empathy, being as single-mindedly evil as they are. And clearly, they don't really understand the concept of home either, because they aren't too fussed about which random planets they actually end up living on. On a few occasions, it's been mentioned that the Daleks have taken over other planets, and named them Skaro as well. Or rather, New Skaro. New Skaro was mentioned in the Virgin New Adventures novel Birthright, where not many details were revealed about it. Still, it's clear that the Daleks have no problems with abandoning the original Skaro and taking that name with them elsewhere. Then in 2007's two-part story, Daleks in Manhattan / Evolution of the Daleks mentioned that the planet Earth will soon become New Skaro, but this plan also goes awry when the 10th Doctor intervenes.
The TARDIS, Bessie, the machine that goes ding. The Doctor has utilised countless devices over the decades, and the sonic screwdriver has been a constant almost from the beginning. It can fire off laser beams, blow stuff up, and double as a marker pen? Okay then. But there's so much more to this almighty gizmo than you might have realised. I'm Ellie with WhoCulture, here with 10 secrets of the sonic screwdriver you need to know. Number 10. It's not as powerful as you think. The most common criticism levelled at the Sonic is that it's too strong, that it can get the Doctor and their crew out of any spot no matter how implausible. Stuck in a room? Screwdriver. Being attacked by a robot? Screwdriver. Need to whip up a 3-course meal in 10 minutes before your in-laws arrive? Well, not that this has ever been confirmed in the show, but the answer is still probably screwdriver. It's not the all-powerful device that many people think it is though. There have been plenty of moments that have cut the metallic legs out from under this seemingly faultless gadget. In Bad Wolf, it's mentioned that the Sonic can't open the deadlock seal attached to the door of the Big Brother house. Deadlock seals would return in School Reunion, The Time of Angels, and others, and have proved to be the sonic screwdriver's greatest enemy over the years. Well, those and something else as well, but we'll get to that later. The Sonic can't open the TARDIS doors from the outside if they've been manually locked, as demonstrated when the Master did so in Utopia. And most bizarrely of all, the 10th Doctor once revealed that his trusty screwdriver doesn't work in the presence of some hairdryers. If only the Daleks had hair to dry, they'd have stopped the Doctor centuries ago. Number 9. They weren't all original builds. Though it's undergone several rebrands over the years, the Sonic has always maintained the same basic design. A pocket-sized metallic cylinder with a button on the side and some sort of glowy thing at the end. Sounds about right? Yeah. So you might be surprised to learn that despite having such a simple template, the Doctor Who team hasn't always brought it to life from scratch themselves. Take the 3rd Doctor screwdriver from the 1970s. A longer-looking shaft, stop it, with a yellow bit in the middle and a thin circular shape sitting on top is quite a unique look for the Sonic, and that might be because it was cobbled together from 2 props from an entirely different outlet. The BBC had bought a load of stuff from the recently defunct Century 21, the company behind Jerry Anderson shows like Thunderbirds and Joe 90. The 3rd Doctor's Sonic was made from 2 items. The main bit was a recycled prop from the 1966 film Thunderbirds Are Go. Thunderbirds Are Go! Sorry. While the transmitter on top was another recycled prop from an episode of Captain Scarlet. I mean, that's pretty cool, huh? Also, I know that they're completely different films and they're decades apart, but in researching this, I now have the busted Thunderbirds Are Go song stuck in my head from the early 2000s. You're welcome, you can all have that stuck in your heads as well now. Number 8. It works via psychic interface. The sonic screwdriver is basically magic. It can do pretty much anything you want it to with the press of a single button. How does one little device do so many different things? Seriously. Well, while the answer to this has never been expressly stated outright, it was sort of revealed in a throwaway line in the Series 6 episode Let's Kill Hitler. With the 11th Doctor, Amy and Rory in Nazi Germany pursuing a recently regenerated River Song, the best character ever, the Sonic ends up in the hands of Mrs. Pond, who is sucked into the Tesselector along with Rory soon after. While attempting to use the Sonic against the Tesselector's antibodies, Rory tells her that it has a psychic interface and that you should simply point and think to ward off their attackers. In other words, the Sonic reads the mind of its user and does exactly what they're thinking. Fry some bacon, tune a guitar, turn regular glasses into sunglasses. Ugh. The possibilities are ridiculous. Now let's be honest, this is clearly a massive cop-out to get around the Sonic's endless uses, but at least it's a cop-out that makes a certain amount of sense in universe. Number 7. The 14th Doctor's is the ultimate Sonic. The ultimate Sonic. There's plenty to be excited about whenever a new Doctor comes around, and the chance to gawk at a new version of the Sonic Screwdriver is one of the most tantalising. Before Ncuti Gatwa gets his fabulous hands on a version of his own though, David Tennant will have another stint as the Screwdriver's owner. And what a screwdriver it is! As explained in Doctor Who magazine, the 14th Doctor's new bling pays homage to just about every single previous version of the beloved prop, with a few other surprises to boot. The cracked texture in the middle is a nod to the 9th and 10th Doctor's Sonic. The 4 prongs that prop out of the casing are a callback to Matt Smith's, and the Master's laser screwdriver even gets a shout out too, with the silver/gold bit at the bottom. And the Easter eggs do not stop there. Oh no. The top part was designed to resemble a Dalek cannon, while the small circles next to the prongs are a nod to the roundels inside the TARDIS. Now, considering that 14 is going to be around for the 60th anniversary specials, it makes sense that his weapon of choice should celebrate his most iconic enemies, as well as his previous forms. Is it a weapon? There's a question for you. In the comments, let us know. Can the Sonic Screwdriver be considered as a weapon or not? Number 6. Ace's Sonic Screwdriver. Plenty of characters have wielded a sonic screwdriver or a variation thereupon over the years. There's the aforementioned laser screwdriver, Miss Foster's sonic pen from Partners in Crime, and who could forget good old Sarah Jane and her sonic lipstick. These are fine and all, but what about some examples from classic Who? Any non-Dr. Sonics out there? Well, yes, there very nearly were. In the 1989 serial Battlefield, companion Ace was supposed to be given her own newly constructed Sonic. This may have acted as a precursor to her becoming a Time Lord in training, a plotline that would have materialised had the show not met its end later that year. For whatever reason though, Ace's screwdriver was axed from the story's final plan. So, out of all the Doctor's companions, doesn't Ace seem like the perfect choice to be given one of her own? With her bash first, ask questions later attitude, it would be fun to see her wielding a weapon like the Sonic. Again, is the Sonic a weapon? But considering she's now a player in the new Whoniverse after the power of the Doctor, maybe now is the time to do what Battlefield didn't. Number 5. The Sonic Variations. Speaking of alternate Sonics, the 3 we just mentioned are merely the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the insanely wide array of Sonic devices that have appeared in the show over the decades. The 6th Doctor once wielded a Sonic Lance, which he used as a weapon against the Cybermen. There's the 11th Doctor's Sonic Cane from Let's Kill Hitler, and then perhaps the most divisive one of all, the 12th Doctor's Sonic Sunglasses. Ugh. Some people love them, some people hate them. You decide for yourself. I think you can tell how I feel about them. And all this is without even mentioning the Sonic Modulator built by Tosh in Torchwood, or Missy's Sonic Umbrella, and who could forget old Amy Pond's Sonic Probe in The Girl Who Waited, or River Song's Sonic Trowel in The Husbands of River Song. There's also a Sonic suitcase in the expanded universe, which just begs so many questions. They might get a bit silly at times, but there's still something so joyous about seeing a variant crop up. Let's just hope no writer ever decides to invent the Sonic Underpants, because that might just cross a line. Number 4. It originally didn't exist. Imagine a world where the sonic screwdriver never became a thing. Think about how many classic moments wouldn't have happened, how many scrapes the Doctor would have got stuck in, and how many toys wouldn't have been sold. Oh, the horror! As it turns out though, you don't need to imagine too hard, as this was very nearly the case. The script for 1968's Fury from the Deep initially called for Patrick Troughton's second Doctor to use a regular old screwdriver to inspect the metal box attached to the pipeline. But when production assistant and later Doctor Who director Michael Bryant saw this, he decided that it was too boring. Bryant pitched the idea of a special tool that operated using sound waves, and so visual effects designer Peter Day created a new bit of hardware to add to the Doctor's arsenal. Thanks to one crew member and their great suggestion, one of the most recognisable pieces of Who mythology was born. This story gets even weirder when you find out that Troughton didn't even use this new prop for the episode. He kept dropping the screwdriver due to some cold weather, so the whistle from Deborah Watling's life jacket was used instead. Oh, simpler times, eh? Number 3. Why it doesn't work on wood. There you go. You didn't think we'd miss this important fact, did you? In Series 4's Silence in the Library, Donna asks the 10th Doctor to use his sonic screwdriver on a door. He replies that he can't because it's made of wood. Thus began the long-running gag that, for all its wondrous abilities, the trusty screwdriver simply doesn't do wood. This joke ran throughout the entirety of Stephen Moffat's time in charge and has entered popular culture as one of the most well-known phrases in the show. The question is, though, why? Why doesn't it do wood? Series 8 pitted the 12th Doctor and Clara against a giant forest that covered the Earth overnight. This naturally spells big trouble for the Sonic. After scanning a nearby tree, the Doctor notes that they have no circuits and no mechanism, and that the Sonic interacts with any form of communication you care to mention. Sadly, trees have no moving parts and don't communicate. In other words, the Sonic only works on machines and not on anything organic. If there was a robot with wooden casing, then it would work fine, but pure wood on its own? No chance. Maybe the Master should build an army of wooden monsters if they really want to come out on top. Why have none of the enemies ever thought of this? Seriously, you're missing a trick here. Number 2. It exists in real life. Sort of. Doctor Who has a weird habit of accidentally predicting our future. Things like NFTs, ice volcanoes, and 10th planets were all featured in the show before they became reality, and we might one day be able to add the Sonic to that list too. In 2012, scientists working at the University of Dundee in Scotland developed an ultrasonic device capable of not just moving items, but rotating them accurately. This breakthrough was hoped to give surgeons more freedom to use ultrasound to treat a number of conditions without the need to cut open the patient. While this real sonic screwdriver can't run thousands of calculations at the same time, it was still a landmark achievement in medical science. Like Doctor Who's own device, our sonic screwdriver is capable of much more than just spinning things around, said Dr. Mike MacDonald of the Institute for Medical Science and Technology at Dundee. Doctor Who has been around for so long that its effects on everyday life are clear to see. Fingers crossed that the next Who-related invention is somebody figuring out how to make a fridge bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. Unlimited snacks? Yes, please. Number 1. It's the TARDIS's sibling. The first time the 10th Doctor met Martha Jones, he spent more time worrying about his broken screwdriver than he did about the well-being of her patients, which, to be honest, sums up their relationship quite nicely. 10 fried his favourite toy after leaving it in an X-ray machine, resulting in an actually quite cool variation of the Sonic, complete with some gnarly-looking burn damage. Concept artist Peter McKinstry, who also helped design the revamped Davros for the Series 4 finale, was tasked with bringing the burnt screwdriver to life. In doing so, he revealed an interesting detail of the device's backstory. Along with his concept art, McKinstry noted that he designed the innards of the Sonic, specifically those green crystals in the dome, as a nod to the 10th Doctor's green time rotor at the centre of his TARDIS's console. He refers to the Sonic as the TARDIS's little brother because they come from the same technology. Now, we've seen numerous times that the TARDIS can make a new sonic screwdriver, but the idea of them having this almost symbiotic relationship is something that's yet to be explored, but sounds really cool. Imagine if the Sonic also comes to life one day, and then the Doctor fancies that too. I mean, that's got Moffat written all over it. We all love channeling our inner Leonardo DiCaprio when watching Doctor Who, but not every detail and Easter egg is as obvious as a group of Doctor Who fans wearing every piece of merch in existence. Sometimes the best ones are the ones you only notice on rewatches, or when someone points them out to you in a handy list video. I'm Ellie for WhoCulture, here with 10 amazing details you missed in Doctor Who. Number 10, a masterful connection, the Lazarus Experiment. The Lazarus Experiment, also known as that episode where Mark Gatiss turns into a giant scorpion, is one of the less memorable stories from Series 3, to put it kindly. But to give it some credit, it does feature a really nifty detail that in true wibbly-wobbly fashion calls forward to a future episode. The bulk of the action takes place in Lazarus's laboratory in London. Throughout the episode, a swirling group of circles can often be seen on the wall, which serves as the logo for Lazarus's company. Oh, and it's also identical to the design of the Master's ring that would be revealed later in the series. Outside of being a very stylish piece of bling, this ring is also essential to the Master's scheme to bring himself back from the dead. This is a goal he shares with Lazarus, who is also trying to cheat death, though he clearly didn't account for such bizarre side effects. It's a detail that not only ties the two characters together thematically, but it's also another example of the Master, who funded Lazarus's works, overhanging presence in Series 3. Number 9. Dalek ID tags, various episodes. Though there have been several different versions of the standard Time War Dalek drone, from the Cult of Skaro in the 10th Doctor's era to the Dalek Executioners in Eve of the Daleks, they all look practically identical, with few distinguishable features to tell them apart. But what you might not know is that there's a really easy-to-miss detail that uniquely identifies many of the different bronze Daleks seen throughout the show. Look just beneath the eye stalks of the Cult of Skaro, for example, and you can see a strange pattern embedded in their casing. This is a Dalek ID tag, a bespoke feature included on many of the Daleks we see throughout Modern Who, from the Dalek Emperor in The Parting of the Ways to the Daleks of the Dalek Parliament. Each ID tag displays a different pattern that uniquely identifies that particular Dalek. It's a cool detail that brings that little bit more clarity to the way the Daleks operate. And given that each of the 4 Daleks in the Cult of Skaro had unique names that presumably correlated with their ID tags, it does make you wonder whether all the other Daleks have their own names as well. Dalek Jeff? Anyone? Or how about Dalek Sean? Either way, that's one way to avoid getting ID'd while conquering the universe. Tattoo your driving license on your forehead. Number 8. Lady Cassandra's Past Lives. The End of the World. In only the 2nd episode of Modern Who, Russell T Davies went all out with a story set on the day the Earth is destroyed. There to watch this once-in-a-lifetime cosmic fireworks show is a cast of funky-looking folk, including some tree people, the Mox of Balhoun, and a talking trampoline. A talking trampoline that just really wanted to be moisturised. For those who don't know, Lady Cassandra was voiced by British actress Zoe Wanamaker, and a clue to one of her other endeavours can be spotted on the Doctor Who set, cheekily hidden in the background. In one scene, Cassandra is standing, if you can call it standing, in front of a case full of Earth memorabilia, and on the right-hand side of the shot is a book with a red-coloured cover, and that book is Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. In the iconic 2001 movie adaptation of the book, Hogwarts flying instructor Madam Hooch is played by none other than Zoe Wanamaker. Weirdly, she didn't appear in any other installments of the franchise, despite her character featuring in several of the books. But at least she got a memorable scene here, as poor Neville Longbottom completely disrupts her flying lesson. It's a neat little tip of the cap that also makes sense for a character who considers Britney Spears' Toxic a traditional ballad. But since Cassandra was a voice-only role, Wanamaker wasn't actually on the set to see it for herself. Number 7. Recycled Round Things, Twice Upon a Time. The 2017 Christmas special Twice Upon a Time is known for many reasons. It was Peter Capaldi's final regular appearance as the 12th Doctor, it was David Bradley's first full appearance as the First Doctor, and it was Mark Gatiss' first appearance as a piece of fan service to himself. With all this history flying around, it was easy to miss this tiny little reference to another monumental episode of Doctor Who. While the 2 Doctors are chatting inside Number 1's TARDIS, an inconsistency in the design of the walls can be spotted. The pattern changes from the traditional round things on one side of the console room to a more hexagonal arrangement on the other. And hang on a second, haven't we seen those hexagonal shapes before? Why yes! Yes we have. When Tom Baker's curator approaches the 11th Doctor in the 50th anniversary special, The Day of the Doctor, he's standing in front of a wall of hexagons very similar to the ones in Twice Upon a Time. And that's because it's the same ones. Crew member Matt Sanders revealed that this was due to one of the old circular walls not being suitable for modern broadcast. To get around this, the production team decided to just replace it with the hexagon molds from the Day of the Doctor and call it an Easter egg. Sneaky, but effective. Number 6. Clara's Auton connection, The Rings of Akaten. The underrated Rings of Akaten weaves together 2 different storylines. One set in the present, revolving around the Queen of Years being sacrificed to appease a giant monster, and the other set in the past, centering around Clara's parents. Ellie Oswald is shown to be a kind and caring mother who Clara misses very much. In the episode, we see her gravestone, which reveals that she died at the age of just 44 on the 5th of March 2005. Now, it's not something you're likely to register on that first watch of the episode, but the date of Ellie's death holds more significance than it appears. In the Doctor Who universe, that's the same date as the 2005 Auton invasion, as depicted in the very first episode of Modern Who, Rose. While it's never been confirmed, this detail heavily implies that Ellie was killed during the Auton's assault. Considering her daughter's historical connection to the Doctor, it's not an impossible idea. Impossible. Get it? Clara? Impossible girl? Okay, let's move on. Number 5. The regenerating tie, the giggle. The most recent seasons of Doctor Who have boasted some truly dazzling special effects, from the practical and CGI combo masterclass that was Beep the Meep to the colourful floating spheres of Dot and Bubble. But it's not just the big in-your-face stuff that impresses either, as there are plenty of thoughtful little touches to be found if you look a little closer. Take the 14th Doctor's bi-generation in the giggle, a special effect that could so easily have come off as ridiculous, but instead works a lot better than it had any right to. Look closely at the 14th Doctor's tie before the split occurs, and you can see that it's all neatly pulled together with his shirt collar down and top button close to being done up. But then, as the 15th Doctor emerges, the 14th Doctor's tie, collar, and neatish top button are all undone as the tie snaps across to his incoming incarnation. It's a fabulous little detail that really helps to sell the bi-generation concept. In his script, Russell T Davies describes the process as quite calm and gentle, specifying that there should be, quote, no blood, no ripping, no pain. It's like an amoeba separating, all surrounded by the golden glow. And thanks to the great work of the special effects team, that's exactly what it feels like. Number 4. Once upon a time, Let's Kill Hitler. As a follow-up to the earth-shattering revelation that River's song, The Best Character, was Amy and Rory's daughter, Let's Kill Hitler was... Do you know what? Yeah, it was alright actually. I think it's massively underrated. It's a bit all over the place, a little bit overstuffed, but you know what? It was a solid episode. A running plot throughout the episode is River's attempted assassination of the Doctor. At one point, it looks like she succeeds via some poisonous lipstick, as the Doctor eventually succumbs to her attack and dies on some stairs. Scattered around his body are pages from a musical score. It's not just any musical score though. As spotted by an impressively attentive Reddit user, it's from an opera called Es war einmal by Austrian composer Alexander von Zemlinsky. The opera is about a princess whose heart is won by a prince after he disguises himself as a commoner. Now you could argue that this reflects the story of River and the Doctor, as the Time Lord eventually wins over his future wife by revealing his more vulnerable side. Oh, wait, sorry, can you hear that? That right there, that is the sound of whoever planted this detail yelling, yes, somebody finally found it! Es war einmal even translates to once upon a time. I mean, it doesn't get much more Doctor Who than that, does it? Unless, of course, you count Twice Upon a Time, in which case, fair enough. Number 3, The Everlasting Magpie, The Lie of the Land. One of those business names that consistently crops up throughout the Whoniverse is Magpie Electricals, which first appeared in the 2006 episode The Idiot's Lantern. Run by Mr. Magpie, this London shop is hijacked by The Wire to help her siphon off people's electrical energy through television sets. Or more accurately, to suck people's faces off. Despite the original Magpie biting the dust in this episode, his company continued on and reached some very interesting places that you likely didn't spot until repeat viewings. Take The Beast Below, for example, the second episode with Matt Smith at the helm. While wandering around Starship UK in the 33rd century, Amy Pond can be seen walking past a sign titled Magpie Electricals. This is the same logo and font as the Magpie Electricals we saw in The Idiot's Lantern, implying that one of Magpie's descendants was still keeping the family in business all those centuries later. In addition, the 12th Doctor's guitar amp is a magpie, and so is Wilfred Mott's TV in Voyage of the Damned. Even Sarah Jane Smith had a Magpie computer in the Sarah Jane Adventures, and Magpie Electricals was still in business when the monks took over the Earth in Series 10. He might have been a scummy traitor, but you have to give Mr. Magpie some credit for building a brand that really lasted. Number 2, the Doctor's cameo, The Big Bang. Series 5 finale The Big Bang opens with a bang. The shock revelation that Amy Pond is inside the Pandorica, not the 11th Doctor, who we'd previously witnessed get locked inside this supposedly inescapable prison, immediately catches you off guard. And it's not until almost 10 minutes into the episode that the Doctor actually appears. Well, technically he is glimpsed during the cold open, which follows young Amelia Pond on a trip to the museum. It's easy to spot him posting a flyer through her letterbox. That fez, it sticks out like a sore thumb. But what you probably didn't know is that he's visible again towards the end of this scene, albeit far more subtly. Keep your eyes on the right-hand side of the screen as Amelia first approaches the Pandorica, and the Doctor can be seen for roughly 5 or 6 frames, casually slinking out of the shot. It's one of those "how did I miss that" details that you'll never be able to unsee, and an extremely clever bit of framing by director Toby Haynes. It was also a great way to make the Doctor feel larger than life, to feel magical, perfectly tying in with the ongoing theme claim that he's Amy's imaginary friend watching over her, just when you thought Series 5 couldn't get any better. Number 1. Wartime Daleks, Victory of the Daleks. In Series 4's epic two-part finale, the 10th Doctor and his mates killed off those pesky Daleks once and for all, until they returned in the very next series. Just 3 episodes into the 11th Doctor's tenure, the murderous Pepperpots made their comeback by fighting for the British during World War II, because putting them with the Nazis would have been far too obvious. Renamed Ironsides, the Daleks are presented as Churchill's secret weapon against the German menace, and the key to ending the war once and for all. Their design is stunning, as the iconic villains get a new coat of military green paint, but what we're most interested in here is this incredible bit of detail revolving around their dome lights. Specifically, the fact that they've been covered up when the Daleks are outside. Obviously, in Blitz-era Britain, there were strict rules about how much light could be given off, and blackouts were frequent. So it makes sense for the Ironsides to not glow in the dark whenever the lights went down. Bravo to the designer who added this touch, because this is attention to detail at its finest. And there's more where that came from too. Remember those ID tags that we spoke about earlier? Look closely at the Ironsides ID tags and you can see that they've been replaced with the Union Jack flag. These Daleks really did leave nothing to chance when attempting to blend in with the British war effort. And it's yet another example of how cunning and clever they truly are. It's hard to believe, but 10 years have passed since the Day of the Doctor. 10. So we thought we'd look back and explore some of the best details, trivia, and behind-the-scenes stories you might not know. So with that in mind, I'm Ellie with WhoCulture, here with 20 things you didn't know about the Day of the Doctor. Number 20. The Night of the Doctor wasn't released as intended. Prior to the airing of The Day of the Doctor, a prequel titled The Night of the Doctor was released. In a wonderful surprise, it featured Paul McGann reprising the role of the 8th Doctor, and finally gave him the on-screen regeneration he'd previously lacked. The initial plan was for The Night of the Doctor to be released on the 16th of November 2013, 1 week before the main episode premiered. However, when it was discovered that McGann's involvement was about to be leaked, it was made available on the 14th of November instead. This meant that it actually dropped on Paul McGann's birthday, which was certainly a happy coincidence. Number 19. John Hurt didn't audition for his role. Any actor's dream is to become so well established that they are offered roles on the spot without the need to audition. Of course, this is not usually the case, and those audition processes are key to discovering breakout talent, Matt Smith and Karen Gillan, for example. But when showrunner Stephen Moffat planned to introduce a brand new incarnation of the Doctor for the 50th anniversary, he knew that he needed someone remarkable to embody the role. The script for The Name of the Doctor simply ended with the words, "and the most famous actor in the world turns around." John Hurt was always on Moffat's mind for the role, and so it was offered to him outright. Thankfully, with very little time to decide, the legendary actor accepted the part, and within days of finishing a play, he was in Wales ready to get started. Number 18. The episode originally began with a voiceover. The Day of the Doctor begins with that iconic old-school Doctor Who title sequence before transitioning into a scene of Clara teaching a class. Originally though, Moffat's script included a voiceover spoken by the Doctor, or somebody else, he wasn't fully sure, but this was abandoned simply because he didn't like it. Long ago, on the lost world of Gallifrey, the planet of the Time Lords, there was a legend much loved by the children. It told of a great hero who would return on their darkest day to save them all. But first, he would have to save himself. Yeah, it feels a bit too Hollywood, doesn't it? A bit too on the nose. Definitely the right decision to cut it. Number 17. Ten's TARDIS was only available for half a day. It would have been extremely disappointing if the 10th Doctor's return didn't also feature an appearance from his TARDIS, but the Day of the Doctor kindly delivered on that front. It isn't on screen for very long, and that's because there were some real-world complications that prevented the crew from using it. At the time, Ten's TARDIS was part of the Doctor Who experience, which is where they borrowed it from while filming the episode. But because the experience needed it back, the production was only able to utilise it for half a day. To get around this, Moffat scripted in the idea of Tennant's grungy coral TARDIS reverting back to the colder, more machine-like Matt Smith version. Number 16. The initial plan featured the 9th Doctor. While John Hurt's turn as the War Doctor went down a treat, there was some disappointment about the absence of Christopher Eccleston's Ninth Doctor. In his initial plans for the anniversary special, Stephen Moffat had intended for 9 to feature. He reached out to Eccleston, who unfortunately decided against reprising the role, and the War Doctor was created in his place. No hard feelings here though, because Eccleston himself has since explained that he loved what Moffat and Hurt did with the character. He said, "I just thought that script was immaculate, and I think it added to the canon of Doctor Who in a way that me coming back wouldn't have done. I think the War Doctor was a brilliant working of Stephen Moffat's imagination, and I loved watching John Hurt do that." Number 15. Some of the Daleks were actual toys. As well as impressive CGI effects, there was another technique used to create the explosive Time War sequences in The Day of the Doctor: miniatures. One way these were utilised was for the moment where the War Doctor's TARDIS crashes through a wall and destroys several Daleks. It was far more practical to smash a smaller TARDIS model through the wall than a full-scale one, but this also meant that smaller Dalek props were needed too, otherwise they'd look like giants and that would be weird. To do this, the team saw several off-the-shelf Dalek toys and simply made a few tweaks to them to make them look more accurate. Et voila! Ready-made small-scale Dalek props. Number 14. Why the 11th Doctor forgets the children. The moment that 10 scolds 11 for forgetting how many children were on Gallifrey the day he destroyed it was chilling.
I moved on.
Where can you be now that you can forget something like that?
Spoilers.
In the on-screen version, 11 justifies this by explaining that he's moved on, but the novelisation explores his forgetfulness a little deeper. It explains how the 9th Doctor spent so long saving life after life to distract himself from counting. One of those lives saved was a therapy robot, which he let loose in the corridors of the TARDIS. The novel suggests that, years later, River and 11 found the robot, and River used its power to erase the Doctor's memory of the children of Gallifrey. Number 13. The story was almost structured a lot differently. Stephen Moffat isn't exactly known for his linear storytelling, and sure enough, The Day of the Doctor bounces between several different timelines, characters, and locations. But the final layout of the episode took a lot of time to get right, with Moffat once considering introducing the 3 main Doctors in a completely different order. An early version of the script started with John Hurt's War Doctor before moving on to David Tennant's 10th Doctor and finally landing on Matt Smith's 11th Doctor. In the end though, Moffat chose to start with 11, mainly because he was the star of the show at the time the episode aired. Number 12. The Doctor's promise wasn't new. Just as all 3 incarnations of the Doctor are preparing to destroy Gallifrey, Clara reminds them of the promise they made when they chose to call themselves the Doctor.
Never cruel or cowardly. Never give up. Never give in.
While this seems like a very Moffat-y line of dialogue, it actually isn't new. This was Moffat's way of referencing Terence Dick's description of the character in his 1976 book, The Making of Doctor Who. He never gives in and never gives up, however overwhelming the odds against him. The Doctor believes in good and fights evil. Though often caught up in violent situations, he is a man of peace. He is never cruel or cowardly. Perhaps by this point in the writing process, Moff just figured he'd copy from someone else in the class. Number 11. The origins of Osgood. Petronella Osgood made her debut in The Day of the Doctor. Played by Ingrid Oliver and complete with a Tom Baker scarf, the character was essentially a Doctor Who fangirl who just so happened to work for UNIT. Long-time Whovians might remember the character of Sergeant Osgood in the 3rd Doctor serial The Demons, and the fact that the 2 characters share a name is no coincidence. Stephen Moffat originally planned for Petronella to be the daughter of Sergeant Osgood, but ultimately decided against explicitly stating this in the episode. Following the popularity of Petronella, Sergeant Osgood has been included more in Titan Comics stories, where he often shares characteristics with his daughter, including using an inhaler. Hopefully though, he's not just a really badly copied Zygon clone. Number 10. Stephen Moffat didn't want to include Rose. Don't worry, we aren't about to expose Stephen Moffat as a Rose Tyler hater. Far from it, in fact. The Day of the Doctor features not only David Tennant reprising his role, but also Billie Piper. However, rather than returning to play Rose, Piper appears as the physical manifestation of the moment. Stephen Moffat explained that he very much wanted to bring Piper along for the ride, but also felt conscious about undoing the end of Rose's story. He said, "I thought the story of Rose, which was beautiful, was done. I didn't want to add to it, I didn't feel qualified to add to it. I didn't want to stick another bit in. It would be wrong." Instead, we were treated to yet another outstanding performance from New Who's first companion. Number 9. Why it's called The Day of the Doctor. Coming up with a title for any Doctor Who episode must be a difficult task, but coming up with a title for the 50th anniversary special? That's a whole other level of pressure. During development, the special was known as The Time War, until the official title was announced on the 11th of September 2013. Moffat explained his choice of title to SFX magazine. He said, "It's very rare in Doctor Who that the story happens to the Doctor. It happens to people around him, and he helps out. He's the hero figure who rides in and saves everybody from the story of the week. In this, he is the story of the week. This is the day of the Doctor." Number 8. Malcolm Taylor returns. Doctor Who fans will surely remember Lee Evans' enigmatic unit scientist Malcolm Taylor. He was absolutely obsessed with the Doctor, and like Osgood, acted how most Whovians would if they came face to face with the Doctor in real life. 2009 Easter special Planet of the Dead was the first and only appearance of Malcolm on our screens. But if you were paying close attention, you might have noticed that he actually made a return of sorts in The Day of the Doctor. Twice during the episode, Kate Stewart makes reference to a Malcolm working at units. Firstly, she remarks that he needs to change the batteries in the Ravens at the Tower of London.
The Ravens are looking a bit sluggish. Tell Malcolm they need new batteries.
And later, she phones him to send her some old unit files codenamed Chroma, a reference to another multi-Doctor story, The Three Doctors.
Malcolm, I need you to send me one of my father's incident files. Codenamed Chroma.
References within references. Moff at his moffiest. Number 7. The War Doctor's regeneration was added at the last minute. The episode concludes with the War Doctor effectively shedding the guilt of the Time War and giving himself a new lease of life, quite literally, by regenerating into a brand new form. It's a crucial moment in Doctor Who history that shows us the previously unseen birth of the 9th Doctor, but amazingly, it wasn't always part of Moffat's script. In fact, he only added Hurt's regeneration at the last minute, at the same time he was writing The Night of the Doctor. While it was disappointing that we didn't get to see War fully turn into 9, it's always good to see a regeneration scene, and with Murray Gold's fantastic score and director Nick Horan's sweeping aerial camera move, this was a solid one. Number 6. Peter Cushing movie posters were cut due to copyright issues. Doctor Who first made the jump to the big screen in the 1960s when Peter Cushing, most famous for playing Grand Moff Tarkin in Star Wars, played a character called Doctor Who in 2 movies, Doctor Who and the Daleks and Daleks Invasion Earth 2150 AD. These movies aren't official parts of the show's canon, but since The Day of the Doctor was a huge party everyone was invited to, Moffat still wanted to acknowledge them. During the scene where Clara and Kate enter the Black Archive, he initially wanted some Peter Cushing movie posters to be included as background Easter eggs, but unfortunately, copyright issues meant that this wasn't possible. Number 5. Those Dalek gunships aren't drones. With The Day of the Doctor expanding on the Time War, it was inevitable that we were going to see plenty of Daleks in action. Audiences of modern Who had grown used to seeing not only the redesigned bronze Daleks, but also fleets of Dalek spaceships across various episodes. Both of these were showcased during the Time War sequences in the 50th anniversary special, but there were also some new spacecrafts flying about too. At face value, these crafts appear to be drones of some kind, whizzing through the air and firing down on the Gallifreyans below. But if you look closer, you'll notice that these drones are actually being piloted by a group of Daleks. It's a blink and you'll miss it detail, and you know what? Daleks actually look kinda cute when they're this small. Number 4. David Tennant's first scene was his first day on set. David Tennant doesn't appear until 20 minutes into the episode, riding out of the TARDIS on horseback, accompanied by good old Queen Bess. Oh, and he's also hunting down a Zygon, because the Doctor doesn't take days off. This scene was also Tennant's first day on set, with the actor donning his iconic costume for the first time in roughly 4 years. Producer Marcus Wilson said it was like watching live archive footage. It must have been both bizarre and brilliant to have Tennant playing the Doctor again. Number 3. One of John Hurt's funniest lines was cut. John Hurt reportedly had a great time filming The Day of the Doctor and was so comfortable in the role that he would occasionally ad-lib during a scene. An example of this occurred when the 3 Doctors are locked up inside the Tower of London. Just as Hurt was thrown into the room with his co-conspirators, he yelled, "You can't lock me up with these 2, I'll have my head off now!" However, this line was cut in post-production. Moffat said that they were fools to not include it because Hurt's delivery was apparently hilarious and far better than mine. Number 2. The Brigadier almost had a cameo. Kate Stewart first appeared in the Series 7 episode The Power of 3, where it was revealed that she was the daughter of the Doctor's old friend Brigadier Alistair Gordon Lethbridge Stewart. Nicholas Courtney sadly passed away in 2011, 2 years before the 50th anniversary year, and so the inclusion of Kate seemed like the perfect way to pay homage to the Brigadier's Doctor Who legacy. However, things were nearly very different, and Stephen Moffat was first considering adding some audio clips of the Brigadier to the episode to give him a proper cameo, but in the end this was decided against. Despite his absence in the on-screen version of The Day of the Doctor, the Brigadier was present in the novelisation. There are several passages which explore conversations between him and the curator, and we all know who he was meant to be. Number 1. Matt Smith kept offering the TARDIS controls to David Tennant. Matt Smith is arguably the most adorable human being ever to walk the earth. If you need any proof of that, look no further than this anecdote from the Day of the Doctor's filming. Possibly feeling a little awkward that his co-star was stood around with nothing to do, Smith would frequently offer the TARDIS controls to David Tennant while the two were shooting those interior scenes. According to Moffat, Smith would say, "I mean, it's your TARDIS too," only for Tennant to retort, "Oh no, you're doing fine." And hey, Smith was a very experienced TARDIS pilot by this stage, even if Tennant was being a little sarcastic. Just a friendly bit of banter between Time Lords. As if alien invaders, mad scientists, and evil tyrants weren't bad enough, the Doctor now has to contend with a collection of godlike beings that can control reality itself. Russell T Davies has made the Pantheon a big deal in Doctor Who at the moment, and there's plenty more to come in the future. So here's everything you need to know about the most powerful boy band in the Whoniverse. I'm Ellie for WhoCulture, here with 10 things you didn't know about the Pantheon of the Gods. Number 10. The Pantheon is a Time Lord fairy tale. Time Lords have pretty messed up childhoods. Typical bedtime reading on Gallifrey includes works like Snow White and the Seven Keys to Doomsday, stories about sentient universes in the shape of frogs, and most fun of all, stories of the Pantheon of Discord. In The Wedding of Sarah Jane Smith, the 10th Doctor reveals that he's known the legends of the Pantheon since he was a little boy. These stories must have been like the myths and legends we hear when we're growing up, and if we look back at Doctor Who, this actually checks out. In The Celestial Toymaker, the Doctor reveals that he's heard rumours of the titular trickster, and then in Kinder, the 5th Doctor tells Panna that he too has heard of the legends of the Mara. The Doctor's knowledge of Sutekh in Pyramids of Mars is a weird mishmash of Egyptian and Osirian mythology, and we could probably chalk that up to his childhood stories as well. Judging by the Doctor's bewildered reaction to Maestro in The Devil's Cord, some of those stories clearly had more of an impact than others. Number 9. At least 2 more Pantheon members are coming. In an interview with Cinema Blend just before Season 1, Russell T Davies promised that viewers would see, quote, at least 3 more members of the Pantheon of the Gods. Since RTD gave that quote, we've had Sutekh show up in The Legend of Ruby Sunday and Empire of Death, which leaves us with 2 more in Season 2. Or 1 more if you count Maestro, but since we already knew that Maestro was a god at that point, it's unclear whether Russell factored them in or not. Still, whether it's 1 more or 2 more gods are definitely coming, and it's interesting to speculate when and how they'll manifest opposite the Doctor. In the last season, Maestro was the villain in episode 2, while Sutekh was our big bad in the finale. As we know from RTD1, he does love a winning formula, so could we expect the same thing again this time? Could the living cartoon character Mr. Ring-a-Ding be evidence of a Maestro-style figure with power over the moving image or the light of the projector maybe? Or could the Doctor and Belinda find themselves facing off against 2 gods in the finale? And is Mrs. Flood one of them? It would certainly be an interesting way to up the stakes from last year, if you even can up the stakes from the death of everything ever. Number 8. Captain Jack has fought the Pantheon. Sort of. Everyone's favourite time agent, Captain Jack Harkness, had 2 run-ins with agents of the Pantheon during Doctor Who spin-off Torchwood. In the Series 1 episode Small Worlds, it's revealed that Jack had previously encountered a species of malevolent fairies that could control the elements and kill people with rose petals. Encountering them again in the 21st century, Jack sacrificed the life of a little girl, Jasmine, to save the entire world from being devastated by the Tiny Terrors. During the episode, Jack speculates that the fairies could be part about Mara, implying that they may be agents of the Pantheon's god of beasts. This suggests that Captain Jack has been exposed to a great big snake at some point prior to Torchwood, which isn't surprising considering how well-travelled he is. So when did Jack encounter the Mara? In a story told by the Doctor, an unseen adventure while travelling with Nine and Rose, or on Earth during his centuries working with Torchwood? Although it's never explicitly confirmed that the fairies are agents of the Mara, it's clear that Jack knows what he's talking about. Jack later had to contend with another agent of the Pantheon in the Series 4 episode Immortal Sins, when the Tricksters Brigade used a brain spawn, a parasitic worm-like creature, to try and infect future President Franklin D. Roosevelt, destabilizing America and changing the future of the world as a result. Jack defeated the brain spawn with the help of his companion Angelo Colasanto, stopping yet another turn-left style bleak alternate timeline from coming to pass. Number 7. They're not the only gods in the Doctor Who universe. The Pantheon of the Gods has co-opted previous villainous deities like the Toymaker, the Trickster, the Mara, and Sutekh. However, there are other godlike beings in the Doctor Who universe whose relationship with the Pantheon is unknown. There's the Black and White Guardians, who oversee order and chaos in the universe, and potentially even trump the Pantheon in the hierarchy of powerful Doctor Who entities. Fenric, an evil being from the dawn of time, could also place higher in that hierarchy, on seniority alone. And then there are the Eternals, the species of godlike beings we encountered in Enlightenment and Can You Hear Me? The Eternals have immense powers and use ephemeral beings like humans as pawns in their grand universe-spanning games. There's also the gods of Ragnarok, the godly trio of X-Factor judges who used mortals for their own entertainment in The Greatest Show in the Galaxy. To date, they haven't been name-checked as members of the Pantheon of the Gods. Or have they? In The Legend of Ruby Sunday, Harriet Arbinger referred to the threefold deity of malice and mischief and misery. Now, if that doesn't sound like a trio of talent show judges, then what does? Number 6. They're unofficially called the Gods of Chaos. During the Doctor Who Unleashed episode for The Devil's Cord, Russell T Davies revealed that he rather likes the name Gods of Chaos as a descriptor for the various members of the Pantheon. This feels like the logical next step for what we initially understood as the Pantheon of Discord. Why? Well, Merriam-Webster defines discord as a lack of agreement or harmony, which sounds a bit too civilized for a terrifying group of cosmic gods. Chaos, on the other hand, is all about confusion, unpredictability, and danger, which is exactly what the Pantheon of Gods represents. For a hero like the Doctor, who can usually find harmony among the discord by talking themselves out of situations, Gods of Chaos feels like the perfect foil. The Doctor can't reason with chaos, so what does that turn him into? How far will he have to go to stop them? It's an interesting question that gives us new stories to tell in Doctor Who. The sheer godlike power and unpredictability of the Pantheon has really upped the ante in stories like The Giggle and The Devil's Cord, so it's exciting to see what's next. And if we're honest, the general feeling of chaos in modern Doctor Who stories feels appropriate for the 2020s too. Number 5. The unmade final battle with the Trickster. The Trickster was last seen in Series 3 of the Sarah Jane Adventures, but that wasn't supposed to be the end. One final battle with Sarah Jane Smith and the Bannerman Road Gang was planned for Series 5, but tragically it was not to be due to the untimely death of Elizabeth Sladen. Titled The Battle of Bannerman Road, the story would have served as the grand finale to Series 5. It would have revealed that Skye Smith, an alien bioweapon in the body of a child who Sarah Jane took in and raised as her own daughter, was actually the host for the Trickster's essence, allowing him to take over the world from the attic at Bannerman Road. Concept art from this story showing Skye as a trickster-like monster is truly terrifying. It was set up as an epic finale for the entire Sarah Jane Adventures, with various returning characters including Jo Jones, Luke Smith, and the mysterious shopkeeper. In 2020, the webcast Farewell Sarah Jane implied that these events still took place, referring to Skye's ability to manifest as a human to attend Sarah's memorial service. The Trickster also attended, but was defeated once again. Number 4. Every known Pantheon member. Harriet Arbinger's list of all known Pantheon members in The Legend of Ruby Sunday told almost the full story. Among the big hitters like the Toymaker and Sutekh, there were some other names that were easy to forget, and some that weren't even mentioned. So far, we've got the Toymaker, the god of games, the Trickster, the god of traps, Maestro, the god of music, Reprobate, the god of spite, the Mara, the god of beasts, the threefold deity of malice, mischief, and misery, gods of skin and shame and secrets, Incenser, Ursa, the god of disaster, and her children, Doubt and Dread, and Sutekh, the god of death. It's an extensive list for sure, populated with some suitably ominous-sounding names. It remains to be seen how many we'll encounter in future episodes of Doctor Who. The gods of skin and shame and secrets sound more suitable for a late-night show like Torchwood, if I'm being honest. And those names mentioned by Harriet aren't the only members of the Pantheon introduced in the wider Whoniverse. Number 3, the Krampus is a member of the Pantheon. In European folklore, the Krampus is a sort of anti-Santa who punishes naughty boys and girls by gifting them coal instead of toys. He also carries a basket for the transportation of truly evil children to hell. The Krampus of folklore has made several appearances in Doctor Who spin-off media, including the terrific Paul McGann audio story Better Watch Out. But the most notable Krampus appearance was in the Doctor Who magazine comic strip Imaginary Enemies. Here, Krampus tries to bring chaos to the timelines by erasing the existence of Amy, Rory, and Mel's, also known as River Song, when they're children in the 1990s. If this sounds similar to the Trickster's plot to erase the existence of another Doctor Who companion in the Sarah Jane Adventures, then there's a reason for that. This version of Krampus was a member of the Trickster's Pantheon of Discord, later rebranded as the Pantheon of the Gods. It's unclear if the Krampus is one of the gods or merely a member of the Trickster's Brigade, but either way, this is a Doctor Who Christmas special just begging to be made. Russell, that one's on the house, you can have that one. Also, when we had all that speculation about who Ruby was before we found out, I had a theory that she was the daughter of Krampus because of her connections to Christmas, and obviously Krampus's connections to Christmas and this whole chaos and discord and the Pantheon of Gods. Did it turn out to be true? No, it didn't, but I was very proud of myself for having the theory in the first place. Number 2, they're the only villains to appear across the Whoniverse. The Pantheon has done something that not even the Daleks or Cybermen have been able to do: appear across every Doctor Who TV show. The Doctor has done battle with the Toymaker, the Mara, Maestro, and Sutekh in the main show, while the Trickster and his brigade have appeared in Doctor Who, Torchwood, and the Sarah Jane Adventures. In turn left, the Trickster's brigade tried to alter the life of Donna Noble by using a time beetle. Donna wasn't the only one of the Doctor's companions to fall victim to the Trickster's brigade either, as the Trickster thrice attempted to meddle in the life of Sarah Jane Smith. On his final attempt, he was foiled by not just Sarah and the Bannerman Road gang, but by the 10th Doctor too. Not content to manipulate the personal histories of Doctor Who companions, the Trickster's Brigade also tried to change the course of world history in the aforementioned Torchwood Series 4. What this all means is that the Pantheon is one of the most prevalent and dangerous villains in the Doctor Who universe, despite their relative lack of fame compared to the Pepperpots and Robo-Men. Number 1, the Trickster has a plan for Harriet Jones. During the lockdown tweet-along for The Stolen Earth and Journey's End, Russell T Davies revealed that disgraced Prime Minister Harriet Jones escaped her apparent death at the plungers of the Daleks. This new fate for Harriet built on a poem that had originally been written by James Goss and illustrated by Russell T Davies for the anthology book Now We Are 600. Davies shared the image on Twitter along with an enticing tease for a potential future episode of Doctor Who. He said, "Harriet escaped. Her bike zoomed under the Dalek saucer into the helicarrier of Miss Fitzpatrick's collection, a cabal of billionaires. And far away, the Trickster smiled as another piece of his long game fell into place. But that's a story for another time." Now, sure, Russell wasn't Doctor Who showrunner back in 2020, and he could have just been teasing us. However, these tweet-alongs did ultimately lead to the RTD2 era, and we know that Davies has recycled some unused ideas already. Dot and Bubble, for example, was originally an idea he'd had for an episode well over a decade ago, while the whole Sutekh thing was something he'd been imagining since he was a kid. So are we about to witness the return of Harriet Jones, former Prime Minister? With Sutekh, Mel, Kate Stewart and everyone else returning these days, you certainly wouldn't bet against it. The Doctor is in. Ncuti Gatwa's first full season as the 15th Doctor has arrived, and the man himself has had quite the journey to get here. He experienced homelessness, escaped a genocide in his home country, and battled the Toymaker in his underpants. Throughout his early life and career, he also crossed paths with several Doctor Who alumni, almost like some cosmic force has been drawing him towards the Whoniverse all along. I'm Ellie for WhoCulture, and here are 10 things you didn't know about Ncuti Gatwa. Number 10. His first TV role was with an Ood and a Sontaran. In the first episode of the second series of BBC Scotland sitcom Bob's Servant, Bob pioneers a new meat attack burger, which is bought by a young Ncuti Gatwa. Gatwa's first TV role as a future victim of serious food poisoning is particularly interesting because of who he appeared on screen with. He was served his burger by Bob's loyal employee, Frank, played by Jonathan Watson. Watson would go on to don the armour and potato heads of several Sontarans in Doctor Who Series 13, including Commander Skark, who really wanted to ride a horse. Bob's servant himself was played by Brian Cox, who had previously voiced the Ood Elder in The End of Time. A year prior to Gatwa's episode of Bob's Servant, Cox had also played Doctor Who co-creator Sidney Newman in the biopic An Adventure in Space and Time. These connections got even more wibbly-wobbly when, in 2023, Gatwa was edited into An Adventure in Space and Time in place of Matt Smith to commemorate Doctor Who's 60th anniversary. So there you have it, Doctor Who's past and future convening around a burger van just outside Dundee. Number 9. He manifested his Doctor Who role. Based on his first few episodes alone, we can all agree that Ncuti Gatwa is exceptional casting as the Doctor. However, it was almost someone else entirely because he didn't even know they were auditioning. It was only when Gatwa texted his agent to state his interest in playing either Doctor Who or Willy Wonka that he discovered that Russell T Davies and casting director Andy Pryor were actually on the hunt for the 15th Doctor. He prepared for his audition by binging the first RTD era of Doctor Who. Even with all that prep though, he still was unsure if he would win the role, but consoled himself with the chance to network with a major industry figure like Russell T Davies. Of course, he needn't have worried. RTD was so taken by his audition that he had to stop himself offering Gatwa the role on the spot. Still, we'd pay good money to see the alternate timeline where he manifested Willy Wonka instead of Doctor Who. Let's just hope it would have been more blockbuster movie and less low-budget Glasgow experience. Number 8. He experienced homelessness before his big break. It's an incredibly tough life as an actor, especially when you're starting out and waiting for your breakthrough role. For example, Tom Baker worked on a building site to make ends meet before he was cast as the 4th Doctor. Gatwa himself had a difficult road to stardom, and has spoken about his experiences with homelessness prior to being cast as Eric Effiong in Sex Education. Returning to the UK after working in America for a time, he was unable to book roles for 4 months, and eventually chipped away at his modest savings. He had to give up his flat and spent his time sofa surfing at friends' flats, who also sent him money for food. Of the experience, Gatwa said, "Sofa surfing is tough. No matter how nice your friends are, there is a limit. I could see the strain I was putting on them. It felt awful being that guy, using the electric and water but not contributing. When Sex Education came calling, his situation completely changed. However, it's clear that he's fully aware that not everyone is as lucky. A level of awareness and empathy that makes him such a great fit for Doctor Who." Number 7. He went to the same high school as Madame Vastra. Another of Doctor Who's most notable Scottish stars that isn't a doctor is Niamh McIntosh, who played Madame Vastra during the Stephen Moffat era. While it's unknown if she'll return alongside the 15th Doctor, but keep those fingers crossed, people, Gatwa and McIntosh already have something in common. Though they were decades apart, both studied at Boroughmuir High School in Edinburgh. Gatwa studied there until his family moved to Dunfermline, where he was a student until moving to Glasgow. The school has moved locations since Ncuti's time, but Boroughmuir's current headmaster, Mr. Dempster, spoke of his pride at having once taught science to a future Doctor, saying, "I'm not sure that I can take any credit for his ascension to Time Lord status, but I can remember his incredible smile and infectious personality." Given that Bond himself, Sean Connery, turned down a place at Boroughmuir High School, it's no wonder they're so excited to count Ncuti Gatwa among their notable alumni. Number 6. He's not allowed to swear in costume. When he met Millie Gibson at her audition to play Ruby Sunday, Gatwa remembers that he felt they would have been in trouble if they'd been at school together. This turned out to be quite perceptive, as both he and Gibson got a telling off from head teacher Russell T Davies quite early in their time on Doctor Who. In a fairly innocuous behind-the-scenes clip, Ncuti and Millie were filmed walking past their trailers together, and Ncuti introduces Millie as Millie effing Gibson. It's a throwaway off-the-cuff statement, but RTD didn't see it that way, and soon called Ncuti into his office to give him a dressing down for his F-bomb. RTD said that he could say and do whatever he wanted while out of costume, but that he had to be more careful while dressed as the Doctor. Oh, how things have changed from the classic era, when Tom Baker swore at K9 in one of the BBC's annual Christmas tapes. Number 5. He's already won multiple acting awards. though he's not quite up there with Academy Award winner Peter Capaldi, Ncuti Gatwa has won multiple awards for various stage and screen performances. The annual Newport Beach Film Festival honoured Gatwa and several other breakthrough British stars in 2020 as part of its celebration of UK talent. In that same year, he won a Royal Television Society Award for Best Male Comedy Performance for his work in sex education. Also in 2020, Gatwa won a Scottish BAFTA for Best Actor in Television. He was nominated again in 2022, but lost out to Dougray Scott, known to Doctor Who fans as Alec Palmer in Hyde. However, Gatwa didn't go home empty-handed that night, as Peter Capaldi used his acceptance speech for the Outstanding Contribution to Film and Television Award to give the new Doctor some words of wisdom about the trip of a lifetime. With all of time and space to explore and scripts by Russell T Davies, it wouldn't be a surprise if Gatwa has to expand his trophy cabinet for the foreseeable future. Number 4, he's the second Doctor to work with Ryan Gosling. Everyone knows that Ncuti Gatwa starred alongside Ryan Gosling in Barbie. We've all seen the image of Gosling wearing a fan-made 15th Doctor t-shirt, and we all saw them bring the house down at this year's Oscars. However, Gatwa isn't the first Doctor to cross paths with the La La Land star. In 2013, 11th Doctor Matt Smith was cast in Lost River, Gosling's flawed yet fascinating directorial debut. Smith played Bully, a deranged criminal who's not above a bit of grandstanding. To play Bully, Smith had to shave his head, which is why he's wearing a wig throughout his final Doctor Who episode. Gosling has revealed that the Hello Stonehenge speech in the Pandorica Opens was his inspiration for casting Smith in the movie, which he caught a bit of when the episode was on TV. All of which is why, when Gatwa told Gosling he was going to be the Doctor, Gosling replied with, "Doctor Who is the coolest show in the world, man." Interestingly, rumours emerged last year that Gosling will be appearing alongside Gatwa in Doctor Who. I mean, stranger things have happened. Number 3, he's a Doctor of many firsts. Ncuti Gatwa's casting as the Doctor is incredibly progressive and groundbreaking for several reasons. He's the first black male actor to play the Doctor in its 60-year history, marking a huge step forward for the Whoniverse. Born in Rwanda in 1992, Gatwa is also the first actor to play the Doctor who wasn't born in the UK. When he was just 2 years old, his family left Rwanda, fleeing the genocide against the Tutsi and arriving in Scotland. Predominantly raised and educated in Scotland, Gatwa now joins the ranks of the great Scottish Doctors, Sylvester McCoy, David Tennant twice, and Peter Capaldi. In another huge step forward for Doctor Who, Gatwa is also the first openly queer actor to play the Doctor. In an interview with Elle back in 2023, Gatwa movingly talked about the importance of representation and affectingly described his interaction with a queer Rwandan woman at Manchester Pride. Those charged looks between the 15th Doctor and Jonathan Groff's mysterious rogue could indicate that this will be part of the Doctor's identity too, boldly reinventing the character for modern viewers. Number 2, he's a big fan of the Third Doctor. Gatwa has been brushing up on his predecessors ahead of Doctor Who's Season 1, and he found a surprising kindred spirit in the form of Jon Pertwee. Speaking about his love for the suave Third Doctor in a chat with Rolling Stone, he said, "I love Jon Pertwee, the Third Doctor's outfits. Lovely velvet jackets and frilly shirts. I feel a connection to him. Our Doctors are the only two who dress like sluts." I mean, it's a hilarious comparison, but it's also interesting to look at the links between the 3rd and 15th Doctor eras. Pertwee had a different jacket and shirt practically every serial, while Gatwa will have a different costume in seemingly every episode. Pertwee's Doctor was also teamed up with UNIT, led by Brigadier Lethbridge Stewart, while Gatwa's Doctor will be working alongside a unit led by Kate Stewart. The flamboyant charisma of the real-life Jon Pertwee and the real-life Ncuti Gatwa is also something that links both Doctors across the decades. And then, one final brilliant comparison between Pertwee and Gatwa, courtesy of Ncuti himself in the Radio Times, is, quote, "I do love a bit of Pertwee, he's always got his cha-chas out. Quite what that means, I don't think I want to know." Number 1, he's an actual Doctor, sort of. Not only does he play the Doctor on screen, but Ncuti Gatwa is also something of a Doctor in real life too. In 2022, Gatwa was presented with an honorary doctorate by the Royal Conservatoire of Scotland, the school at which he had studied acting. This made him not only our newest Time Lord, but also a Doctor of Drama. Located in Glasgow, the Royal Conservatoire is now a Doctor Who hitmaker. A chap you might have heard of called David Tennant also studied there in his youth, meaning that this one school is responsible for the current era of Doctor Who we find ourselves in. Not too shabby, really. Meanwhile, the Glasgow School of Art, where Peter Capaldi studied, is also only a short walk away from the Royal Conservatoire. Let's all thank the centre of Glasgow for being an incredibly important location in the history of Doctor Who. As with any storied entertainment franchise, there are so many fascinating things to find out about the making of Doctor Who. It's like Wester Drumlins or Gabriel Chase, a creaky old house full of secrets just waiting to be uncovered. So, let's uncover some. I'm Ellie for WhoCulture here with 10 Doctor Who behind-the-scenes secrets you need to know. Number 10. Code names keep things quiet. Doctor Who is one of the most scrutinised shows in the world, and both the press and fans alike want to know what the next big scoop is going to be. So, certain measures are taken to keep things hush-hush, including a tactic the Doctor themselves would be proud of: fake names. Before the 12th Doctor's new companion, Bill Potts, was officially revealed, the role was known as Mean Town behind the scenes. That's an anagram of 10 woman, as Bill was the 10th companion of the 10th modern series. Sneaky. Jenna Coleman and Karen Gillan had to tell their family and friends they were auditioning for shows called Men on Waves and Panic Moon, respectively. Men on Waves is an anagram of Woman 7, since Coleman was auditioning for Series 7, and Panic Moon is the word companion scrambled up. And if you think all of this is ridiculous, then just remember that this is a show that made an entire spin-off based on an anagram. And if you think that's ridiculous, just remember that Russell T Davies had an almighty god hire a graphic designer to put together a swanky anagram reveal PowerPoint presentation, rather than just, killing everyone straight away. Doctor Who. Please never change. Number 9. The Candyman vs. Bertie Bassett. The Candyman was an android made of candy, and not even the good stuff either. Licorice all sorts. They're disgusting. You give us a robot made of gummy bears, now then we'll talk. Licorice all sorts? Really? In the 7th Doctor serial The Happiness Patrol, the TARDIS drops in on a society where sadness is punishable by death. The Candyman adds to this subversion, as he may look sweet on the outside, but he's actually an unstoppable killing machine. Well, unless you have some lemonade handy. In reality, he was defeated by a much more terrifying prospect: a lawsuit. After part 2 of the serial went out, the show got a letter from H.B. Stokes, chairman of confectionery company Bassett's. Stokes pointed out that the Candyman bore a striking resemblance to his company's mascot Bertie Bassett, who was also an anthropomorphized pile of sweets. Even though Doctor Who was cleared by the BBC copyright department, it was promised that the Candyman would never appear in the show again. So for those of us who've been gunning for his return since 2005, unfortunately we're out of luck. Genuinely, I'd love to see the Candyman return. Number 8. Not everything is an original creation. Doctor Who has utilised so many props and costume pieces over the decades, but did you know that many of them actually belonged to the actors? The 3rd Doctor's weird hovercraft car, the Whomobile, wasn't built by the props department. It was brought in by John Pertwee, who had personally commissioned it himself. It was also Pertwee who gave it the name Whomobile. Oh, we love you, John, but maybe stick to the acting, eh? Though not nearly as impressive as having an entire car built, David Tennant also brought his own possessions to the character. The 10th Doctor's iconic Converse shoes were Tennant's idea, and for the first few episodes he wore his own pair. This is why they look so battered. He'd been using them for years already. Best of all though is the 12th Doctor's ring. Peter Capaldi didn't want to remove his wedding band during filming, and so a special prop ring was created to cover his band while in character. Now in-universe, the ring contains a stone of green amber from the planet Ratsacoricofallapatorius, which I know full well has been put in my script because they wanted to catch me out, so ha, said it first time. And it's said to remind the Doctor of all the wars that he has won, but also all the lives that he has taken. Number 7. The TV movie's A-list aspirations. The 1996 TV movie is an odd thing. It was an American co-production, which is strange enough for Doctor Who. It went through so many iterations during development, including one where the Doctor and the Master were half-brothers and Barusa was the Doctor's gramps. Fair enough. At points, it was also aiming to be much more of a blockbuster event than it ended up being. This is largely down to some of the insane A-list names Philip Segal and Peter Wagg, the project's original spearheads, had considered to star in and direct this new era of Doctor Who. Ray Fiennes, Hugh Grant, Sean Bean, Ian McKellen, Rowan Atkinson. A number of actors of all shapes and sizes were longlisted to play the part, some of whom would end up in Who further down the line. Christopher Eccleston, Peter Capaldi, and John Hurt were considered, as were Timothy Dalton, Ian McKellen, and Derek Jacobi. Weirdly, a number of actors from the comic relief sketch Curse of Fatal Death were also put forward, including Jonathan Pryce, Hugh Grant, and Rowan Atkinson. Other potential candidates range from Patrick Stewart to Hugh Laurie, Peter O'Toole to Jim Broadbent, to perhaps the biggest missed opportunity of all, Tim Curry. Can you imagine a time-travelling Dr. Frankenfurter running around on screen? That would have saved the show for sure. Number 6. The Sounds of Time and Space. There are just as many legendary sound effects in Doctor Who as there are heroes, villains, and planets. But how do they all get made? That beautiful whoosh whoosh that has started so many great adventures over the years, also known as the sound of the TARDIS materializing, was created by scraping a key along a piano wire. This masterstroke was the idea of Brian Hodgson, who came up with many of the early sound effects for Doctor Who, including the voice of the Daleks. Hodgson had previously worked on a children's radio show where he'd voiced a robot butler using a ring modulation system, and when the time came for the Doctor's greatest enemies to speak, he reused this technique and instructed voice artist Peter Hawkins to give a monotone delivery, and thus TV history was made. Hodgson used all sorts of unusual things to create the Doctor Who soundscape. One rumour goes that he got the roar of a Yeti from a flushing toilet, which may be a myth, but it's also a really funny myth. Number 5. Actor reuse goes deeper than you realise. We all know that Doctor Who likes to reuse actors. Freema Agyeman in Army of Ghosts, David Bradley in Dinosaurs on a Spaceship. Hell, Fires of Pompeii has both a future Doctor and future companion in it. Big names aside though, this happens way more than you think, and it's so sneaky that you probably didn't even realise they were doing it. Remember All Ears Alan from Fugitive of the Jadoon? The nosy barista who fancies Ruth? Well, Michael Begley, or Begley, I apologise, I don't know how to say his name, but the actor who plays him had previously portrayed the pirate Mulligan in The Curse of the Black Spot. Mark Dexter, who played Cal's dad in the Library 2-parter, turned up 12 years later in Spyfall Part 2 as Victorian inventor Charles Babbage. Both Prem from Demons of the Punjab and the PE teacher from the God Complex previously appeared in TARDISode 12. Yeah, remember those? A prelude to Army of Ghosts. And then there's the curious case of Lara Philippart. The young Lara not only played a member of the extended Connolly family in The Idiot's Lantern, but she also appeared in a main role in the Torchwood episode Small Worlds as a girl obsessed with fairies. Serious brownie points if you spotted that one. And I'm fairly certain there are plenty more, so let us know if you spotted any more in the comments down below. Number 4. Fake cast members help maintain surprises. When they aren't making their actors play 17 different characters at once, the Doctor Who team are changing their names to prevent spoilers. In the days of Classic Who, publications like the Radio Times were the primary source of information about upcoming episodes. So, not wanting to reveal that Davros was back in 1988's Remembrance of the Daleks, the BBC provided a cast list for the magazine which contained Roy Tromelli, an anagram of Davros actor Terry Malloy. The character most affected by this practice is the Master, which makes sense as they've made more random appearances over the years than Stan Lee in the MCU. 5th Doctor serial The King's Demons reportedly starred someone called James Stoker, an anagram of Master's Joke, a cheeky way to obscure the fact that the Master was set to appear. This also happened with Castrovalva, where the Master's disguise, Portreeve, was credited as being played by Neil Toynay, a codename for Master actor Tony Ainley. More recently, the series 12 finale cast list contained a character called Fakout, played by Barak Stemis, which when rearranged spells Master is back. That one wasn't quite as sneaky as the rest. Number 3. Most weeping angels aren't props. The Weeping Angels aren't just a genius monster design, they're also an absolute godsend for the Doctor Who casting department. Monsters that are rarely shown moving and take the form of a bunch of generic statues? Perfect! Who needs extras when you can just replace them with props? Sure, the unions might have a thing or two to say about that, but sorry, what's that? The angels are barely ever props? What the hell? In the commentary for his episode Blink, writer Stephen Moffat revealed that just 2 of the angels seen in the episode were fake. The rest of them were played by actual actors who had to master the art of standing still and looking menacing. After this first go, it made sense for even more actors to be hired for the Angels' next appearance in Series 5, as there were more of them on screen and they actually got to move on camera this time. According to some of the extras in The Time of Angels and Flesh and Stone, the rubber angel suits were actually quite comfortable, although they may have just been saying that so they didn't hurt anyone's feelings, let's be honest. It is quite funny that a show that's always been accused of having fake-looking monsters and wobbly sets actually went to the effort of hiring skilled performers to play a monster that could have easily been achieved with a basic statue prop. Number 2, doctors aren't paid as much as you think. When you take on the role of Doctor Who, you don't do it for the money. You do it to be part of an institution, to etch your name into the history books, and to be an inspiration to millions everywhere as a beacon of hope and morality in a cruel and depressive world. But also the money. When William Hartnell took on the role of the First Doctor, TV stars weren't the same glamorous celebrities they are today, and as a result, he was earning a salary of £315 per episode by 1966, around $7 grand today. That's barely enough to keep him in his fancy necktie. Meanwhile, many years into the future, Peter Capaldi's earnings were between £200,000 and £250,000 towards the end of his run. Now that may sound like a lot, but when you consider that Danny Dyer got a similar amount for being in EastEnders, it doesn't look quite as flashy. And when Jodie Whittaker was revealed as Capaldi's replacement, it was announced that she would be earning the same amount as her predecessor. And while this was great news for gender equality, you can't help but wonder if Jodie was kicking herself for not trying her luck in Albert Square. And speaking of salaries, we do have a video breaking down what all the doctors have made, so make sure you check that out as well. Number 1, the first regeneration was an accident. Regeneration might have looked a lot different were it not for a bit of luck in the BBC tech department. You all know the story by now. William Hartnell's health was declining, so the showrunners came up with a genius way of replacing him without killing off the main character. In a now legendary scene, Hartnell collapsed to the floor and his face slowly faded away to be replaced by Patrick Troughton's. This effect was the result of a faulty mixing desk, which caused whichever images were passing through it to become overexposed. Vision mixer Shirley Coward thought that creating a whiteout would be a great way to hide the transition between the actors, and that's precisely what happened. Thank God she said something, because the initial plan for this scene was, well, let's be kind and just say it was not as good. Originally, Hartnell was supposed to fall down with his cloak covering his face, which would have been then the end of his Doctor, and next time the cloak would be removed to reveal Troughton. I wonder how Bi-Generation would have looked if hoods and cloaks were the chosen transition device. Interesting. On the 15th of November 2009, millions of people settled in for a special episode of Doctor Who. David Tennant's 10th Doctor would travel to a human colony on Mars, where he would meet Captain Adelaide Brooke and her crew. Unfortunately, they were not alone on the Red Planet, as a deadly parasite living in the water was about to make itself known. This was the waters of Mars. As a seminal outing for the 10th Doctor, it's always a fun one to look back on. So, let's do just that. I'm Ellie with WhoCulture here with 20 things you didn't know about the waters of Mars. Number 20. It was almost set in a hotel. Remember the Series 6 episode The God Complex? The one set in the hotel with the Minotaur and David Walliams? Well, this is almost what the waters of Mars ended up looking like. Sort of. Russell T Davies' original plan for the episode was to revive an idea he'd had where the Doctor would travel to a strange hotel that had somehow caused Earth to be frozen in time. Unfortunately, RTD soon realised that his vision of the Doctor exploring an abandoned London would cost a lot of money and would be very complicated to pull off. So the hotel idea was shelved, and Stephen Moffat and Toby Whithouse developed a totally different hotel idea a few years later. Number 19. Andy was the android. Plenty of actors have played more than one character in Doctor Who, but few have a resume quite as varied as Alan Roscoe. Roscoe, who also appeared in the Star Wars franchise, plays Andy Stone in The Waters of Mars, one of the Bowie base crew members who succumbs to the flood early on. This was the first time Who audiences had seen his face, as he'd previously appeared in a number of costumed roles, including a Slitheen, an Auton, and the best of the bunch, the question-asking, laser-firing android in Bad Wolf and The Parting of the Ways. This guy took down a couple of Daleks, but couldn't fight off some water? Weak effort. Number 18. Long-awaited November return. Doctor Who didn't have a regular series in 2009, instead releasing a handful of specials throughout the year. There were 2 Christmas specials at either end, an Easter special, a New Year's Day episode in 2010, and The Waters of Mars. This adventure dropped at 7 PM on Sunday the 15th of November 2009, making it the first episode since the show's 2005 revival to air in that month. The previous episode to air in November was the second part of Survival, the serial that closed out Doctor Who's classic run in 1989. November is, of course, a very significant month for Doctor Who, as the very first episode was shown on the 23rd of November, 1963. Now, can the 60th anniversary specials please hurry up? Number 17. It was originally a Christmas special. Instead of airing on a random date in November, The Waters of Mars was originally going to debut on the 19th of December 2009, with the End of Time Parts 1 and 2 set for Christmas Day and New Year's Day. That's right, the original plan was 3 Doctor Who episodes over the festive period. What a gift that would have been. Unfortunately, as you'll find out a bit later on, the production of The Waters of Mars was all over the place, and so its air date got brought forward to November. This presented somewhat of a problem for Russell T Davies and co-writer Phil Ford, who had envisioned it as a Christmas-themed episode, with initial outlines of the story titled Red Christmas and Christmas on Mars. Ultimately, all Christmas references were removed from the script, and any hopes of seeing zero-gravity Brussels sprouts were scuppered. Number 16. The surface of Mars was seen in other episodes. As shocking as it may seem, this episode was not actually filmed on location on Mars. Instead, the Red Planet was created here on Earth at a place called Taff's Well in Wales, which unsurprisingly is a quarry. The Doctor Who team was clearly happy with this location, as this wasn't the only time they used it. Scenes in The End of Time were filmed there when it doubled up as the snowy surface of the Ood sphere. It would appear again under Matt Smith's Doctor as the rocky junk shop setting in The Doctor's Wife. Torchwood also got in on the action with several scenes in Children of Earth Day 2, including a scantily clad Captain Jack Harkness also appeared in this rocky area. Number 15. It was dedicated to Barry Letts. Just over a month before The Waters of Mars aired, the great Barry Letts passed away at the age of 84. Letts had served as the producer for Doctor Who during the entirety of Jon Pertwee's tenure as the Third Doctor, and was also involved in the casting of Tom Baker as the Fourth Doctor. In making this decision, Letts would help create some of the most beloved moments in the show's history. Considering how much New Who owed to Letts, it makes perfect sense that The Waters of Mars includes a dedication to him just before the credits. A classy touch in honour of someone who was described by The Guardian as a pioneer of British television. Number 14. There were loads of financial issues. The Waters of Mars was conceived in 2008, and what else happened around this time? The world's economy fell apart. The impact of the global financial crash resulted in a shortage of funds for Doctor Who, and it was initially thought that The End of Time would have to be shortened to 2 45-minute episodes instead of the proposed hour-long ones. The other option that was floated about was to abandon The Waters of Mars entirely, as it was deemed the least important of the remaining specials. Thankfully, executive producer Julie Gardner was soon able to secure funding, but the show's money problems were not over yet. The BBC made a mistake which led to some of the budget for Planet of the Dead going missing, so money was moved over from the Waters of Mars budget to compensate. This resulted in huge CGI water creatures being scrapped, and the villain instead became the viral infection known as the Flood. Considering how fantastic a villain the Flood is, I for one think that this whole ordeal definitely worked out for the best. Number 13. The Gusev crater is real. There's so much sci-fi jargon in Doctor Who that when the show does include stuff that actually exists, it can be easily missed. One such example is the Gusev crater, the location of Bowie Base 1 in The Waters of Mars. While that sounds like a word that could easily have been made up by one of the writers, it's actually a real feature of our red galactic neighbour. It was named after a Russian astronomer in 1976 and is approximately 90 miles wide, and was supposedly formed 3 to 4 billion years ago. Hopefully it's not actually harbouring a deadly soggy virus though. Number 12. Adelaide was nearly Russian. One of the best parts of The Waters of Mars is Captain Adelaide Brooke, played superbly by Lindsay Duncan. Firm but never unlikable, Brooke plays a pivotal role as the Bowie Base commander destined to die in order for her ancestors to go on to greatness. That is, until a certain Time Lord Victorious sticks his beak in. As the writers wanted Bowie Base 1 to feel multinational, Adelaide's character was almost a Russian cosmonaut named Valentina Kerensky. When Brooke became British, her initial name was Grace, until RTD pointed out that Grace was the name of the 8th Doctor's companion in the TV movie. She was soon renamed Adelaide, and her original Russian surname lived on in the form of actual Russian character Yuri Kerensky. Number 11. It was Graham Harper's final episode. Doctor Who has had plenty of legendary directors over the years, but there have been few on the level of Graham Harper. Harper first worked on Doctor Who as a production assistant in the 1970s. He directed his first serial, the beloved fifth Doctor regeneration story, The Caves of Androzani, in 1984, and would work off and on with the classic series until it shut its doors in 1989. When it made a triumphant return, Harper was brought in to direct even more episodes, starting with Series 2's Rise of the Cybermen and The Age of Steel. He then helmed episodes like Utopia, Turn Left, and The Stolen Earth and Journey's End. I mean, what a filmography! Harper's final episode was The Waters of Mars, before he walked away as the only man to direct episodes of both classic and modern Doctor Who. Number 10. Several romantic subplots were cut. Ever wondered why Adelaide and her second-in-command Ed seem so frosty towards each other? Well, it's because they were supposed to be much closer than their ranks suggested. RTD has said that he originally intended for there to be more overtly romantic tones to Adelaide and Ed's relationship, but they were eventually cut. He changed Ed's last words to "you never could forgive me" to hint at this, while also leaving things up in the air. While the romantic feelings between Yuri and Mia were more prominent in the final cut, there were also more overt links between those two that were, you guessed it, cut for time. Number 9. Maggie was based on Helen Sharman. Played by Sharon Duncan Brewster, Maggie Kane is one of the most important characters in the story, acting as a sort of spokesperson / de facto leader for the Flood. Her magnitude with regards to the plot might be why she was partly based on such an important figure in British space travel, astronaut Helen Sharman. In 1991, Sharman became the first British person to go to space as part of a privately funded mission to the Russian space station Mir. The Doctor's flashback to Maggie's obituary shows that she was born in Grenoside, Sheffield, and later studied chemistry at the University of Sheffield, two things that are also true about Sharman. Number 8. Lindsay Duncan set a companion record. Circling back to Lindsay Duncan now, who made a nice bit of history when she took on the role of companion for this episode. The writers wanted the Doctor's sidekick in this episode to be an older woman, instead of the much younger women that he'd been with in the previous outings. Duncan, who was 59 when this episode aired, became the oldest person to ever play the Doctor's companion, for about a month. Bernard Cribbins, who was 80 at the time, snatched the record from her when he teamed up with 10 in the very next special. Duncan would have probably been fuming, had it been anyone else but cuddly old Wilf, that is. Number 7. Mia and Yuri had a daughter. Both Mia and Yuri were spared their original fates when the Doctor broke his own interference rules and rescued them from their exploding base. The last shot of them on TV is Yuri running after Mia as the gravity of the situation gets too much for her, but that isn't where their story ended. As revealed in the 2023 novelization of the story, which includes far more references to the couple's on-base romance, it's revealed that Yuri and Mia stayed together after their rescue and even had a child. They used this as an opportunity to honour their fallen comrade, naming their firstborn daughter Adelaide. Number 6. The Ice Warrior's absence. Upon watching The Waters of Mars, fans of classic Who might have wondered, where are the Ice Warriors? These chilling foes from way back in the day were also inhabitants of the Red Planet. They get a name drop during the episode, but why did they not have more to do on their home world? As it turns out, this question was answered in a deleted scene. While pondering the Flood, the Doctor theorizes that, although the Ice Warriors were able to imprison it inside a glacier, they were not fully able to defeat it. This led to them fleeing Mars, leaving their menacing enemy behind for some other unfortunate souls to come across. Number 5. American audiences loved it. Doctor Who truly exploded overseas when Matt Smith took the reins, but still, Whovians across the pond couldn't get enough of David Tennant trying not to get wet, as the Waters of Mars premiere gave BBC America its biggest primetime viewing figures ever, with 1.1 million people tuning in. Granted, this was a fraction of what the episode did in the UK, but you have to take these small victories where you can, right? Number 4. Wally-inspired Gadget. Gadget, the remote-controlled robot the Doctor uses to save the day, might not have existed had another lovable machine not come along 1 year earlier. RTD was inspired to include an affable robot in this story after the success of Pixar's WALL-E, which released to massive praise in 2008. Gadget shares more than a few physical characteristics with his trash-compacting counterpart, right down to the tracks it uses to get around. In one early draft of the story, Gadget was meant to go berserk and attack the Doctor, but this was dropped in favour of the tin can coming to his aid instead. Gadget. Number 3. The Cloister Bell returns. The Waters of Mars takes quite a dark turn at the end, after Adelaide Brooke kills herself in order to keep her timeline intact. This essentially spells the end for the 10th Doctor, as his flagrant abuse of time travel law curses him to meet his maker. His impending doom is heralded by the arrival of Ood Sigma, and a sound that must have sent chills down the Time Lord's spine. And everyone's spine, come to think of it. That sound found is the cloister bell, essentially a warning system inside the TARDIS. Though the bell had been used in New Who before, it can be heard in The Sound of Drums and Turn Left, for example, this was the first time since 1981's Logopolis that it had been used to signal the Doctor's death. Number 2. Helen Mirren almost played Adelaide. Yep, you heard me right. The role of Adelaide Brooke was originally considered for Academy Award-winning actress and all-round badass, Dame Helen Mirren. Can you imagine? Before the episode even had its proper name, RTD wanted Mirren to play the older woman who was teamed up with the Doctor. This is why Adelaide wasn't Russian, as RTD worried that this was too similar to Mirren's Soviet character in the film 2010, The Year We Make Contact. In the end, the stars didn't align and Mirren didn't appear in the episode. But The Waters of Mars would undoubtedly be remembered very differently today had the team managed to pull off this casting coup. But nevertheless, Lindsay Duncan did a terrific job playing Adelaide Brooke, and don't for one moment think that we're suggesting otherwise. Number 1. A real scientific discovery inspired the plot. There were 2 storylines in the running for this episode during its early days. RTD's Mars base plot and the aforementioned hotel idea, which was written by Phil Ford. RTD eventually picked his idea partially due to a timely announcement made by NASA. Shortly before the 2 writers were set to meet to discuss the episode, it was revealed that NASA's Phoenix Mars lander had discovered frozen water on the surface of the red planet. RTD took this as a sign to push ahead with his idea and came up with the concept of a water-based monster for the Doctor to fight.
The thing that people tend to forget about Doctor Who is its absolute ability to give pain. Just pain. With some slight trepidation, I'm Sean Ferrick for WhoCulture, and here are 20 things you didn't know about the Angels Take Manhattan. Number 20. The Ponds wanted a permanent goodbye. Aside from that Statue of Liberty reveal, the Angels Take Manhattan is most famous for being the last regular appearance of Amy and Rory Pond. The 11th Doctor's first friends were snatched from the jaws of safety by a rogue angel and cast backwards in time forevermore, writing them out of the show in a tragic and permanent fashion, which is exactly what the actors wanted. Karen Gillan and Arthur Darvill requested that Amy and Rory be removed for good, as they didn't want their demise to be undercut by recurring cameos like certain other companions. Rose. Gillan did go back on her word when she appeared briefly at the end of Matt Smith's final episode, but that cameo was both incredibly short and entirely fitting, considering Amy's connection to the Raggedy Man. Darvill, meanwhile, hasn't been seen in an episode of Doctor Who since departing. Number 19. It was originally the Daleks. It's difficult to imagine it being any other way, but the Weeping Angels were not the original villains of this story. Initially, it was going to be the Daleks. Writer and showrunner Stephen Moffat felt that such a devastating blow to the Doctor should be dealt by his oldest enemies, adding more heat to their eons-long feud. However, he was cautious about returning the Daleks to New York, as this had already been done, relatively recently, in Daleks in Manhattan: Evolution of the Daleks. Feeling that the Angels were a better fit for this somber noir setting, they were drafted in instead, and the Sons of Skaro were moved to the series premiere, Asylum of the Daleks. The Daleks would probably have made for a much more predictable ending for the Ponds, so we're glad it wasn't them. Number 18. Middle name mayhem. Whovians must have been delighted when they finally learned Rory's middle name in The Angels Take Manhattan, were it not for the small fact that he had to die for them to do so. On Rory's tombstone at the end of the episode, the text reads, "In loving memory, Rory Arthur Williams, aged 82. It took us until his final episode to learn that his middle name is Arthur. Poor Rory. But of course, this is the same as actor Arthur Darvill's first name. But it could also be a nod to Mark Williams, who played Rory's dad, Brian, in his role of Arthur Weasley in the Harry Potter movies. Meanwhile, Amy's inscription gets zero mention of a middle name, despite the fact that it was revealed to be Jessica way back in her second episode, The Beast Below. Why no middle name for Amy? Who knows? Damn gravestone double standards. Number 17. To kill or not to kill. Booting off a companion can't be an easy job for any showrunner, even if Russell T Davies did it basically any chance he got. When the time came for Moffat to say goodbye to Amy and Rory, the weight of this decision really affected him. He told Radio Times in 2012 that he went back and forth several times over the couple's fate. How and why would they leave, and would they live or die? I wrote and rewrote, I had a completely different ending and threw it away. So many times over those mad few days, the fate of the Ponds changed. Alive, dead, nothing felt right, nothing felt inevitable. inevitable. In the end, he went for a halfway house. The couple were dead in the timeline of the show, but got to live out full lives in the past. It makes you wonder what the ending he threw away was like. Can't have been any sadder, surely. Number 16. Grail's grim alternate fate. When Amy and the Doctor first find River and Rory in the past, they've been captured by Julius Grail, an avid collector of artifacts. While his fate was left ambiguous in the final cut, there were initially plans to show what happened to him, and they weren't very nice. One early draft had him banished back to a workshop where he was forced to make the very items he had spent his life collecting. A second idea was to show him being sent to the past and then have him turn up in one of his own paintings. This painting would have revealed that the angels had sent him back to the Renaissance where he was enslaved. The second idea was filmed, but was dropped during editing. Number 15. The Jump was filmed first. It's no secret that TV shows and movies aren't usually filmed in story order. Sometimes moments towards the end are among the first things captured. This is precisely what happened with the Angels Take Manhattan. The Ponds think that they've saved themselves when they jumped off Winter Quay, killing Rory twice in one night and creating a paradox that defeats the Angels. The Jump was filmed on the 23rd of March 2012, the very first day of recording for the Angels Take Manhattan. Meanwhile, the climactic graveyard sequence was filmed a few weeks later on the 19th of April 2012, making that a very sad day in Doctor Who history indeed. Number 14. Cherub inspiration. The Angels Take Manhattan introduced infant versions of the Stone Assassins. Oh, how cute. Until they send you back to the Middle Ages. This type of angel didn't exist until director Nick Hurren went on a location scouting trip to New York. Hurren took pictures of various landmarks in the city, including the Bethesda Fountain in Central Park, which has a huge angel statue as its centerpiece and is surrounded by smaller cherub statues. When studying this photograph back in the UK, Moffat came up with the idea of a cherub variant of the Weeping Angels, as he felt their childlike design made them incredibly creepy. And you know what? He was bang on the money for that one. Number 13. Karen Gillan read the afterword. The Angels Take Manhattan is bookended by the Doctor reading a novel written by River Song, which details the events of the episode before and after they happen. At the end, the Doctor reads the last page of the book, which turns out to be a special message written by Amy to let him know that she and Rory lived a good life and still loved him always and forever. It's a heavy scene, one of the last bits of communication between the girl who waited and her Raggedy Man. So Gillan felt it was important that they did as much possible to get it right. This resulted in Gillan sitting just off screen, reading the letter aloud to Smith to get as much emotion as possible out of his performance. Amy and the Doctor, friends till the very end. Number 12. The letter scene's crazy filming conditions. Speaking of this scene, it was way more complicated to film than you'd think it would be. For this tearful farewell, Smith was afforded not 3 takes, not 2, but one take. This is because it was shot on location in Central Park, where hundreds of people had gathered to watch it being filmed. Imagine the stress the crew must have felt. It can't have been easy. Smith was given a different page of the book to hold in case somebody photographed the real one, and Gillan was forced to read her lines incredibly quietly in case she was recorded. Despite all this pressure, Smith pulled it off, which is a testament to just how bloomin' good of an actor the man really is. Number 11. It was almost wibbly-wobblier. The Angels' first episode, Blink, gave the world one of the ultimate Doctor Who memes in the form of Ten's legendary wibbly-wobbly timey-wimey speech. So it makes sense that such mind-bending concepts nearly made a return in one of the Angels' most prominent appearances. Plans for the Angels Take Manhattan originally featured a much more complex depiction of their time manipulation powers. Audiences would have seen even more versions of Rory running about the Winter Quay, as well as different incarnations of Sam Garner, the detective from the cold open. Additionally, the girl Garner sees in the window was to have been staring at an older, future version of herself. Eventually, it was decided to simplify things a bit, but this was probably for the best. Number 10. An important last-minute addition. The final recording for the Angels Take Manhattan was supposed to be a few pickup shots on the 30th of April 2012, but at the last minute, an extra day of filming was penciled in for the 28th of June. It was decided that the Doctor needed to say why he couldn't take the TARDIS back to 1938 New York, so lines were written explaining how the timelines were all scrambled. This pickup was filmed at Box Cemetery in Llanelli, Wales, where the rest of the graveyard scene was shot. It was directed by Dinosaurs on a Spaceship and A Town Called Mercy's Saul Metzstein, as the Angels Take Manhattan director Nick Hurren was unavailable. It's a good job these lines were added, otherwise fans would have been even more confused why the Doctor couldn't go back and rescue the Ponds all over again. Number 9. Pond River Publishing. Spoiler alert, but everybody knows that River Song's real name is Melody Pond, and there's a subtle reference to both these monikers in The Angels Takes Manhattan. The book that starts this whole mess, Melody Malone, Private Detective in Old New York Town, is written by River and published by Amy. As a result, the name of the publishing company is Pond River Publishing, a neat little subtle nod to both mother and daughter. This detail isn't visible in the episode, but it was confirmed by some production artwork. The actual text inside the book was taken from a real novel called The Thin Man by Dashiell Hammett. Hammett was a famous detective writer in the 20s and 30s and was responsible for penning The Maltese Falcon, the film version of which heavily inspired The Angels Take Manhattan's tone and setting. Number 8. A Story of Lasts. Amy and Rory weren't the only ones saying goodbye in this episode. It was also the final appearance of the title sequence that had been used from the 11th Doctor's first outing, with the next episode, the 2012 Christmas special, The Snowmen, introducing a redesign. The Angels Take Manhattan is also the last time we saw Eleven's tweed jacket and his first TARDIS console room, both of which were also replaced in The Snowmen. The loss of the ponds truly was the end of an era. Number 7. The epilogue that almost never was. In The Power of Three, Rory's dad Brian makes the Doctor promise that he'll bring his son and daughter-in-law back safely. The Time Lord agrees, only to betray that trust one adventure later. Poor Brian had his entire world turned upside down with seemingly no explanation. That is, until you watch P.S. Premiering online shortly after The Angels Take Manhattan's broadcast, P.S. is a short animated scene of Brian receiving a letter from Amy and Rory delivered by their adopted son. This sequence, which was written by Chris Chibnall, was supposed to be filmed in live action, but Brian's actor, Mark Williams, was unavailable for the shoot. Rather than scrapping it entirely, the storybirds were animated and Arthur Darvill was brought in to narrate, resulting in a heartfelt epilogue to the Pond's journey. Number 6. It's fans' favourite episode of Series 7. Series 7 was a strange time for Doctor Who, as it was split into two distinctive parts, one with the Ponds and one without. There were some great episodes either side of the divide, but the one that Whovians thought was the best of the bunch was, you guessed it, The Angels Take Manhattan. On IMDb, the episode is the joint highest ranked along with The Name of the Doctor, both of which scored 9 out of 10. Though if you count the specials as part of the series, The Day of the Doctor tops them both with 9.3 out of 10. Other contenders for the top spot were Asylum of the Daleks at 8.5, The Bells of St. John at 7.8, and Hyde at 7.6. Number 5. Brightwell and Hyman. No, Brightwell and Hyman is not a firm of lawyers or estate agents, but rather the name of a company that makes matches. Rory uses a box of Brightwell and Hyman matches to fend off the cherub statues, but what you almost certainly didn't know is that this brand would appear in Doctor Who again. A few episodes later, in The Crimson Horror, a poster can be seen in the background of a shot advertising Brightwell and Hyman quality matches. This makes sense, seeing as how the setting of Sweetville centres around a giant match factory. Brightwell and Hyman is never once spoken on screen, making this quite possibly one of the most obscure connections in the show. Number 4. Why the Doctor can't visit the Ponds. One of the biggest bugbears fans have with The Angels Take Manhattan is that, in theory, the Doctor could just hop in the TARDIS, choose a random city in the past and tell the Ponds to meet him there. But unfortunately for a Fez-loving hero, he's played fast and loose with the rules of time, and Amy and Rory's history was too wibbly-wobbly to interfere with. At least that's the explanation offered by Stephen Moffat, who said he can't interfere. In normal circumstances, he might have gone back and said, look, we'll just put a headstone up and you'll write the book. But there is so much scar tissue, and the number of paradoxes that have already been inflicted on that nexus of timelines that will rip apart if you try and do one more thing. He has to leave it alone. Considering how often Doctor interferes with other timelines and fixed points, it's an explanation that's unlikely to satisfy many fans. But over a decade later, it's the only explanation we're ever going to get. Number 3. It has a sequel. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Whovians around the world came together to watch old episodes of the show. To coincide with the screening of The Doctor's Wife, a short film was produced called Rory's Story. Written by Neil Gaiman, it featured Mr. Pond talking to his soon-to-be adopted son Anthony from 1946. He's filming himself on a smartphone he'd carried from the future. Just don't worry about how he might have charged it, okay? Rory recounts several of his and Amy's adventures, including how they ended up in the past, before his wife calls for him to come help paint the baby's room. It was lovely to check in on the Ponds after so many years away, especially during those gloomy pandemic times. Number 2. Yowza. The Doctor has said and done many unfashionable things over the years, but uttering the word yowza, that ranks up there with the cringiest. Eleven says it while reading Melody Malone, prompting Amy to call out his choice of words. She shouldn't have been too surprised though, as he'd actually said it before. In The Almost People, when looking for an escape route, the Doctor exclaims yowza when he finds one, much to Amy's confusion. Then, in The Name of the Doctor, he says it again after avoiding the Great Intelligence's minions, the Whispermen. They've never said it since though. Probably realised how uncool it was. Number 1. Amy's ending was years in the making. In December 2011, it was announced that Karen Gillan and Arthur Darvill were exiting Doctor Who, nearly an entire year before it actually happened. Moffat tried to throw viewers off the scent by introducing new companion Jenna Coleman early, but we all knew the inevitable was coming. Interestingly enough, Amy's swan song had actually been foretold much earlier, and by much earlier, we mean her very first episode. When a young Amelia is waiting for the Doctor to return in the 11th hour, there's a shot of her looking up at the sky as she hears the sound of the TARDIS. This seems a bit random at the time, as it was established that the Doctor never came back for her. And, in fact, that was an important part of Amy's character. She was the girl who waited, after all. In The Angels Take Manhattan, however, we learn that the Doctor did eventually go back for her, but only after Amy asks him to in her final letter. This is something Moffat had been planning to reveal from day one, as he revealed to the press before The Angels Take Manhattan debuted. After showing Amelia Pond in the garden as a young girl in the 11th hour, the final shot in The Angels Take Manhattan is a punchline I've been waiting to tell for 2.5 years. One of the great things about the 11th Doctor's era is that it's one giant story arc from the first episode to the last. This payoff in particular was incredibly emotional for fans who'd stuck with Amy's journey from that very first shot of her lonely old house.
Doctor Who is one of the most documented TV shows of all time, and yet there are still untruths and misconceptions that make their way into the fandom. The way information is shared these days is quick, bite-sized chunks. It's so easy to believe things that are false, and there's no doubt it's happened to all of us, myself included. So we thought it would be a good idea to go over some of the most common beliefs held about Doctor Who that aren't actually true. I'm Ellie for WhoCulture, and these are 10 false Doctor Who facts you probably still believe. Number 10. The identity of the woman is a mystery. For a show that has a mystery in its very title, it is unsurprising that fans see enigmas in places where there aren't any. Take Claire Bloom's mysterious woman from David Tennant's final-ish story, The End of Time, the identity of whom fans have debated ever since. Was she Susan, Romana, or was she, as was intended, the Doctor's mother? While nobody vocalizes this fact on screen, Russell T Davies emphasized that she was the Doctor's mother in the expanded version of The Writer's Tale, the book that documents the making of the show during his first era in charge. This means that Claire Bloom, who was told this fact when she was cast, and David Tennant are playing their one scene together as mother and son. Although Doctor Who has now complicated matters with the story of the timeless child and the Doctor's adoption, Claire Bloom's character is unequivocally whoever the Doctor knew as their mother at this point in their lives. However, did Stephen Moffat ever explain who the woman in the barn was in Hellbent? You know, the one that serves Capaldi soup. Is that the same character, regenerated after the Master sent Rassilon and Gallifrey back to hell? Maybe there is a mystery to be solved here after all. Number 9. The Paul McGann TV movie was a flop. One of the laziest things trotted out about Doctor Who in the 1990s by American-centric pop culture websites was that Paul McGann's TV movie was a flop. It's true that in the US, Doctor Who was overshadowed by an episode of the hugely popular sitcom Roseanne, meaning that it was watched by 5.6 million viewers, a 9% share of the viewing audience on the night. However, that's not the full story. In the UK, the TV movie was a huge deal. There were midnight openings across the country so fans could purchase the new Doctor Who movie on VHS 2 weeks before it aired on BBC One. Despite this, it still garnered an impressive 9 million viewers upon its broadcast on the 27th of May 1996. For context, that's not too far off the 10.81 million viewers who tuned into Rose in 2005, the success of which convinced the BBC that they had a mammoth hit on their hands. The reason that the TV movie is seen as a flop is because a series commission was reliant on it performing well in America, which sadly ignores its undeniable success on home soil. Number 8. David Tennant was the first to play 2 different Doctors. There was a lot of talk about David Tennant's record-breaking 14th incarnation in the lead-up to Doctor Who's 60th anniversary. Sitting on countless chat show couches, Tennant nodded along to the assertion that he was the first actor to play 2 different incarnations of the Doctor. Except he wasn't. Tom Baker beat him to that accolade in 2013 when he appeared as the Curator, who was a retired Doctor wearing the face of an old favourite. Now, Russell T Davies' wild revelation that bi-generation occurred for every Doctor creates the possibility that the Curator is actually just a retired version of the 4th Doctor. But until that's confirmed on screen, Tom Baker remains the first actor to play 2 different incarnations of the Doctor, unless we take into account Sylvester McCoy in a blonde wig and Technicolor coat in Time and the Rani, or Richard E. Grant in The Curse of Fatal Death and Scream of the Shalka. The timelines, they've all gone wibbly. Number 7. Adric was the first companion to die. When many people think of the first Doctor Who companion to pop their clogs, their brain naturally goes to Adric. After all, he travelled with 2 incarnations of the Doctor and had a dramatic ending, crashing a freighter full of dead Cybermen into prehistoric Earth. In reality, Adric wasn't the first Doctor Who companion to die, but it's easy to see why people think that. Firstly, the serial in which not 1 but 2 companion deaths take place, The Daleks' Master Plan, is mostly missing from the BBC archives. Secondly, one of those companions, Jean Marsh's Sarah Kingdom, disputes that she's even a Doctor Who companion in the story. The first of those 2 deaths was Katerina, the ancient Greek handmaiden who joined the Doctor and Stephen at the end of the Mythmakers. Like Adric, Katerina's death also takes place on a spaceship, and she also sacrifices herself to save her friends by opening an airlock and blasting herself and the villain into space, so the Doctor can continue his mission. Well, that's alright then! Number 6. John Lumick was rewritten because of a broken leg. It's not uncommon for Doctor Who scripts to be rewritten in response to backstage changes. Take the scene in The Pirate Planet, where the 4th Doctor smacks his face off the TARDIS console. It was a late addition to the script to explain the substantial cut on Tom Baker's lip after he was bitten by a dog while filming the Reboss operation. Rumour has it that a similar rewrite was done on Series 2's Rise of the Cybermen to accommodate actor Roger Lloyd-Pack after he had broken his leg in an accident at home. News of Lloyd-Pack's injury emerged towards the end of 2005, with reports stating that the scripts for his performance as John Lumick would have to be rewritten. Months later, while previewing the Cybermen 2-parter in the pages of Doctor Who magazine, writer Tom McRae said that the character of John Lumick was always written as a wheelchair user, so no rewrites were necessary in light of Lloyd-Pack's injury. Perhaps the intent was to further emphasise the links between this particular genesis of the Cybermen and the Daleks' notorious creator Davros. Who knows? Number 5. Tom Baker is the longest-serving Doctor. Tom Baker was the Doctor between 1974 and 1981, making him the longest-serving Doctor of all time, right? Well, no, not quite. While it's certainly true that Baker has the longest run of Doctor Who episodes, 172 to be precise, it gets a bit trickier if you start including actual calendar months. While some may scoff at this distinction, we'd like to point out that everyone counts Doctor Who from 1963 to now as one long run, the longest-running science fiction TV show of all time. We just conveniently forget that it was off the air for most of the 90s. So yes, Tom Baker was the Doctor for 7 years. However, Sylvester McCoy was technically the Doctor between 1987 and 1996, clocking up 9 years in the role. Paul McGann may have played the role for 1 night only, but he was the incumbent Doctor between 1996 and 2005, another 9 years. He didn't even regenerate until 2013, so doesn't that give us 17 years with the 8th Doctor? And yes, while McCoy and McGann didn't have many on-screen adventures between 1989 and 2005, they were the faces of Doctor Who during that time, adorning the covers of books, Big Finish CDs, and the Doctor Who magazine comic strip. So, sorry, Tom. Number 4. Classic Doctors were in The Day of the Doctor. Obviously, those body doubles floating on a cloud at the end aren't the original classic Doctors, but the Five-ish Doctors reboot strongly hinted that Peter Davison, Colin Baker and Sylvester McCoy did sneak their way into the Day of the Doctor. The Five-ish Doctors reboot was a real highlight of the 50th anniversary, and a great sitcom pitch for the new Disney Plus era of Doctor Who. I mean, who doesn't want to see more of Pete, Colin and Sylv getting into Doctor Who adjacent scrapes? I, for one, would definitely watch it. After much clowning around in Cardiff, this one-off episode ends with the 3 classic Doctors standing under sheets in the Undergallery, and this led some fans to believe that they were actually in the episode standing under those same sheets. But Stephen Moffat says they weren't. He said, "There are things that you don't do to 3 highly distinguished actors, and one of them is you don't really drape them under a sheet for several hours." So yeah, it's a lie, but I think we all prefer the version of The Day of the Doctor where we choose to believe that Sylvester, Colin and Peter are hiding under dust sheets while Matt Smith walks past them. Number 3. Ten and Rose's New Earth kiss was an ad-lib. Many fans have forgotten rule number 1 of any Doctor Who promotional material. The showrunner lies. Stephen Moffat's wry sense of humour was regularly getting him in trouble with fans who couldn't read irony. And Russell T Davies is no stranger to people taking his words at face value either. For example, the scene in New Earth in which Rose, while under the influence of Cassandra, gives the 10th Doctor a passionate kiss. During the online commentary for the episode, RTD notes that it was, quote, completely unscripted. This prompts much laughter from David Tennant and producer Phil Phil Collinson, not least because it's a joke. However, some fans took it at face value and believe that the kiss was an ad-lib by Billie Piper. A quick look at the script for New Earth confirms otherwise, however. The scene in question is written by Russell T Davies as follows, quote, "She grabs his collar, yanks him down, snogs him, lets go, wipes her mouth like she's eaten fried chicken." So if you've ever wondered what it's like to kiss the 10th Doctor, apparently it's not unlike devouring a KFC family bucket. Oh, the things we learn. Number 2, Doctor Who was cancelled in 1989. Classic Doctor Who ended on the 6th of December 1989, with the 7th Doctor and Ace heading off to cities made of song. While it's true that the BBC had informed the production team that there would be no Doctor Who in 1990, it was never formally cancelled. Perhaps to avoid the release of another charity single, the BBC never publicly stated that Doctor Who was cancelled. And in their defence, there was never a point during the 90s where someone somewhere in the corporation wasn't investigating a way to put Doctor Who back on TV. Forgetting the Paul McGann TV movie, there was a planned animated series from Canadian studio Nelvana, and when that fell through, Doctor Who was eyed up as a potential movie franchise, sort of like the Paddington of its day. And from the late 90s onwards, BBC head of drama serial Mal Young was exploring the possibility of a new series of Doctor Who. And while he wouldn't be successful at first, the work done by him would ultimately pave the way for the 2005 revival. Number 1. Karen Gillan and Arthur Darvill didn't know the melody twist. Across many a Reddit post and online forum, it's believed that the identity of River Song, the best character, was such a big secret that it was hidden from Karen Gillan and Arthur Darvill. Some fans even believe that Gillan and Darvill only got that information when they were shooting the scene, so that their response was genuine. This is a tactic of beloved social realist filmmaker Ken Loach, but Doctor Who is not a gritty kitchen sink drama, unless it's being written by RTD. While it's true that only Alex Kingston was briefed about her familial links to Amy and Rory far in advance, Karen Gillan and Arthur Darvill did find out before the moment was filmed, as explained by Kingston herself. She said, quote, "I've even got a feeling that the crew were given different sides, so that they literally did not know until the words were spoken in the scene. And it was only on that day, I think, or maybe the night before, that Karen, Arthur and Matt got given the sides and they were let in on the secret." So yes, while they were told quite late in the game that they were River's parents, it's not like they were reacting to the reveal in the moment like we were as viewers at home. And when I tell you my jaw hit the floor at this revelation, I wish it was an exaggeration. The many talented individuals responsible for putting Doctor Who on our screens put so much care and attention into even the tiniest of things. The only downside is that most of these details won't be noticed by the vast majority of viewers. And though they won't affect the plot or drastically change your views on the show, they deserve more appreciation all the same. So with that in mind, I'm Ellie with WhoCulture, here with 10 unnecessary Doctor Who details you need to know. Number 10. Doctor Who Double Decker in the Forest of the Night. Doctor Who seems to have a thing for planting Easter eggs on red London buses. Planet of the Dead's bus featured an advert for a company owned by Joshua Naismith, who would go on to appear in The End of Time. But that example is nowhere near as audacious as the double-decker featured in Series 8's In the Forest of the Night, which seemed to be advertising Doctor Who itself. The bus in question appears very briefly towards the start of the episode, and if you look very, very closely at the poster emblazoned on its side, you should be able to make out the now iconic Series 8 12th Doctor costume reveal pic, together with a shot of Clara from Hyde and a generic photo of the TARDIS. And it gets weirder. This wasn't something cobbled together by the production team, but a piece of fan art made in anticipation of Series 8, which can still be viewed online today. It's not clear quite how or why this happened, both from a behind-the-scenes and in-universe perspective, but however you square it, you can't deny that it's a rather intriguing detail. Do you know what? In fact, it's just given me an idea, actually. Should we do a list of all the clues that Doctor Who exists in the Doctor Who universe? Let us know if you'd want to see that, and also if you can think of any examples, because we may need some help with that. Number 9. The 11th Doctor loves knitting, Cold War. Just before he regenerated, the 8th Doctor offhandedly asked the Sisterhood of Khan to bring me knitting. 4 incarnations later, and he would appear to take that hobby much more seriously. In The Impossible Astronaut, the 11th Doctor casually remarks that he's late for a biplane lesson in 1911, or it could be knitting. Knitting or biplanes. And we never found out which it was, or whether the Doctor ever mastered the art of flying, but this wouldn't be the last time he showed an interest in knitting. In the same series, in The Wedding of River Song, the Doctor passes time by reading a magazine titled Knitting for Girls. Then in Cold War, the Doctor's pockets are seen to contain a Barbie-style doll, a toffee apple, and a ball of yarn. Usually, whenever the Doctor's pockets are emptied, the contents are fairly random, but here there actually seems to be something of a method to the madness. Sure, the doll and the toffee apple have no immediately obvious use, but the yarn clearly implies that the Doctor has, after those previous teases, finally found the time to take up knitting. Sadly, we never got to see any of his handiwork, although I would say it's a given that at some point or another he did attempt a long, multicoloured scarf. What say you? Number 8. Ominous Aerials, the Idiot's Lantern. The Idiot's Lantern won't make it possible for you to forget that there's a coronation on. Indeed, this story surely contains more Union Union flags than any other. But aside from all the red, white and blue bunting, one of the other things that hits the Doctor and Rose when they arrive in London on Coronation Day is the sheer number of households with televisions, many more than you'd expect for the time. As we later learn, these televisions, manufactured by Magpie Electricals, are key to the story's villain, providing it with the means to steal the faces of unwitting residents. However, it wasn't just the television sets that you should have been paying attention to. As production designer Edward Thomas revealed on the episode's DVD commentary, just as much thought went into the television aerials, which were shaped like swastikas to allude to the shadow World War II continued to cast over 1950s Britain. As the Doctor explains to Rose, rationing was only just ending when Queen Elizabeth II ascended to the throne. The symbol cast by these aerials can hardly be described as subtle, but in the context of the episode, this is a pretty obscure detail, and rather appropriately, given the location of the aerials, will no doubt have gone over many viewers' heads. Number 7. Ace's musical outfit, The Power of the Doctor. For fans of late 80s Doctor Who, the return of Ace in The Power of the Doctor was a super exciting prospect. Thankfully, the episode didn't disappoint, with Sophie Aldred once again battling Daleks and appearing alongside Sylvester McCoy, all while wearing her iconic bomber jacket, just like old times. However, as exciting as it was to see this piece of clothing make a comeback, there was also a cool detail to be found in Ace's other costume too. Specifically, take note of the 3 pins on her lapel, some silver and red quavers, the musical note kind, not the crisp kind, and a gold trumpet. These were deliberately chosen to evoke the jazz-themed t-shirt worn by Ace in her second story, Remembrance of the Daleks. Ace has always used costume as a means of expressing herself, and her pins have always had some special significance, be it to the character or to Aldred herself. In fact, famously, Ace's Blue Peter badges were actually Sophie Aldred's own. So it's fitting that even in more ordinary attire, she was still able to incorporate a little personal touch. Number 6. Colour-coded Time Vortex, Series 1-4. In the RTD1 era, Doctor Who's brand strategy was more on point than ever before. This extended to the show itself with an unprecedented level of continuity between the designs of the TARDIS and the sonic screwdriver. But an even niftier detail that you might not have noticed is that there was also a colour coding system for the time vortex seen in various episodes. The rule was simple. A blue vortex meant that the TARDIS was travelling backwards in time, while a red vortex meant it was travelling forwards. Every TARDIS vortex shot in Series 1-4 abides by this principle. In Series 1, for instance, a blue vortex is used to indicate the historical settings of the Unquiet Dead and the Empty Child. Meanwhile, one of the most memorable uses of the red vortex is in the pre-title scene of Utopia, where the TARDIS, complete with stowaway Captain Jack, hurtles towards the year 100 trillion. Of course, both variants also appear in the title sequence at the start of each episode, with the TARDIS initially travelling through a blue vortex, aka the past, then switching to a red one, aka the future. This colour change is never remarked upon in the show, so it's not something that many people will have noticed, but once you know it's there, you'll never unsee it. This is such a cool detail. I did not know this. This is absolutely mind-blowing. Number 5. Atmos Anticipation, Partners in Crime. In an ideal world, the universe of Doctor Who would be much more connected than it is. But because of the pace at which the show moves, this is rarely possible. That said, it does occasionally foreshadow plot points within the same series, or if the writers are really on the ball, a series or 2 in advance. RTD was particularly good at this, though he's since admitted that the original repeated meme, Bad Wolf, didn't acquire its full meaning until production was well underway. One of the more deliberate examples of foreshadowing came in Series 4 opener Partners in Crime. It's a blink and you'll miss it moment, but when Stacy's taxi pulls up, a sticker can be seen in the window for a company that we're about to become very familiar with indeed, Atmos. Atmos debuted a few episodes later in the Sontaran stratagem as a key component of the Sontarans' plan. If you want a really impressive example of forward planning though, consider that the Saxon Master was first alluded to not in Series 3, but way back in Series 2's Love and Monsters, during which the Absorbaloff reads from a newspaper bearing the headline, Saxon leads polls with 64%. Talk about playing the long game, and let's not even get started on the whole River Song thing, am I right? Number 4, a familiar jacket twice upon a time. The 12th Doctor's regeneration scene contained many nods to past eras of the show. The line, "Never be cruel, never be cowardly," paraphrased a description of the Doctor originally devised by classic Who script editor Terrance Dicks, which had eventually made it to the screen in The Day of the Doctor and subsequently been referenced in Listen and Hellbent. But what you probably didn't realise is that there's actually another lovely classic detail hidden in plain sight. Keep your eyes peeled when the Doctor is traipsing around the TARDIS like a Shakespearean actor, and you'll see, hanging from a hat stand, the velvet coat worn by the 3rd Doctor in Planet of the Daleks. Prolific Who writer and actor Mark Gatiss is the proud owner of this glorious garment, and he had promised to bring it in on Peter Capaldi's last day. And as he explained to Doctor Who The Fan Show, having brought it all that way, it seemed a shame not to get it in the shot at least. Number 3, Big Ben's on the mend, the Christmas invasion. The destruction of Big Ben, or to use its proper name, Elizabeth Tower, is one of the most iconic moments in all of revived Who. And yet, by the time of Army of Ghosts and Smith and Jones, the iconic London landmark is once again intact. This is at first glance a bit odd, but if you dig a little deeper, you'll find that the show did in fact address the repairs with an extremely missable detail in the interim invasion story, The Christmas Invasion. Like Aliens of London before it, The Christmas Invasion featured a sequence of a spaceship flying over the UK capital. And once again, London's landmarks featured prominently, including Big Ben. But if you look closely, you'll notice that scaffolding has been CGI'd into these shots as a nod to the damage dealt to the iconic clock tower in Aliens of London and the work being done to return it to its former glory. This also works as a nice metaphor for a country struggling to hold itself together in the face of alien invaders. It's also yet another example of Doctor Who predicting real-world events. Sure, Big Ben hasn't had to contend with a spaceship crashing into it, yet, but it was clad in scaffolding between 2017 and 2021 so that routine restoration work could be completed. Number 2, £10 pound notes, The Runaway Bride. Money, money, money. It's a running gag that the Doctor never has any. Most of the time, this isn't too much of a problem as the companion can instead foot the bill. However, in The Runaway Bride, the Doctor meets his match, a companion who also doesn't carry any cash. For the very good reason that she's actually wearing a wedding dress and is about to get married. Desperate times call for desperate measures, with the Doctor raiding a cash machine just to get Donna a taxi. However, if you think the banknotes used in this scene were just any old banknotes, think again. Unsurprisingly, manufacturing fake cash is against the law, so the production team had to come up with an alternative, something which from a distance would look real enough but also couldn't be mistaken for legal tender. In a deliciously ironic move, this counterfeit currency was adorned with a photo of the Doctor himself, together with the quotes, "No second chances, I'm that sort of man," and "I promise to pay the bearer on demand the sum of 10 satsumas." These banknotes still appear on the second-hand market from time to time, so you too can own your own 10th Doctor dosh if you know where to look. Just don't expect to actually be able to get a taxi with it. Unless the taxi driver is a Doctor Who fan, in which case he might accept it, you never know. Number 1, painstaking polka dots, Vincent and the Doctor. The Doctor Who lockdown tweet-alongs were a great opportunity for fans to discover some new facts about their favourite show. Case in point, the Vincent and the Doctor tweet-along in March 2020, which featured live commentary from various individuals involved with the episode's production, including the one and only Bill Nighy. Unsurprisingly, Nighy didn't have a great deal to say. His character, Dr. Black, is only in the episode for about 5 minutes, but the one bit of insight he did give about Black's bow tie was golden. It said in the script he wears a bow tie, Nighy recalled. The designer asked me what kind, I said, how about navy polka dot? The only problem here was that finding a navy polka dot bow tie was easier said than done. In fact, the brief proved so difficult to fulfill that the costume team had to make the bow tie themselves from scratch. This meant sewing on each of the polka dots individually, one by one. Can you imagine the patience required? The end result was a completely bespoke bit of neckwear, fitting for a character as trendy as Dr. Black and an actor as accomplished as Bill Bill Nighy. You might even call it modern art. Although why they didn't just say, sorry Bill, we can't find one, can you choose a different design please, is beyond me. Maybe you just can't say no to Bill Nighy.
Just picture it now in your mind. It's the 9th of June, 2007, and you are having the absolute pants scared off you by some statues. Blink is an episode no one will forget soon, but did you know these things? I'm Sean Ferrick with WhoCulture, and here are 20 things you didn't know about Blink. Number 20. The title wasn't decided until production began. Every episode of Doctor Who needs a title. It's a running joke among fans that these usually end up being something of the something or something and the something, and initially Blink also used that format. Due to some tight scheduling, there was just one script meeting for this episode. It was originally called Sally Sparrow and the Weeping Angels, but showrunner Russell T Davies didn't like that title, so Stephen Moffat offered some alternatives, one of which caught Russell T Davies' eye. No pun intended. RTD was captivated by the idea of calling the episode Blink, and instructed Moffat to go back through the script and add the word in as many times as possible, like a cheesy 50s movie trailer. Moffat obliged, and the word blink is heard over 20 times throughout the episode. Number 19. The TARDIS being rocked was surprisingly simple to film. In the episode's grand climax, Sally and Larry finally enter the TARDIS after being pursued by a group of weeping angels. There's just one problem: the angels also want to get in. The Stone Assassins proceed to violently rock the TARDIS back and forth as Sally and Larry get flung around the inside. Those interior shots were a lot easier to film than you might think. Rather than moving the set or doing anything complicated, the actors were instructed to simply throw themselves around the TARDIS. The camera operator would then tilt the other way, giving the impression that the whole interior is being violently shaken. You don't have to break the bank to produce some TV magic. Number 18. David Tennant recorded his lines all by himself. Even though David Tennant isn't in Blink very much, he's still on top form and went to great lengths to give the best performance possible. To recreate the half conversation the Doctor has with Sally, Tennant recorded his lines in a room on his own without having Carrie Mulligan to bounce off. Don't ever say he didn't suffer for his art. From a scripting standpoint, this conversation also presented in a rather lonely manner. Moffat wrote the full conversation, removed Sally's lines, and then handed the Doctor's lines to Tennant, believing that this would make his acting feel more authentic. Number 17. Moffat didn't know how to defeat the angels. For all his amazing work on Doctor Who, Stephen Moffat's greatest legacy might be the creation of the Weeping Angels. He maybe tarnished their reputation slightly with some of the additions to their lore in Series 5 and Series 7, but this insistence on fleshing them out was understandable, considering how difficult it was to write them the first time round. While writing Blink, Moffat couldn't actually think of a way to defeat the angels. He'd written himself into a corner. How were these almighty hunters going to be stopped without the Doctor being there? He even asked Mark Gatiss for help with the ending. That was probably just an excuse for those two to hang out. Just kiss already. In the end, Moffat came up with the angels stood around the four walls of the TARDIS solution after realizing that his script notes made a point of there being only 4 angels in the episode. Number 16. The opening nighttime scene was shot in broad daylight. Filming at night must be a total pain in the backside. Not only is everything pitch black, but you've also got to organise dozens of people to be somewhere at an unsociable hour. It being filmed in England, it was also probably raining. That might be why the Doctor Who team opted to film the opening of Blink in the middle of the day, despite the fact it's set during the dark of night. As recounted by composer Murray Gold on the DVD commentary, the scene where Sally discovers the writing on the wall in the mysterious Wester Drumlin's house was a lot brighter to begin with. Colour grading was used to make everything seem darker, and despite a few moments where the lighting looks a little off, the effect is unnoticeable. Number 15. It was the least watched episode of Series 3. For such a legendary episode, you'd think that Blink would have smashed all kinds of rating records, right? But in actual fact, the exact opposite is true. While by no means a ratings disaster, Blink drew an audience of 6.62 million viewers. That's the sort of number most TV shows would kill for, but when compared to its fellow Season 3 episodes, Blink was the least watched of the lot. The most viewed episode of the series, if you discount the Christmas special, was the opener Smith and Jones, with 8.71 million viewers. Blink's nearest competition was Daleks in Manhattan, with an audience of 6.69 million. Were audience put off by the fact that the Doctor was barely in this episode? If they were, then it was their loss. Number 14. The unusual way the Weeping Angel actresses stayed still. One of the most menacing parts about the angels is their stillness. Their ability to disguise themselves as statues means they can blend in almost anywhere. By the time you notice that they've moved, it's far too late. The only problem with this concept was finding performers who were willing and able to stay motionless for that long, but luckily the costume department had a plan to help that process along. The angels were brought to life by special effects guru Neil Gorton. The bottom half of the costume was made from skirts of stiff rubber, and underneath he included a bicycle seat stuck to a pole, so performers could stand perfectly still during during shooting. This was an ingenious design choice that worked incredibly well, in fact a little too well. Gordon recalled an incident where a runner asked an Angel performer what they wanted for lunch, only to discover they'd been talking to a statue prop the entire time. Number 13. Banto is watching a real BBC show. You'd be forgiven for forgetting that Banto was even a character in this episode. He's the owner of the DVD store where Larry works. It's here where Sally is given a list of DVDs containing the Doctor's Easter eggs. When we first meet Banto, he's watching something on TV instead of talking to his customers. Great business decision. He's watching a real TV show called Gangsters, which ran for 2 seasons in the 70s on the BBC and then vanished from the cultural eye for good. The other DVD covers and posters in the store were all made up, with the crew going to painstaking efforts to make the store seem populated. Number 12. The Weeping Angels eventually escaped. Blink's iconic ending reveals the Doctor knew exactly how to defeat the Angels without even being there. The Angels surround the TARDIS as it dematerializes, leaving all 4 of them gazing into each other's eyes, permanently unable to move. Or so we thought. Fast forward to 2021 and to the excellent Doctor Who game, The Lonely Assassins. The game starts with the player finding an abandoned phone containing all sorts of links to the events of Blink. With the help of unit agent Petronella Osgood and Larry himself, the player must stop the Angels from Blink, which have somehow managed to break free. How exactly? Well, that would be spoiling the game now, wouldn't it? Number 11. Young Billy and Old Billy were almost played by the same actor. Even though he only appeared in a handful of scenes, Billy Shipton left a memorable mark on Doctor Who. After showing Sally the West of Drumlin's collection and asking her out, Billy is sent back in time by the Angels and ends up playing a key role in getting the Doctor's information to Sally in the future. We see Billy in 2 different forms, one where he's young and one where he's old. The original plan was to make actor Michael Obiora to look older to play his aged self until Russell T Davies stepped in. Davis, along with producer Phil Collinson, felt that audiences would find it harder to invest in old Billy's plight if they could see he was played by an actor in makeup. Everyone agreed, so veteran performer Louis Mahoney was brought in as old Billy. Number 10. Moffat was surprisingly relaxed while writing the episode. Being a writer isn't an easy job, especially on Doctor Who. You're constantly under pressure to come up with new characters, aliens, and locations, and you have to cram everything into a tight 45-minute package. Surprisingly then, Moffat has admitted he felt quite relaxed while writing Blink, stating that, "I figured the pressure was off because I was writing the unpopular one without the Doctor in it." Basically, if you didn't like Blink, well, that's because it's a Doctor-like story. And no, Russell, you can't use that same defense for Love and Monsters. Number 9. Why the Weeping Angel threw a rock at Sally. Going back to the opening scene now, and to the strange writing hidden beneath the wallpaper that tells Sally to duck. She eventually does and narrowly avoids being struck in the head by a big old rock. The thrower, the very first Weeping Angel to be shown in a Doctor Who episode. But why would an alien assassin that can move so quickly need to resort to such a savage form of attack? The answer, according to Moffat on the DVD commentary, was because the angel just wanted an easier victim. A lot of people have asked me, who threw the rock? The Weeping Angel threw the rock. Because of the particular MO of the Weeping Angel, and its ability to move while you see it, it is of course to their advantage to render their victims insensible. Considering that the Angels in Blink aren't at full strength, the 11th Doctor describes them as scavengers in Season 5, this does make some sense. Number 8. Sally's conversation with the Doctor was the hardest thing to write. Thanks to Billy's help, the Doctor is eventually able to have a conversation with Sally. Well, not really a conversation, you know what I mean. The scene is the linchpin of the entire episode. It's where Sally discovers what she needs to do, and it's where the Doctor reveals key information about the Angels, and most importantly of all, it's where the timey-wimey line comes from. Moffat knew full well just how important this scene was, and he struggled to get it bang on. He made several attempts to get it right before landing on the dialogue we all know and love today. He was also worried that this moment would be a huge disappointment, but hey, Stephen, it wasn't. Number 7. The much darker alternate ending. Despite being one of the scariest episodes of Doctor Who, Blink ends on a rather happy note. The Doctor and Martha are saved, Sally and Larry get all cozy, and all is right with the world. But this wasn't always how it was going to be. A large part of Sally's character is that she's fixated on the past, and Moffat revealed in an interview that she very nearly got her wish to live in a different time. Moffat wanted the episode to end with an angel ambushing Sally in the DVD store. Larry would then enter to find his new squeeze gone, only to notice her waving at him from a painting on the wall. Aside from being extremely bleak, this ending also doesn't feel right for Doctor Who, which is a show about hope and love. And while we're on the subject of happier endings, number 6. Sally was initially pregnant at the episode's end. Blink isn't just about Sally taking on the Angels, it's also about her getting it on with her dead friend's brother. Presumably, Sally Sparrow and Larry Nightingale bonded over having bird-related surnames. Hopefully they didn't go double-barreled though when they got married.
To really drive their romance home, Moffat originally wrote Sally to be pregnant at the end of the episode. However, this was changed because Moffat wanted to show the couple getting together after Sally met with the Doctor and Martha, thus concluding her business with the angels. Number 5. Weeping angels often attack people who are sleeping. We've mentioned the Blink DVD commentary a couple of times already, and for the most part, it's an insightful look into the writing and production of the episode. But then, there were also a handful of useless yet entertaining nuggets like this one. While having a chat about the angels, Murray Gold asked Moffat if they often prey on sleeping humans. Quick as a flash, Moffat says yes, because sleeping humans make for incredibly easy victims. Why waste your time chasing after a conscious person when you can sleep up on someone that's in the land of Nod? Moffat also adds that missing people are people who slept in the vicinity of a weeping angel. Thanks for the nightmares, mate. Number 4. Billy Shipton and the Curious Bird Patch. Easter eggs are a crucial part of Billy Shipton's journey and the episode as a whole, so it shouldn't come as a surprise that there's one woven into his very character. When we first meet Billy, he's wearing a leather jacket with a patch sewn into its left arm. What's the patch? A bird. Could this be a sparrow, a nod to the woman who would be at his deathbed? Could it be a nightingale, the surname of the man who would take his place at her side? Could it be a swallow, which has nothing to do with the story, but it is the bird that most resembles the one on the patch? Bird experts? Let us know. Number 3. The angels attacking the TARDIS was shortened at the last minute. Right before Sally and Larry trick the angels into staring at each other, they're chased into the TARDIS by a horde of fanged beasts. This chase sequence was brought to life in spectacular fashion. The shots of the angels slowly advancing on their human prey are terrifying, which must have been a huge relief to the editor who spent hours poring over the footage. This part of the episode was one of the trickiest to nail. The pacing of the sequence was absolutely crucial, and it took several back and forths to get it just right. It was originally longer than it ended up being, with the decision to cut it down coming right at the last minute. Definitely the right call considering the effectiveness of the end result. Number 2. Only 2 statue props were used during filming. Great horror writers have a knack for taking something ordinary and turning it into an object of pure fear, so Moffat transformed every single statue in the world into a relentless demon hell-bent on ruining people's lives. Considering that the angels are statues that only move off-screen, you'd think that the majority of them would be props that are naturally still. But as we previously mentioned, the angels were largely brought to life by actors, and in fact only 2 angel props were used during production. The 2 fake angels were one with its arms outstretched and one with its hands over its eyes. Every other angel you see was played by those poor performers on bike seats that we talked about earlier. It's a testament to the skill of everyone involved that you can never tell which one is which. Number 1. The Doctor's final scene was incredibly weird on purpose. When the Doctor does finally show up in this episode, it's before his events have actually occurred. Well, for him at least. Time travel's confusing. Here, the Doctor and Martha are in the middle of a very strange adventure. They're carrying bows and arrows, there's talk of a migration of some sort, and they're apparently fighting a lizard. Okay. Well, the insanity was all Moffat's doing, as he wrote this final scene to be as strange as possible and threw in all these disparate elements just to dial up the kookiness. So no, there isn't a deeper meaning here, or something significant about this off-screen adventure, it's just a Scottish writer in a particularly silly mood.
As a top-secret military organisation, really, we shouldn't know anything about UNIT. But since they insist on erecting huge signs outside unassuming country houses and building UNIT-branded skyscrapers in the centre of London, some information has slipped out over the years. It's shocking, I know. So with Kate Stewart's alien-busting organisation back in Doctor Who in a big way, I'm Ellie for WhoCulture, and this is 10 things you didn't know about UNIT. Number 10. The Brigadier and the 10th Doctor almost teamed up. The Sarah Jane Adventures featured a number of appearances by UNIT, given Sarah's connection to the organisation. Series 2 finale, Enemy of the Bane, brought Sir Alistair Gordon Lethbridge Stewart out of retirement to help Sarah and the kids of Bannerman Road defeat Mrs. Wormwood and a rogue Sontaran. This was Nicholas Courtney's last appearance on TV as the Brigadier, driving off into the distance as Sarah waved him goodbye. The plan was to bring the Brigadier back in the following series for the wedding of Sarah Jane Smith, where he would be paired up with David Tennant's 10th Doctor. But sadly, Courtney suffered a stroke in the months leading up to filming, meaning that he had to be written out. The fact that the Brigadier never got to meet any of the modern Doctors on screen is a disappointment for many fans, including David Tennant. In a HBO Max interview, Tennant discussed how he was sad that he missed the chance to star alongside Courtney in the Sarah Jane Adventures due to the actor's declining health. Although not a patch on the real deal, the 10th Doctor and the Brigadier did team up in comic book form in 2007 in the Doctor Who magazine comic strip The Warkeeper's Crown. Number 9. There was almost a UNIT spin-off in the 1990s. UNIT was the brainchild of writer Derek Sherwin. After their successful introduction in The Invasion, UNIT continued to be a core part of Doctor Who long after Sherwin left for another show. Fast forward to the mid-1980s, and Doctor Who is in the news after Michael Grade unsuccessfully tried to cancel it. Around this time, Sherwin approached Grade about buying the rights to Doctor Who to produce it independently, but Grade unsurprisingly turned him down. Undeterred, Sherwin was also keen to mount a UNIT spin-off around this time. Having seen the successful return of sci-fi shows to British screens in the 1990s, Sherwin approached the BBC, but again was rejected. Because he created UNIT while working for the BBC, the corporation owned the rights to its use on TV and not Sherwin. In his 2014 memoir, Who's Next?, Sherwin explains that the extensive legal costs involved prevented him from pursuing this further. Decades later, and Russell T Davies may have nicked Sherwin's idea, if all those rumours are anything to go by, that is. Number 8. There are UNIT bases everywhere. There's a tendency in Doctor Who to depict UNIT as purely defending British interests. We only ever really see them in the UK, and as such you could be forgiven for forgetting that the organisation actually has a massive global reach. During the 1970s, the Brigadier was never off the phone to Geneva, while the modern UNIT in Battlefield has officers from multiple European nations. UNIT also has multiple international bases that have been mentioned over the years on TV and in expanded media. Audio dramas, comic strips and novels have revealed that there are UNIT bases in Russia, Germany, France, Japan, Singapore and Morocco. On TV, The Stolen Earth revealed UNIT's New York base where Martha Jones worked on Project Indigo. When the Daleks laid waste to the base, Martha appeared to be the only survivor of the devastation thanks to her teleportation device. By the time of the return of Dr. Mysterio, New York's UNIT base appears to have reopened before being infiltrated by Harmony Shoal. Elsewhere, Torchwood Children of Earth revealed that UNIT had also established a base of operations in Washington, D.C. And given that Doctor Who is now a global co-production with Disney, it's a safe bet that we can expect to see much more of UNIT's American bases in the years to come. Number 7. Kate Stewart debuted in an unofficial spin-off. Remember in A Giggle when Kate Stewart mentions facing Yeti? Well, that hasn't happened on screen, has it? Well, yes it has. In the unofficial straight-to-video Doctor Who movie Downtime, starring Nicholas Courtney as the Brigadier, Elizabeth Sladen as Sarah Jane Smith, and Deborah Watling as Victoria Waterfield. Written by Mark Platt, Downtime was the third entry in the Great Intelligence trilogy, with the villain using computer technology to once more take over the world. Downtime also introduced Beverly Cressman as Kate Lethbridge Stewart, the Brigadier's estranged daughter, and Alexander Landon as Gordon Lethbridge Stewart, the Brigadier's grandson. In Downtime, Kate reaches out to the Brigadier after she's harassed by some university students that are under the control of the Great Intelligence, who's about to unleash the Yeti on London for a second time. After defeating the Yeti with her father, Cressman's Kate Stewart returned 9 years later in the 2004 direct-to-DVD film Demons Rising, an unofficial sequel to the Doctor Who serial The Demons. Presumably, these experiences with some of the Brigadier's old enemies inspired her to follow in her father's footsteps in the 17 years between Downtime's 1995 release and The Power of Three's broadcast in 2012. Number 6. The classic serial that broke UNIT's timeline. Nobody knows when the UNIT stories take place, and nobody ever has. The events of the Invasion and the Jon Pertwee era were supposed to be taking place in the near future, and Battlefield is set in the 1990s, which sort of sits into this timeline, if it weren't for the fact that Mordrin Undead exists. Originally intended to feature an older Ian Chesterton, this serial was rewritten to feature the Brigadier instead. The only problem with this was that nobody thought to change the time period in which the story was set, which is why the Brigadier says he retired from UNIT at some point prior to 1977, a few years before the UNIT era is set to start. Chris Chibnall finally tried to make sense of this in Flux by suggesting that the Grand Serpent had been messing around with time, which is why the UNIT timeline is all messed up. It was a noble effort, but fans didn't seem to notice that this was what he was trying to do. Whenever the UNIT stories are actually set, we can all rest easy that their Season 1 episodes will all definitely 100% take place in 2024. Probably. Number 5. The BBC doesn't own the rights to the Brigadier. While it may be disputed by unit creator Derek Sherwin, Alistair Gordon Lethbridge Stewart is the creation of writers Mervyn Haseman and Henry Lincoln, who devised him as a guest character for use in The Web of Fear. As the Briggs creators, Haseman and Lincoln were entitled to royalties every time the character appeared. However, these payments were rarely paid out. In recent years, the Haseman estate, partnering with Candy Jar Books, has published multiple new adventures for the Brigadier, though these are non-canon and are largely associated with the show itself, which helps to avoid BBC copyright. This arrangement means that the BBC doesn't have control over one of Doctor Who's most beloved supporting characters and has to consult with the Haseman estate for any appearances or references to the Brig. This reportedly came to a head over Christmas 2017, when Twice Upon a Time introduced the Brigadier's grandfather, Archibald Hamish Lethbridge Stewart. The Mirror claimed this was done without permission and that the Haseman estate was considering legal action, though the estate itself soon responded and clarified that this wasn't actually true. Number 4. There's a unit moon base. Russell T Davies's one and only script for the 11th Doctor, the Sarah Jane Adventures serial Death of the Doctor, revealed that UNIT has a working moon base. Death of the Doctor teamed up 2 out of 3 of the 3rd Doctor's companions for an adventure with Matt Smith's 11th Doctor. Summoned to the Doctor's funeral, Sarah Jane Smith and the gang arrive at Unit Base 5, where it's noted that some pretty important people can't actually make it to the funeral. It's mentioned that Liz Shaw is at a unit base on the moon, and that the Brigadier is still in Peru. A moon base makes tactical sense for protecting the Earth from space, which raises the question of if there are now armed unit astronauts or unit spaceships. This idea of a unit moon base was admittedly a throwaway line, but predictably Doctor Who Expanded Media has taken the idea and ran with it. Gary Russell's 11th Doctor novel Horror of the Space Snakes reveals that UNIT handed its moon base over at some point around 2023. The new owners renamed it, and it was that same moon base that came under attack from the Cybermen in the 2nd Doctor serial called The Moon Base. Someone should really warn these people that they've built a base on top of a massive egg. Number 3. David Tennant played an evil Brigadier. Long before he was the Doctor, David Tennant was a jobbing actor who had a steady stream of work at Big Finish as a voice actor. Here, one of Tennant's most notable roles was Colonel Brimacombe Wood, one of the Brigadier's successors at UNIT. Brimacombe Wood made his debut in 2003's audio drama Sympathy for the Devil, an alternate universe story that pondered what would have happened if the 3rd Doctor was exiled to Earth in the 1990s instead of the 1970s. When Big Finish launched its own UNIT spin-off soon after, they introduced Brimacombe Wood's Prime Universe counterpart, still played by David Tennant. The plot involves UNIT's UK arm falling into utter disarray, with the team seeking out the assistance of the Brigadier. Brimacombe Wood is ultimately outed as a plant, intent on replacing UNIT with the brutal and oppressive Internal Counterintelligence Service. David Tennant was great as a shouty, snarly military man, and perfectly encapsulated what an evil version of UNIT's beloved Brigadier would be like. Number 2. There was a UNIT stage show in the 1980s. Like Derek Sherwin and the Henry Lincoln estate, the late Richard Franklin, who played Captain Mike Yates in the classic series, was also keen to cash in on his connections to UNIT. He unsuccessfully pitched a Doctor Who novel entitled The Killing Stone, which involved the Master infecting Captain Yates with a demonic gallbladder stone. That's serious actually. Years before this, however, Franklin wrote a UNIT play titled Recall UNIT: The Great Teabag Mystery. The play had Franklin and John Levine reprised their roles as Captain Yates and Sergeant Benton for a mission to the Falklands to save Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, except they fail rather dramatically as the Iron Lady has been shrunk by the Master's tissue compression eliminator. Richard Franklin had hoped that Nicholas Courtney would also take part in the play, but work commitments meant that he had to record his lines of dialogue as a radio message. It was utterly bizarre and never recorded, which is perhaps for the better. Number 1. The real-life United Nations forced UNIT to rebrand. As part of the promotion for Doctor Who's return in 2005, various dummy websites were set up to reflect various aspects of the new show. Clive's Who is Doctor Who website listed various sightings of the Doctor through the years, which includes a brilliant UNIT reference from someone who claims that their uncle used to work in a, quote, overrated army base. The other website launched by the BBC was www.unit.org.uk, which raised a few eyebrows at the real-life United Nations. In a letter Dated the 22nd of April 2005, the UN explained that the BBC was guilty of unauthorised use of the United Nations name and emblem. The letter read in part that, quote, the use of the United Nations name and emblem without the authorisation of the Secretary-General, unquote, is strictly prohibited. The BBC actually thought it was a hoax at first, before hastily changing UNIT's name from United Nations Intelligence Task Force to Unified Intelligence Task Force. All that just for Chris Chibnall to shut down UNIT in 2019 with a throwaway line of dialogue. With Mrs. Flood being revealed as a new incarnation of the Rani, it's the perfect time to learn a bit more about the Doctor's other troublesome school pal. Created by husband and wife duo Pip and Jane Baker and memorably played by Kate O'Mara, the character debuted in the eponymous serial The Mark of the Rani in 1985. A brilliant biochemist, the Rani used her TARDIS to collect various specimens for her dubious and weirdly complicated scientific experiments. The Rani only appeared twice in Doctor Who, but left a huge impression on the show due mostly to Kate O'Mara's gloriously camp performance. So let's take a deeper look at the character and her history. I'm Ellie for WhoCulture, here with 10 things you didn't know about the Rani. Number 10. Dimensions in Time is canon? The last time we saw the Rani, she was facing the 7th Doctor and Ace, and many more, in 1993's Dimension in Time, a special charity crossover with British soap EastEnders. Since then, various explanations have been given for Ace's departure from the TARDIS across lots of different spin-off media. Keenly aware of this, Chris Chibnall shied away from giving too much detail when he reunited Seven and Ace in 2022's The Power of the Doctor. Pete McTighe, however, was a lot less shy while writing the Tales of the TARDIS episode for The Curse of Fenric. His newly written intro and outro scenes heavily hinted when Ace made her decision to leave the TARDIS, with the Doctor saying, "We did have a very busy day, as I remember. Yes, oh yes, the Rani was up to her old tricks." So does this mean that at some point very soon after the events of Dimensions in Time, Ace decided she wanted to leave the TARDIS? Was starting the day with a mind-bending adventure across 30 years of Albert Square just too much for her? And does this mean that the Rani scheme in Dimensions in Time is now canon? Well, I guess time will tell. Maybe. Number 9. Gandalf was almost her companion. Speaking of Dimensions in Time, it was hoped that the Rani would be accompanied by none other than Gandalf himself, Sir Ian McKellen. Kate O'Mara and Ian McKellen working together is a pairing even more enticing than Doctor Who and EastEnders, wouldn't you agree? In the opening scene of Dimensions in Time, the Rani works on her plan to ensnare all the Doctors as the unsettling CGI heads of William Hartnell and Patrick Troughton float by. She's assisted in this by her companion Sirian, who was named after the recently knighted Ian McKellen. Sirian, Sir Ian, get it? This was decided by co-writer David Roden, who was an acquaintance of McKellen. He had hoped that this affectionate tribute would convince McKellen to actually sign on in the role. Alas, it wasn't to be, and Samuel West was cast instead. West would later graduate from Evil Time Lady's assistant to Evil Time Lord when he was cast as Morbius opposite Paul McGann in Big Finish's 8th Doctor Adventures range. Ian McKellen himself would later appear alongside Sylvester McCoy in the Hobbit trilogy, and finally got a role in Doctor Who as the voice of the Great Intelligence in 2012's The Snowmen. Number 8. Anita Dobson isn't the first Rani recast. Although there's a neat symmetry to one soap actress regenerating into another, Anita Dobson isn't technically Kate O'Mara's direct successor. In 2014, Big Finish announced that they had recast the character for an upcoming audio drama, The Rani Elite. The play had originally been written for Kate O'Mara prior to her death in March of that year. 3 months later, Big Finish announced Siobhan Redmond as the new Rani and revealed that the casting was given the blessing of Kate O'Mara herself. Producer David Richardson said, quote, "Kate's agent got in touch and said that it had been Kate's wish that we proceed with a new incarnation of the Rani. To date, Redmond has played the Rani twice, in 2014's The Rani Elite and 2015's Planet of the Rani. After that, the rights to the character appeared to revert back to her creators. With an extensive list of film and TV roles dating back decades, including Karen Gillan's directorial debut, The Party's Just Beginning, it's utterly bizarre that Siobhan Redmond has never been in televised Doctor Who. That said, we do have more than enough Ranis at the moment. Number 7. She's the first 80s villain to make a comeback. 1980s Doctor Who introduced some great villains. Syl, Fenric, the gods of Ragnarok, the Candyman, yes, I said it, but none of them have been reimagined for the new series. From the Daleks in 2005 to Sutekh in 2024, every Doctor Who monster or villain that's been resurrected in the modern era originated in either the 1960s or the 1970s. There's an argument that Can You Hear Me, Zelin and Rakaya count because they're Eternals, like the ones we meet in the 1983 story Enlightenment. However, they're not strictly villains in that story, nor do the Can You Hear Me villains bear much of a resemblance to their 1980s predecessors. Therefore, it's the Rani who truly takes the crown as the first of Doctor Who's 1980s creations to make a return in the 21st century series. With her poise and acidic wit, Archie Panjabi seems to instantly understand the character of the Rani, staying true to Kate O'Mara's original performance. With her big hair, shoulder pads and sequins, O'Mara's Rani was a very 1980s villain, so it's fun to see that sort of energy adapted for the 2020s. Number 6. She was put on trial by the Tetraps. What happened to the Rani after the events of Time and the Rani, you might ask? Well, writers Pip and Jane Baker set out to answer that question in the year 2000 with the audio drama The Rani Reaps the Whirlwind, starring Kate O'Mara. Following on from her proper final appearance in televised Doctor Who in 1987's Time and the Rani was held prisoner by the Tetraps, the odd-looking creatures over which she had ruled in that final serial, and was sentenced to death. However, her sentence is postponed when she agrees to find a solution to the famine that has stricken the Tetrap home planet. Teaming up with her fellow prisoners/lab rats, the Rani sets out to escape. The Rani Reaps the Whirlwind was produced by BBV Productions, and it was a decidedly DIY affair. The play was rehearsed in Kate O'Mara's home and recorded at a nearby radio studio. O'Mara and presumably the Bakers were keen for more Rani audios to be produced, but the sales of the CD failed to justify the cost of the production. Number 5. Kate O'Mara preferred Doctor Who to Dynasty. By the time Kate O'Mara returned to Doctor Who in Time and the Rani, she had spent time in Hollywood appearing in several episodes of the popular soap opera Dynasty in the mid-1980s. O'Mara played Caress Morell, the long-lost younger sister of Joan Collins, Alexis Carrington. Introduced in Season 6, Caress caused problems for Alexis by attempting to publish a tell-all memoir. While Hollywood is a dream for many British actors, Kate O'Mara soon grew tired of the relentless Californian sunshine and sought a release from her 5-year contract. Heading back to the UK, O'Mara wrote to Doctor Who producer John Nathan Turner saying, quote, "I can't stand the eternal sunshine. You've got to help me. I want to be in a gravel pit somewhere in the rain, changing in a caravan in front of 20 nosy crew members." Unable to resist opening his new series with a guest turn by a legitimate Hollywood soap star, John Nathan Turner jumped at the chance for another Rani story. It says a lot about how down-to-earth Kate O'Mara was that she swapped the Californian sunshine for a drizzly quarry in Somerset. Number 4. Stephen Moffat didn't want to bring her back. A mysterious woman popping up at the end of each episode. Where have we seen that before? It's been hard not to think of Missy as we've watched Mrs. Flood pop up throughout Doctor Who seasons 1 and 2, putting her plan together. That's exactly what Michelle Gomez did throughout series 8, leading many fans to suspect that she was the Rani. But of course, she was actually a female version of the Master. However, fans shouldn't have been surprised that Moffat chose not to resurrect the Rani opposite Peter Capaldi, given his words on the subject a few years earlier. In 2012, Moffat told SFX magazine that, quote, "No one knows who the Rani is." He did have a point. A general audience knows who Kate O'Mara is, but they would know her from Dynasty or Howard's Way, or the many other mainstream roles she's had over her career. But the Rani? Unlikely. As Moffat continued, quote, "They all know who the Master is. They know Daleks, they probably know who Davros is, but they don't know who the Rani is, so there's no point in bringing her back. If there's a line, it's probably somewhere there. A line that Russell T Davies has gleefully skipped over 13 years later. Number 3. The Rani's cancelled Auton team-up. Before Doctor Who's mid-1980s hiatus, and presumably before Kate O'Mara's casting in Dynasty, producer John Nathan Turner had hoped to bring back the Rani in season 23. Following on from The Two Doctors, legendary Doctor Who writer Robert Holmes had been tasked with writing another 3-part epic, set in Singapore and featuring the Autons, the Master, the Rani, and the Brigadier. The dubiously titled Yellow Fever and How to Cure It would have followed on from The Mark of the Rani, with the dastardly Time Lady still sat saddled with Anthony Ainley's master. A vague outline of the story and a script for part 1 is believed to have been written, but they've never surfaced. What remains are the vague ideas of the Rani and the master operating a street theatre in Singapore, presumably featuring Auton performers. The Sixth Doctor and Perry would then team up with a holidaying brigadier to defeat the two Time Lords and their Auton army. Now, while the story does sound slightly overstuffed, a partnership between the Rani and the Autons does make sense. After all, she's a biochemist, so would surely be absolutely fascinated by the concept of living plastic. Number 2, the Rani's rights issues. Much like other Doctor Who stalwarts like the Daleks and the Brigadier, the Rani never actually belonged to the BBC. As creators Pip and Jane Baker weren't staff writers, the BBC and other companies had to approach them directly to use the character. Dylan Reese's book Downtime: The Lost Years of Doctor Who revealed that in the early days of Big Finish, the Bakers had declined to work with the company. Interviewed in the book, BBV Productions' Bill Baggs claims that Jane Baker was acting out of loyalty to him, due to a dispute with Big Finish's founders that's far too long and complicated to get into here. It's therefore interesting to note that in 2014, shortly after Jane Baker's death, Big Finish released the first of 2 new Rani audios. In 2021, a year after the death of Pip Baker, Nicholas Briggs told the Big Finish podcast that there was a complication in obtaining the rights to the Rani from the estate. It's possible that rights issues prevented the Rani from returning to TV earlier too, though whatever problems there may or may not have been have clearly been smoothed over by the time of Season 2. Number 1. Russell T Davies has been thinking about the Rani for years. It feels like a foregone conclusion that it was Mrs. Flood who plucked the Toymaker's gold tooth from the unit helipad in The Giggle. However, the genesis of this idea goes all the way back to 2007's Last of the Time Lords, in which the Master was shot dead by his wife Lucy Saxon before being cremated by the 10th Doctor. After the Master's Jedi funeral, a female hand is seen plucking his ring from the ashes, cackling into the night. During the audio commentary for Last of the Time Lords, Russell T Davies jokes to Phil Collinson and Julie Gardner that the hand belongs to the Rani. It didn't, of course, and instead belonged to one of Harold Saxon's acolytes and Lucy Saxon's future female prison governor. And who did we last see as a prison governor? Mrs. Flood, aka the Rani. Russell T Davies previously stated that he'd been thinking about Sutek's return for years, so it stands to reason that the Rani holding the key to the Master's resurrection is another one of those plot lines he's left bubbling on the stove.